Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here because today we're diving deep into their current feelings for you. And this is a sleep reading, so whenever you're watching this, it's meant for you. So what makes this reading extra special is that we're not just skimming the surface, we are going right into what they are truly feeling. Sometimes it's hard to really know what's going on in someone else's head and heart, so hopefully this reading will give you some much-needed clarity. Okay? So, how this is going to work, we have 4 different piles, each marked with a crystal that I think just really captures the energy of the reading. Trust your intuition in choosing. First up, we have the rose quartz angel. Think whispers of comfort, gentle affection, and a real desire for peaceful connection. Next, there's the clear quartz star. This pile speaks of a guarded heart, revealing layers of careful consideration and maybe some underlying anxieties. Then we have the Smoky quartz cluster, which is all about quiet reflections, internal processing, and a search for balance in the relationship. And finally, we have the Citrine palm stone, promising sunrise yearnings, budding desires, emerging optimism, and the potential for a brighter, more passionate connection. So take a moment, breathe, and see which crystal you're most drawn to. There's absolutely no pressure to choose quickly. Trust what you feel. And hey, if more than one pile calls to you, feel free to check them all out. Maybe close your eyes for a moment and just wish for clarity and guidance in understanding their feelings. All right, take your time, and I'll see you in your chosen reading. Okay, so for everyone who picked the rose quartz angel pile, welcome. Rose quartz is all about love, right? But it's a really gentle, comforting kind of love. And with the grounding energy, it's about feeling secure and safe in that love. This reading's theme, Whispers of Comfort, really ties in, suggesting that whatever's going on, it's going to feel peaceful and reassuring. Let's see what your person is feeling for you right now. All right, so we have the 6 of Wands, the 3 of Cups, and the 8 of Wands. Wow, that's like really positive energy right off the bat. Okay, let's dive into the 6 of Wands first. The 6 of Wands, to me, is all about recognition, victory, and public acknowledgement. It's that feeling of like, yes, I did it. And having other people see you and celebrate your success. So, right away, this tells me that your person sees you as someone who is accomplished, someone who is winning, someone who is, like, totally rocking their life, you know? They might see you as someone who has overcome obstacles or achieved a goal that they admire. It could also mean that they see you as, like, a prize. Not in a possessive way, but in a wow, I'm so lucky to have this person in my life kind of way. Like, they recognize your value and appreciate everything you bring to the table. Maybe they even feel a sense of pride being associated with you. Like, yeah, that's my friend, partner, lover, and they're amazing. You know that feeling. It could also mean that they see you as someone who is confident and self-assured. Someone who knows their worth and isn't afraid to show it. This card has a real leader vibe to it, so they might see you as someone who inspires others and takes charge. Maybe you're a natural leader in your friend group, or maybe you're just really good at taking initiative. Whatever it is, they're definitely impressed by your confidence. I'm also getting a feeling that they might see you as someone who is, like, finally coming into their own. Like, maybe they've known you for a while and they've seen you go through some tough times, but now they're seeing you shine. They're seeing you finally achieve your potential, and they're so happy for you. This could be tied to a specific achievement, like a new job or a personal goal you've been working towards. Or it could just be a general feeling that you're finally living your best life. Okay, so let's think about this in practical terms, right? Like, maybe you just got a promotion at work, and they saw it on LinkedIn or something, and they're super impressed. Or maybe you've been working really hard on a creative project, like a painting or a song, and they finally saw the finished product, and they're blown away. It could even be something as simple as seeing you looking really happy and healthy, like you've finally found your groove. Also, with the 6 of Wands being a public card, it's totally possible they're seeing your successes on social media. You know, like you're posting about your achievements or sharing your wins, and they're secretly cheering you on from afar. They might not even be liking or commenting on your posts, but they're definitely paying attention. And you know what else? This could also mean that they're aware of other people being attracted to you. Like, they see that you're getting attention from others, and it makes them realize how special you are. This could be sparking some feelings of jealousy, or it could just be reinforcing their existing feelings for you. Either way, it's definitely making them think about you in a different light. I also feel like this card is hitting on the fact that you are worthy of praise. You might feel like you're not good enough, or that you don't deserve the attention you're getting, but this card is saying that you absolutely do. You've worked hard to get where you are, and you deserve to be recognized for your achievements. So, embrace the attention and celebrate your successes. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they feel like they played a part in your success. Maybe they supported you in some way, or maybe they gave you advice that helped you along the way. If that's the case, they might be feeling a sense of pride in your accomplishments, like they contributed to your journey. Or, on the flip side, maybe they feel like they missed out on an opportunity to support you. Maybe they weren't there for you when you needed them, and they're now regretting it. This could be causing them to feel a bit guilty, or it could just be making them realize how much they value you. Okay, so that's the Six of Wands. Basically, your person sees you as someone who is successful, confident, and worthy of praise. They're impressed by your achievements, and they might even be a little bit jealous of the attention you're getting. Now, let's move on to the Three of Cups. The Three of Cups is all about celebration, friendship, and community. It's that feeling of joy and connection that comes from being surrounded by people you love. It's about sharing good times and celebrating each other's successes. So this card tells me that your person wants to celebrate with you, they want to connect with you on a deeper level, and they want to share in your joy. This could mean that they want to go out with you and have a fun time. Like, maybe they want to go to a party, a concert, or just grab drinks with you and some friends. They want to be in your energy, surrounded by the people you care about. They want to laugh with you, dance with you, and just enjoy your company. It could also mean that they want to celebrate a specific achievement with you. Like, maybe they know you just got a new job, and they want to take you out to dinner to celebrate. Or maybe they know you just finished a big project, and they want to throw you a party. They want to show you how proud they are of you and share in your excitement. I'm also getting a feeling that they want to reconnect with you after a period of separation. Maybe you haven't seen each other in a while, or maybe you've just been drifting apart. This card is saying that they want to bridge that gap and rekindle your connection. They want to remind you of the good times you've shared and create new memories together. You know what else? This could also mean that they see you as someone who brings people together. Like, maybe you're the glue that holds your friend group together, or maybe you're just really good at making people feel welcome and included. They appreciate your ability to create a sense of community, and they want to be a part of that. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of joy and happiness in your life. Your person wants you to be happy, and they want to contribute to your happiness. They want to be someone who brings you joy and laughter, and they want to share in your good times. Now, let's think about this in practical terms again, right? Like, maybe they see you posting pictures of yourself having fun with your friends, and they feel a pang of longing. They wish they were there with you, sharing in the laughter and the good times. Or maybe they see you organizing a get-together for your friends, and they're impressed by your ability to bring people together. Also, with the Three of Cups being a social card, it's totally possible they're seeing you out and about, having fun with other people. They might be feeling a little bit jealous, or they might just be happy to see you enjoying yourself. Either way, it's definitely making them think about you and your social life. And you know what else? This could also mean that they want to introduce you to their friends and family. They want you to be a part of their inner circle, and they want to show you off to the people they care about. This is a big step, because it means they see you as someone who is important in their life. I also feel like this card is hitting on the fact that you deserve to have fun. You might be feeling stressed or overwhelmed lately, but this card is saying that you need to take some time to relax and enjoy yourself. Your person wants you to prioritize your happiness and do things that bring you joy. So, go out with your friends, dance, laugh, and let loose. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they feel like they've been neglecting their social life lately. Maybe they've been too focused on work or other responsibilities, and they've been missing out on opportunities to connect with their friends and family. If that's the case, they might be looking to you to help them reconnect and bring some joy back into their life. Or, on the flip side, maybe they feel like you've been neglecting them lately. Maybe you've been spending too much time with your friends and not enough time with them. This could be causing them to feel a bit left out, or it could just be making them realize how much they value your connection. Okay, so that's the Three of Cups. Basically, your person wants to celebrate with you, they want to connect with you on a deeper level, and they want to share in your joy. They see you as someone who brings people together, and they want to be a part of your social life. Now, let's move on to the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands is all about speed, action, and communication. It's that feeling of things moving quickly and decisively. It's about taking action and making things happen. So this card tells me that your person wants to reach out to you quickly, they want to communicate their feelings to you, and they want to move things forward in your relationship. This could mean that they're planning to text you, call you, or send you a message on social media. They want to get in touch with you and let you know they're thinking about you. They might have something important to say, or they might just want to chat and catch up. It could also mean that they're planning to ask you out on a date. They want to spend some time with you in person and get to know you better. They might have a specific activity in mind, or they might just want to go with the flow and see where the night takes you. I'm also getting a feeling that they're ready to take things to the next level in your relationship. Maybe you've been dating for a while and they're ready to make things official. Or maybe you've just been friends, but they're starting to develop romantic feelings for you. Whatever the case, they're ready to move things forward and see where things go. You know what else? This could also mean that they're feeling impatient and restless. They're eager to connect with you and they don't want to wait any longer. They might be feeling anxious or nervous, but they're determined to take action and make things happen. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of communication in your relationship. Your person wants to be open and honest with you, and they want you to be open and honest with them. They want to create a space where you can both share your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Now, let's think about this in practical terms again, right? Like, maybe they've been drafting a text message to you in their head for days, but they haven't been able to bring themselves to send it. This card is saying that they're finally ready to hit send and put their feelings out there. Or maybe they've been wanting to ask you out on a date, but they've been too afraid of rejection. This card is giving them the courage to take the leap and ask you out. Also, with the Eight of Wands being a fast-moving card, it's totally possible you'll hear from them sooner than you expect. They might reach out to you out of the blue, or they might surprise you with a spontaneous invitation. Be open to the possibilities and don't be afraid to say yes. And you know what else? This could also mean that they're planning a trip or a getaway with you. They want to escape the everyday routine and spend some quality time with you in a new and exciting location. This could be a short weekend trip or a longer vacation, but either way, it's a sign that they're serious about your relationship. I also feel like this card is hitting on the fact that you need to be open to receiving their communication. You might be feeling guarded or hesitant to let them in, but this card is saying that you need to trust your intuition and allow them to express their feelings. Be receptive to their advances and see where things go. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they've been waiting for the right moment to reach out to you. Maybe they've been busy with work or other commitments, or maybe they've just been trying to figure out what to say. If that's the case, they're finally feeling like the time is right to make a move and connect with you. Or, on the flip side, maybe they feel like you've been sending them mixed signals. Maybe you've been hot and cold, or maybe you've been unclear about your feelings. This could be causing them to feel confused and uncertain about how to proceed. Okay, so that's the Eight of Wands. Basically, your person wants to reach out to you quickly, they want to communicate their feelings to you, and they want to move things forward in your relationship. They're feeling impatient and restless, and they're ready to take action. Okay, wow, so that's a lot, right? But let's try and weave it all together now, because seeing the cards individually is one thing, but it's the combination that really tells the story. So, with the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, and the Eight of Wands all together, it feels like your person sees you as a total catch, someone who is successful and fun to be around, and they are ready to make a move. They see you as a victory, someone they'd be proud to be with, Six of Wands. And they want to celebrate that connection with you, Three of Cups. And they are going to reach out soon to make that happen, Eight of Wands. Maybe they've been admiring you from afar, seeing all your successes and how much fun you're having, and they're finally feeling confident enough to reach out and ask you out. They want to be a part of your winning team and share in your joy. They might be a little nervous, but they're determined to take action and see where things go. It could also be that you've already been dating for a while, and they're ready to take things to the next level. They see how much fun you have together and how well you complement each other, and they want to make things official. They might be planning a special date or a romantic getaway to show you how much they care. I'm also getting a sense that they want to introduce you to their friends and family. They see you as someone who is important in their life, and they want you to be a part of their inner circle. They might be a little nervous about introducing you to their loved ones, but they're excited to share you with the people who matter most to them. You know what else? This could also mean that they're feeling inspired by your success. They see how hard you've worked to achieve your goals, and it's motivating them to pursue their own dreams. They want to be around you because you inspire them to be a better person and to live their best life. I also feel like this combination of cards is highlighting the importance of communication and connection in your relationship. Your person wants to be open and honest with you, and they want to create a space where you can both share your thoughts and feelings without judgment. They also want to prioritize having fun and enjoying each other's company. Now, let's think about this in practical terms, right? Like, maybe you're going to get a text message from them out of the blue, inviting you to a party or a concert. Or maybe they're going to surprise you with flowers or a thoughtful gift. Be open to receiving their advances and don't be afraid to say yes. Also, with the Eight of Wands being a fast-moving card, it's totally possible you'll hear from them sooner than you expect. They might reach out to you within the next few days or even within the next few hours. Be prepared for a potential surprise and be ready to respond. And you know what else? This could also mean that they're going to confess their feelings for you. They might have been holding back for a while, but they're finally ready to put their heart on the line and tell you how they feel. Be prepared for a potentially emotional conversation and be ready to listen with an open heart. I also feel like this combination of cards is hitting on the fact that you deserve to be happy and fulfilled in your relationship. You might have been settling for less than you deserve in the past, but this reading is saying that you deserve to be with someone who appreciates you, celebrates you, and makes you feel loved. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they've been waiting for the right moment to make a move. Maybe they've been observing you from afar and trying to figure out the best way to approach you. If that's the case, they're finally feeling like the stars are aligned and the time is right to take a chance. Or, on the flip side, maybe they're feeling a little bit intimidated by your success. They might be worried that they're not good enough for you or that they won't be able to keep up with your lifestyle. If that's the case, you might need to reassure them that you're interested in them for who they are, not for what they have. Okay, so that's the overall message of these three cards together. Your person sees you as a total catch. They want to celebrate with you, and they're ready to make a move. Be open to receiving their advances and be prepared for a potentially exciting and fulfilling relationship. This is really exciting energy. I'm really feeling this for you, Pile 1. It feels like whatever happens next is going to be really positive and joyful. I can't wait to see what's coming next to clarify this more. So, stay tuned, because we're about to pull some more cards to get a deeper understanding of what's going on in their heart and mind. And remember to stay grounded with your rose quartz angel in the meantime. Okay, before we move on to the next card, let's just make sure we've really explored all the possibilities here. Because, tarot is all about interpretation, and there's always more than one way to look at things. So, let's just take a few more minutes to really dive deep and see if there's anything we might have missed. Thinking about the Six of Wands again, I'm wondering if maybe your person is also feeling a bit of pressure. Like, maybe they feel like they need to live up to your expectations, or that they need to constantly be impressing you. This could be causing them to feel a bit anxious or insecure, especially if they're comparing themselves to you. And, thinking about the Three of Cups, I'm wondering if maybe your person is also feeling a bit jealous of your social life. Like, maybe they wish they were as popular or as outgoing as you are. This could be causing them to feel a bit left out or excluded, especially if they're not always invited to your social gatherings. And, thinking about the Eight of Wands, I'm wondering if maybe your person is also feeling a bit overwhelmed by their own feelings. Like, maybe they're not used to feeling this strongly about someone, and they're not sure how to handle it. This could be causing them to feel a bit confused or conflicted, especially if they're not sure if you feel the same way about them. So, putting all of that together, it's possible that your person is feeling a bit of a mixed bag of emotions. They're definitely attracted to you and impressed by you, but they're also feeling a bit of pressure, jealousy, and overwhelm. This could be causing them to feel a bit hesitant or uncertain about how to proceed, even though they really want to connect with you. Okay, so that's just another way to look at things. It's important to remember that tarot is not always black and white, and there's often a lot of nuance and complexity involved. So, always be open to different interpretations and trust your intuition to guide you. Okay, I'm also wondering about the timing of all of this. Like, when is your person going to reach out to you? Is it going to be soon, or is it going to be later? The Eight of Wands suggests that it's going to be soon, but let's just explore that a little bit more. So, thinking about the Six of Wands again, I'm wondering if maybe your person is waiting for the right moment to make a move. Like, maybe they're waiting for you to give them a sign that you're interested, or maybe they're waiting for a special occasion to ask you out. Whatever the case, they're not going to reach out until they feel like the timing is right. And, thinking about the Three of Cups, I'm wondering if maybe your person is waiting for you to invite them to a social event. Like, maybe they're hoping that you'll include them in your plans, or that you'll introduce them to your friends. If that's the case, you might need to take the initiative and reach out to them first. And, thinking about the Eight of Wands, I'm wondering if maybe your person is waiting for you to be more receptive to their advances. Like, maybe they've tried to reach out to you in the past, but you've been too busy or too distracted to notice. If that's the case, you might need to make an effort to be more open and available to them. So, putting all of that together, it's possible that the timing of their communication depends on you. They might be waiting for you to give them a sign, to invite them to a social event, or to be more receptive to their advances. If you want them to reach out to you sooner rather than later, you might need to take the initiative and make the first move. Okay, so that's another important consideration to keep in mind. The timing of their communication might depend on you and your actions. So, be mindful of the signals you're sending and be open to receiving their advances. Okay, one more thing I want to consider before we move on is the nature of their feelings. Like, how deep are their feelings for you? Are they just attracted to you, or are they truly in love with you? Let's explore that a little bit more. So, thinking about the Six of Wands again, I'm wondering if maybe your person is just attracted to your success and your accomplishments. Like, maybe they're impressed by your career, your social status, or your material possessions. If that's the case, their feelings might be more superficial than genuine. And, thinking about the Three of Cups, I'm wondering if maybe your person is just attracted to your fun-loving and outgoing personality. Like, maybe they enjoy spending time with you because you make them laugh and you bring them joy. If that's the case, their feelings might be more based on friendship than on romance. And, thinking about the Eight of Wands, I'm wondering if maybe your person is just feeling lustful or infatuated with you. Like, maybe they're just physically attracted to you and they're not really interested in getting to know you on a deeper level. If that's the case, their feelings might be fleeting and temporary. So, putting all of that together, it's possible that your person's feelings for you are not as deep or as genuine as you might hope. They might be more based on attraction, friendship, or lust than on true love. If that's the case, you might need to be cautious and realistic about your expectations. Okay, so that's another important consideration to keep in mind. The nature of their feelings might not be as deep or as genuine as you might hope. So be realistic about your expectations and don't get carried away by your own fantasies. Okay, I think we've really explored all the possibilities here. I feel like we've covered all the bases and we've considered all the different angles. So, I'm finally ready to move on to the next card and see what else the tarot has to say. Are you ready? I know I am. This is getting so juicy. Let's do it. This is awesome. Okay, this feels good. We've really dug into those cards. Before we pull another one, I just want to connect back to the Rose Quartz Angel energy because that's super important too. With the Rose Quartz being all about gentle affection, and this reading being themed around whispers of comfort, I think it's important to remember that whatever happens, it's going to be coming from a place of love and kindness. Even if your person is feeling a little bit confused or overwhelmed, their intentions are good and they genuinely care about you. So keep that in mind as we move forward and explore the rest of the reading. This is so exciting. It's like uncovering a secret, layer by layer. Okay, next card coming up. Okay, wow, okay, so that's interesting. We have the Nine of Swords. That's a pretty stark contrast to the Six of Wands, Three of Cups, and Eight of Wands, right? I mean, we were all like, yay, they think you're amazing, they want to celebrate with you, and they're gonna reach out ASAP. And now we have anxiety, sleepless nights, worry, what's going on? Okay, don't panic, don't panic. This doesn't necessarily negate everything we saw before. It just means there's another layer to the story. It means that, even with all those positive feelings, your person is also dealing with some serious anxiety right now. Okay, so let's breathe and dive into this Nine of Swords and see what's causing all this worry, okay? All right, Nine of Swords. This card is heavy, right? It's like lying awake at night, replaying every mistake you've ever made, imagining the worst possible outcomes, just a spiral of negative thoughts. So, immediately, this tells me that your person is in their head. Like, really in their head. They're overthinking everything. And honestly, maybe they are even overthinking the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, and the Eight of Wands. Maybe all that positivity is actually triggering their anxiety. Like, oh my God, she thinks I'm successful. What if I'm not successful enough? Oh my God, she wants to celebrate with me. What if I'm a terrible dancer? Oh my God, she wants me to reach out. What if I say the wrong thing? You know, it's like the higher the stakes, the more anxious they become. Maybe they're so excited by all the possibilities that they're terrified of messing it up. So, what are they so worried about? Well, one possibility is fear of rejection, right? I mean, even if they see you as this amazing, successful person, Six of Wands, and even if they want to celebrate with you, Three of Cups, and even if they're ready to reach out, Eight of Wands, there's still that nagging fear in the back of their mind. What if she doesn't feel the same way? What if she rejects me? What if I make a fool of myself? That fear of rejection can be paralyzing, right? It can keep you up at night, replaying every interaction, analyzing every word, trying to predict the future. And, you know, it's especially hard when you really, really like someone. The more you care, the more vulnerable you feel, and the more terrifying the prospect of rejection becomes. Another possibility is insecurity, right? Maybe they're comparing themselves to you and feeling like they don't measure up. Like, you're this successful, confident person, Six of Wands, and they're just them. Maybe they feel like they're not good enough for you, or that they don't have anything to offer. This is especially true if they're going through a tough time in their own life, like a career setback or a personal struggle. It's hard to feel confident and worthy when you're already feeling down on yourself. And seeing someone else succeed can sometimes amplify those feelings of inadequacy, even if you're genuinely happy for them. It could also be worry about messing things up, right? Like they finally have this opportunity to connect with you, Eight of Wands, and they're terrified of saying or doing the wrong thing. Maybe they're overthinking every text message, every phone call, every date plan. They want to make a good impression, they want to show you how much they care, but they're so afraid of screwing it up that they end up freezing. This is especially common if they have a history of making mistakes in relationships. They might be carrying around baggage from the past, and those old wounds can make them extra cautious and anxious in new situations. And you know what else? Maybe they're just generally an anxious person, right? Some people are just prone to worry. It's part of their personality, it's how their brains are wired. So, even if everything seems perfect on the surface, they might still find something to worry about. This doesn't mean they don't care about you, or that they're not excited about the possibility of a relationship. It just means they have to manage their anxiety in order to move forward. They might need to develop coping mechanisms, like meditation, therapy, or even just talking to a friend. It's important to be patient and understanding with them, and to let them know that you're there for them no matter what. Okay, so let's think about this in practical terms, right? Like maybe they're lying awake at night, replaying a conversation they had with you, wondering if they said the right thing. Maybe they're obsessively checking their phone, waiting for you to text them back, and panicking every time they don't hear from you right away. Maybe they're spending hours crafting the perfect message, only to delete it and start over because they're afraid it's not good enough. Maybe they're scared that the Eight of Wands energy of impulsively reaching out was a mistake and they should have waited. Also, with the Nine of Swords being a card of isolation, it's totally possible they're keeping these anxieties to themselves. They don't want to burden you with their worries, or they're afraid of scaring you away. So they might be putting on a brave face, pretending everything is fine, while secretly battling their own demons. This can be really tough, because it means you might not even know they're struggling. It's important to create a safe space where they feel comfortable opening up to you without feeling judged or criticized. And you know what else? This could also mean they're having nightmares about the relationship, right? Like, literally, they're dreaming about things going wrong. Maybe they're dreaming about you rejecting them, or about them messing things up, or about the relationship falling apart. Nightmares can be really unsettling because they tap into our deepest fears and insecurities. They can leave you feeling anxious and exhausted even after you wake up. So, if they're having nightmares, it's a sign that their anxiety is really intense. Maybe they are even having nightmares about the joy and celebration that the Three of Cups represents. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of self-compassion. Your person needs to be kind to themselves and to forgive themselves for their imperfections. They need to realize that everyone makes mistakes and that it's okay to be vulnerable. They need to stop beating themselves up over things they can't control and to focus on the present moment. Self-compassion is not about letting yourself off the hook. It's about treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they've had a bad experience in the past that's coloring their perception of this situation. Maybe they were rejected in a previous relationship, or maybe they were betrayed by someone they trusted. Those past experiences can leave scars, and they can make it hard to trust again. They might be projecting their past fears onto you, even if you've done nothing to deserve it. It's important to be aware of this possibility, and to be patient and understanding as they work through their issues. Maybe the Six of Wands makes them anxious, because the last time someone saw them as a prize or successful, it ended badly. Or, on the flip side, maybe they're afraid of hurting you, right? Maybe they're worried that they're not good enough for you, or that they'll let you down in some way. This is especially common if they have low self-esteem, or if they've made mistakes in past relationships. They might be so focused on not hurting you that they end up self-sabotaging the relationship. It's important to reassure them that you're not expecting them to be perfect, and that you're willing to work through any challenges together. Okay, so that's the Nine of Swords. Basically, your person is dealing with some serious anxiety right now. They're overthinking everything, they're fearing rejection, they're feeling insecure, and they're worried about messing things up. It's a lot to handle, but the good news is, awareness is the first step to healing. Now that we know what's going on, we can start to explore how to address it, and we can see how the Nine of Swords connects back to the other cards we pulled. So, let's do that right. Let's try and weave this Nine of Swords back into the story we've already started building, because, you know, tarot is all about seeing the connections between the cards. It's not just about looking at each card in isolation, it's about understanding how they all fit together to tell a complete story. Okay, so, thinking about the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, and the Eight of Wands, how does the Nine of Swords fit in? Well, one possibility is that the Six of Wands is actually contributing to their anxiety, right? Like we said before, they might be feeling pressure to live up to your expectations. they might be worried that they're not successful enough or that they don't have anything to offer you. They see that you see them as a victory, and the pressure to remain that victory is causing the anxiety. It's like the higher you climb, the further you have to fall. So, they might be feeling anxious about maintaining their success or about living up to your perception of them. This can be a really heavy burden to carry, especially if they're already prone to anxiety. And you know what else? Maybe the Three of Cups is also triggering their anxiety, right? Like we said before, they might be feeling jealous of your social life. They might be worried that they don't fit in with your friends or that they're not as fun or outgoing as you are. They see that you have this amazing group of friends and that you are loved, and they are worried they will mess it up. It's like everyone wants to be part of a winning team, but not everyone feels like they belong. So, they might be feeling anxious about integrating into your social circle or about measuring up to your friends. This can be a really tough challenge, especially if they're shy or introverted. Maybe they are also introverted and the idea of celebrating with a group is draining to them and triggers anxiety. And what about the Eight of Wands, right? Could that be contributing to their anxiety too? Absolutely. Like we said before, they might be feeling overwhelmed by their own feelings. They see you as a prize, and the fear of losing you is causing anxiety. Maybe they're not used to feeling this strongly about someone, and they're not sure how to handle it. They see you as someone they want to spend time with and build a relationship with, and that causes anxiety. It's like when things move too fast, it can be hard to keep up. So, they might be feeling anxious about the speed of the relationship or about the intensity of their own feelings. This can be a really confusing and overwhelming experience, especially if they're not used to dealing with such strong emotions. Maybe they think moving too fast can only lead to disaster, because that's what has happened in the past. Okay, so putting it all together, it's like the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, and the Eight of Wands are all creating this perfect storm of anxiety, right? They see you as successful, they want to celebrate with you, and they're ready to reach out. But all of those things are also triggering their deepest fears and insecurities. It's like they're caught between wanting to connect with you and being terrified of messing things up. This is a really tough situation to be in because they're pulled in two different directions. They want to move forward, but they're also afraid of getting hurt. They want to be close to you, but they're also afraid of letting you down. You know what else? Maybe they're also afraid of the future, right? Like, they're looking ahead and imagining all the things that could go wrong. Maybe they're worried about losing their job, or about getting sick, or about something else entirely. Whatever it is, they're projecting their fears onto the relationship, and it's making them anxious about the present moment. This is a really common pattern, especially for people who are prone to anxiety. They tend to catastrophize, to imagine the worst possible outcomes, and to let their fears control their actions. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of communication, right? Your person needs to be open and honest with you about their anxieties, and you need to be open and honest with them about your expectations. You both need to create a safe space where you can talk about your fears and insecurities without judgment. This is not always easy, but it's essential for building a strong and healthy relationship. You need to be able to trust each other, to support each other, and to be vulnerable with each other. This is how you overcome challenges together and how you create a bond that can withstand anything. They need to express the anxiety so that it doesn't come out in other ways. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they're also dealing with some past trauma, right? Like maybe they had a difficult childhood, or maybe they were in an abusive relationship. Those past experiences can leave deep scars, and they can make it hard to trust again. They might be projecting their past traumas onto you, even if you've done nothing to deserve it. It's important to be aware of this possibility and to be patient and understanding as they work through their issues. This might require professional help, like therapy or counseling. It's not always easy to overcome trauma on your own, and it's okay to ask for help. Or, on the flip side, maybe they're just being realistic, right? Maybe they're aware of the challenges of relationships, and they're not afraid to acknowledge the potential for things to go wrong. This doesn't mean they don't care about you, or that they're not committed to the relationship. It just means they're being practical and responsible. They know that relationships require effort, communication, and compromise, and they're willing to put in the work. They're not naive, they're not expecting everything to be perfect, and they're not afraid of facing challenges head-on. Okay, so that's how the Nine of Swords connects back to the other cards. It's adding a layer of complexity, it's revealing some hidden anxieties, and it's highlighting the importance of communication and self-compassion. It's not negating the previous positives, but it's showing us that the situation is not as simple as it seems. There's more going on beneath the surface, and it's important to be aware of it. But you know what? Let's not forget about the Rose Quartz angel energy, right? Because even with all this anxiety, there's still a foundation of gentle affection. And that's really important to remember. Like, even if your person is feeling insecure, even if they're fearing rejection, even if they're worried about messing things up, they still care about you. They still see you as successful, they still want to celebrate with you, and they're still ready to reach out. Their anxiety doesn't negate their feelings, it just complicates them. It makes it harder for them to express their feelings, but it doesn't change the fact that they're there. So, how can you help them deal with their anxiety? Well, one thing you can do is to be patient and understanding, right? Don't pressure them to move faster than they're comfortable with. Don't judge them for their fears and insecurities. Just listen to them, support them, and let them know that you're there for them, no matter what. Another thing you can do is to encourage them to practice self-compassion, right? Remind them that everyone makes mistakes and that it's okay to be vulnerable. Encourage them to forgive themselves for their imperfections and to focus on the present moment. Help them to see their strengths and accomplishments and to appreciate themselves for who they are. And you can also encourage them to communicate their feelings to you, right? Create a safe space where they feel comfortable opening up to you without feeling judged or criticized. Ask them questions, listen to their answers, and validate their emotions. Let them know that you're willing to work through any challenges together, and that you're committed to building a strong and healthy relationship. And you know what else? You can also practice self-care yourself, right? Because if you're constantly worried about their anxiety, you're going to burn yourself out. It's important to take care of your own needs, to set boundaries, and to prioritize your own well-being. This will not only help you to stay grounded and centered, but it will also help you to be a better partner to them. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of trust, right? Your person needs to trust you, and you need to trust them. You need to trust that they care about you, that they're committed to the relationship, and that they're willing to work through any challenges together. And they need to trust that you care about them, that you're not going to judge them for their anxieties, and that you're going to be there for them no matter what. Trust is the foundation of any strong and healthy relationship, and it's essential for overcoming anxiety. Now, I'm wondering if maybe the Rose Quartz angel energy is actually trying to heal their anxiety, right? Maybe the universe is sending you this person to help them overcome their fears and insecurities. Maybe your love and support will be the catalyst that helps them to finally heal from their past traumas. This is a beautiful and powerful possibility, because it means that your relationship has the potential to be transformative, not just for them, but for both of you. Or, on the flip side, maybe the Rose Quartz angel energy is trying to protect you from their anxiety, right? Maybe the universe is warning you that this relationship might be challenging, and that you need to be prepared to deal with their fears and insecurities. This is also a valuable message, because it allows you to make an informed decision about whether or not you're willing to take on this challenge. It's okay to say no, it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and it's okay to walk away from a situation that's not right for you. Okay, so that's how we can connect the Nine of Swords back to the Rose Quartz angel energy. It's a reminder that, even with all the anxiety, there's still a foundation of gentle affection. And it's an invitation to explore how you can use that love and kindness to help your person heal and grow. The anxiety might be about the rose quartz. Maybe this person has been hurt in love before, and that is the nightmare. Maybe they fear someone will hurt the rose quartz, and they don't want to lose that. Maybe, too, They are afraid of the responsibility of caring for someone else's heart. This is a lot, right? This is definitely a more complex picture than we were expecting. But that's okay, because life is complex, and relationships are complex, and people are complex. And the tarot is here to help us navigate those complexities, to understand ourselves and others better, and to make informed decisions about our lives. So, where does this leave us? Well, it leaves us with a clearer understanding of what your person is feeling, right? They're not just excited and attracted to you, they're also dealing with some serious anxiety. And that anxiety is likely connected to the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, and the Eight of Wands. It's like, the more they care about you, the more anxious they become. But it also leaves us with a sense of hope, right? Because even with all the anxiety, there's still a foundation of gentle affection. And that love and kindness has the potential to heal their wounds, to overcome their fears, and to create a strong and healthy relationship. Okay, so what's next? Well, we still have more cards to pull, right? And those cards are going to give us even more clarity about what's going on in their heart and mind. They're going to help us to understand their anxiety even better and to see how you can best support them. So, stay tuned, because we're about to pull another card. And I'm really excited to see what it is, because I have a feeling it's going to be really illuminating. This is getting so interesting. It's like peeling back the layers of an onion, one by one. Each card is revealing something new and important, and I can't wait to see what we discover next. I am thinking that with this rose quartz energy, though, we are on the right path, and the next card will give gentle affection. Okay, wow, here we go, and we have the moon. Okay, so the moon, this is a card about intuition, illusion, and the subconscious. It's about things that are hidden, things that aren't quite what they seem. It's about fears and anxieties that are lurking beneath the surface. So, right away, this tells me that there's more to this situation than meets the eye. It tells me that your person's feelings are complex and layered, and that they might not even be fully aware of what's going on inside themselves. This moon card tells me that the Nine of Swords runs deep. Okay, so, how does the moon connect to the Nine of Swords? Well, I think the moon is actually amplifying the Nine of Swords energy, right? It's like the Nine of Swords is the anxiety on the surface, but the moon is the deep-seated fear that's fueling it. The Nine of Swords is the worry, but the moon is the reason why they're so worried. Maybe, too, their worries are unfounded, as the moon can show illusions. Maybe the Nine of Swords is a misinterpretation of a situation, and that's where the moon comes in, showing that all might not be as it seems. So, what are they really afraid of? What hidden fears are lurking beneath the surface? Well, one possibility is fear of the unknown, right? I mean, the moon is all about the unknown. It's about things that are hidden in the shadows, things that you can't quite see or understand. So, maybe your person is afraid of what's going to happen in the future. Maybe they're afraid of what a relationship with you would look like. Maybe they're afraid of the changes it would bring to their life. It's like they're standing at the edge of a dark forest, and they don't know what's waiting for them inside. And that can be really scary, especially if they've been hurt in the past. I feel like this is especially amplified by the Rose Quartz Angel card, because it's like, what if something hurts this beautiful, gentle love? What if it is taken away? What if it is an illusion? Another possibility is fear of vulnerability, right? I mean, the moon is also about vulnerability. It's about exposing your true self, showing your flaws and imperfections, and letting someone see you for who you really are. And that can be really scary, especially if you've been betrayed or rejected in the past. Maybe your person is afraid of letting you see their true self. Maybe they're afraid of being judged or criticized. Maybe they're afraid of being hurt again. It's like they're wearing a mask to protect themselves, but they're also longing to take it off and be seen for who they really are. But it's scary to take off the mask and be vulnerable, because you never know what the other person will do with that vulnerability. It's a very hard thing to be brave enough to be seen. It could also be fear of intimacy, right? I mean, the moon is also about intimacy. It's about connecting with someone on a deep and meaningful level, sharing your thoughts and feelings, and building a bond of trust and understanding. And that can be really scary, especially if you've never experienced true intimacy before. Maybe your person is afraid of getting too close to you. Maybe they're afraid of losing their independence. Maybe they're afraid of being suffocated or controlled. It's like they're standing on the edge of a cliff and they're afraid of falling in love. It could be that they just don't feel worthy of that intimacy. The moon could mean they have an illusion that people don't want to be intimate with them. Or maybe they have been intimate with people in the past who have hurt them. And you know what else? Maybe they're just not being honest with themselves, right? I mean, the moon is all about illusions and deception. It's about things that aren't quite what they seem. So maybe your person is not being honest with themselves about their feelings for you. Maybe they're denying their attraction, or downplaying their emotions, or pretending that they don't care. They might feel like they're protecting themselves by acting like this. It's like they're wearing blinders to avoid seeing the truth. And that can be really damaging, because it prevents them from fully experiencing their emotions and from making conscious decisions about their life. Or maybe they are being honest with themselves, but they are afraid to be honest with you. That fear could be causing a lot of the anxiety from the Nine of Swords. Okay, so let's think about this in practical terms, right? Like maybe they're constantly analyzing your behavior, trying to figure out what you really think of them. Maybe they're reading into every text message, every phone call, every interaction, looking for hidden meanings or signs of rejection. And then, their fears are amplified because it's all in their head. Maybe they're creating scenarios in their head that just aren't even true. They are really creating anxiety for themselves based on illusions. Maybe they are even creating little stories that they aren't sharing with you because they are worried. Maybe they're hesitant to make plans because they're afraid of committing to something that might not work out. Maybe they're avoiding deep conversations because they're afraid of revealing too much about themselves. It's all these layers of anxiety and fear that they're building up because of things that might not even be real. The moon is all about the unknown, but sometimes we make up things that are way scarier than what's actually there. Also, with the moon being a card of the subconscious, it's totally possible that they're not even aware of these fears. They might be acting out of instinct, driven by emotions that they don't fully understand. This can be really frustrating because it means that they're not able to articulate what's going on inside themselves. It's like they're being controlled by forces beyond their conscious awareness. That's what the moon can do. It makes things so murky. And you know what else? This could also mean that they're idealizing you, right? Like, they're seeing you as this perfect, flawless being, and they're afraid of shattering that illusion. They might feel like they need to live up to your expectations, or that they need to constantly be impressing you. This can be a lot of pressure, because it's impossible to be perfect all the time. Maybe they're even seeing the success from the Six of Wands as something unattainable, and they can't possibly measure up. They might not see the real you, but they see who they think you are, and the moon makes that an illusion. Maybe they are afraid that if they really saw you, they wouldn't even like you. Maybe they're afraid you wouldn't like them either. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of self-awareness. Your person needs to take some time to explore their inner world, to understand their fears and anxieties, and to identify the root causes of their insecurities. This might involve journaling, meditation, therapy, or simply spending some time alone in quiet contemplation. It's about getting to know themselves on a deeper level and becoming more conscious of their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they've had a past experience that's casting a shadow on this situation, right? Like, maybe they were hurt in a previous relationship, or maybe they were betrayed by someone they trusted. Those past experiences can create deep wounds, and they can make it hard to trust again. They might be projecting their past fears onto you, even if you've done nothing to deserve it. It's important to be aware of this possibility and to be patient and understanding as they work through their issues. The moon makes it very important to try and learn more about their history, because that could very well be informing their fears right now. Or, on the flip side, maybe they're afraid of hurting you, right? Maybe they're worried that they're not good enough for you, or that they'll let you down in some way. This is especially common if they have low self-esteem or if they've made mistakes in past relationships. They might be so focused on not hurting you that they end up self-sabotaging the relationship. It's important to reassure them that you're not expecting them to be perfect and that you're willing to work through any challenges together. The moon could be about the fear of hurting you. Maybe that is the illusion. Maybe they are afraid that they are a bad person, deep down, and the moon is there to illuminate that fear. Okay, so that's the moon. Basically, your person is dealing with some deep-seated fears and anxieties that are affecting their feelings for you. They might be afraid of the unknown, afraid of vulnerability, afraid of intimacy, or not being honest with themselves. It's a complex situation, and it requires a lot of self-awareness and understanding. But also, it requires you to be understanding, too. With the Rose Quartz Angel theme, you are meant to approach this with love. So, let's try and weave the moon back into the story we've already started building, okay? Because, tarot is all about seeing the connections between the cards. It's not just about looking at each card in isolation. It's about understanding how they all fit together to tell a complete story. Okay, so, thinking about the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, the Eight of Wands, and the Nine of Swords, how does the moon fit in? Well, one possibility is that the moon is actually influencing their perception of your success, right? Like with the Six of Wands, we said that they see you as successful and accomplished. But maybe the moon is making them question that perception. Maybe they're wondering if your success is real or if it's just a facade. Maybe they're wondering if you're truly happy or if you're just putting on a show for the world. It's like they're seeing you through a distorted lens and they're not sure what to believe. They might even wonder if your success is why they are interested in you. They might wonder if the success is all you care about. And you know what else? Maybe the moon is also affecting their desire to celebrate with you, right? Like with the Three of Cups, we said that they want to connect with you on a deeper level and share in your joy. But maybe the moon is making them hesitant to do that. Maybe they're afraid of getting too close or of being vulnerable. Maybe they're afraid of being rejected or hurt. It's like they're longing to join the party, but they're also afraid of being left out in the cold. They might wonder if you really want them there or if you are just being polite. They might feel like you would rather celebrate with other people. And what about their eagerness to connect with you, right? With the Eight of Wands, we said that they're ready to reach out and make a move. But maybe the moon is making them second-guess that decision. Maybe they're wondering if they're good enough for you, or if they have anything to offer. Maybe they're afraid of ruining things or of making a mistake. It's like they're poised to take action, but they're also paralyzed by fear. They might think that if they reach out, you will see the real them and not like what you see. Okay, so putting it all together, it's like the moon is casting a shadow over the entire situation, right? It's making them question their perceptions, doubt their feelings, and hesitate to take action. It's creating a sense of uncertainty and confusion that's making it hard for them to move forward. With the Nine of Swords already there, the moon is really creating a difficult situation in their head. They might even know it's irrational, but the moon makes them feel like it is real. You know what else? Maybe the moon is also highlighting some unresolved issues from their past, right? Like, maybe they had a difficult childhood, or maybe they were in an abusive relationship. Those past experiences can create deep wounds, and they can make it hard to trust again. They might be projecting their past traumas onto you, even if you've done nothing to deserve it. It's important to be aware of this possibility and to be patient and understanding as they work through their issues. The moon brings things from the past to the surface. So, whatever trauma they experienced in the past, the moon is saying that they need to face it. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of intuition, right? Your person needs to trust their gut feelings and to pay attention to their inner voice. They need to learn to differentiate between their fears and their intuition and to make decisions based on what feels right, rather than what feels safe. This is not always easy, but it's essential for navigating the complexities of relationships. The moon calls for the need to really listen to your inner self and what it needs. Now, I'm wondering if maybe the Rose Quartz Angel energy is actually trying to illuminate these hidden fears, right? Maybe the universe is sending you this person to help them confront their demons and to heal their wounds. Maybe your love and support will be the catalyst that helps them to finally break free from their past. This is a beautiful and powerful possibility, because it means that your relationship has the potential to be transformative, not just for them, but for both of you. The love is there with the rose quartz angel, but the moon is obscuring it with fear. The rose quartz angel theme is about confronting darkness with light, and the moon is asking them to do that. Or, on the flip side, maybe the rose quartz angel energy is trying to warn you about the potential challenges of this relationship, right? Maybe the universe is telling you that this person is carrying a lot of baggage, and that you need to be prepared to deal with their fears and insecurities. This is also a valuable message, because it allows you to make an informed decision about whether or not you're willing to take on this challenge. It's okay to say no, it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and it's okay to walk away from a situation that's not right for you. You can only help them if they want help, and you can't force it if they don't. The rose quartz angel reminds you to love them, but you also need to love yourself. Okay, so that's how we can connect the moon back to the rose quartz angel energy. It's a reminder that, even with all the fear and uncertainty, there's still a foundation of gentle affection. And it's an invitation to explore how you can use that love and kindness to help your person heal and grow, or to protect yourself if that's what you need to do. It all comes down to being honest with yourself and making a decision that feels right for you. So, how can you help them navigate these murky waters? Well, one thing you can do is to create a safe and supportive space for them to express their fears, right? Let them know that you're there to listen without judgment, and that you're not going to pressure them to do anything they're not comfortable with. Encourage them to be honest with themselves and with you about their feelings, even if it's scary. Remind them that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness, and that it's okay to ask for help. This also circles back to the rose quartz angel theme, because you are meant to show them love. Another thing you can do is to be patient and understanding, right? Don't expect them to overcome their fears overnight. Don't get frustrated if they're hesitant to make plans or if they're constantly second-guessing themselves. Just be there for them, offer your support, and let them know that you're not going anywhere. That rose quartz angel is all about the gentle affection, and that is what they need. And you can also encourage them to seek professional help, right? If their fears and anxieties are overwhelming, or if they're struggling to cope on their own, therapy or counseling can be incredibly beneficial. A therapist can help them to identify the root causes of their insecurities, to develop coping mechanisms, and to build healthier relationship patterns. There is no shame in going to therapy. The rose quartz angel can't do it all, and a professional can help them learn to cope. And you know what else? You can also practice self-care, right? Because if you're constantly focused on their fears and anxieties, you're going to burn yourself out. It's important to take care of your own needs, to set boundaries, and to prioritize your own well-being. This will not only help you to stay grounded and centered, but it will also help you to be a better partner to them. The rose quartz angel cares about you too, so don't forget to show yourself some love. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of trust, right? Your person needs to trust you, and you need to trust them. You need to trust that they're being honest with you about their feelings and that they're committed to working through their issues. And they need to trust that you care about them, that you're not going to judge them for their fears, and that you're going to be there for them no matter what. Trust is the foundation of any strong and healthy relationship, and it's essential for navigating the complexities of the moon. And you can only get to trust if they are honest with you about their fears. If they can be honest, then that can build a strong relationship. Now, I'm wondering if maybe the moon is actually a test, right? Maybe the universe is throwing this challenge at you to see if you're strong enough to handle it. Maybe it's a test of your love, your patience, and your commitment. If you can pass this test, you'll emerge stronger and more resilient than ever before. But if you fail, you might end up repeating the same patterns in future relationships. It's all about what you learn from this experience and how you choose to respond. The rose quartz angel is guiding you, so trust yourself and trust your gut. Or, on the flip side, maybe the moon is a sign that this relationship is not meant to be, right? Maybe the universe is showing you that this person is not ready for a healthy and fulfilling relationship, and that you're better off moving on. This is not always an easy message to hear, but it's important to listen to your intuition and to honor your own needs. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to walk away. The Rose Quartz Angel wants you to have a gentle and loving relationship, and if this isn't it, that is okay. Okay, so that's how we can connect the moon back to everything else we've seen so far. It's adding a layer of complexity, revealing some hidden fears, and highlighting the importance of self-awareness, intuition, and trust. It's a challenging card, but it also offers an opportunity for growth and transformation. It's all about how you choose to respond and what you learn from the experience. So, where does this leave us? Well, it leaves us with a much deeper understanding of what your person is feeling, right? They're not just excited and attracted to you, they're also dealing with some deep-seated fears and anxieties that are affecting their perception of the entire situation. They are definitely not being honest with themselves about what they are actually concerned about. And the fact that you don't even know what is truly wrong is definitely a problem, too. You may not even know that there is a problem. The Nine of Swords might be there, in their head, without you even knowing. But it also leaves us with a sense of hope, right? Because, even with all the fear and uncertainty, there's still a foundation of gentle affection. And that love and kindness has the potential to heal their wounds, to overcome their fears, and to create a strong and healthy relationship. The Rose Quartz Angel is still there to guide you to the right answer. Okay, so what's next? Well, we still have one more card to pull, right? And that card is going to give us even more clarity about what's going on in their heart and mind. It's going to help us to understand how this is all going to shake out and what you need to do to move forward. I am so excited to see what's next because I need to know how this ends. Is it going to be a beautiful ending, or is it a gentle goodbye? So, stay tuned because we're about to pull the final card. And I'm really excited to see what it is, because I have a feeling it's going to be the key to unlocking this entire puzzle. This has been such a roller coaster of emotions, and I can't wait to see how it all comes together in the end. This is getting so intense. I just hope we get some clarity in this last card, because this is a lot, and I want to make sure you have all the information you need to make the best decision for yourself. Here we go, deep breath, and let's do it. Okay, so here we go. Drum roll, please. And the final card is the Page of Wands. Okay, so after all that heavy energy, the Moon and the Nine of Swords, it's like, what does the Page of Wands even mean in this context? Is it a good sign? Is it a bad sign? Is it just neutral? Well, the Page of Wands in general is a card of new beginnings, inspiration, and enthusiasm. It's about exploring your passions, taking risks, and embracing new opportunities. It's that feeling of excitement and possibility that comes with starting something new, you know? Like when you have a brilliant idea and you can't wait to bring it to life. Or when you're about to embark on a new adventure and you're filled with anticipation. So, like, on the surface, it seems pretty positive, right? Like, maybe this person's anxiety is finally lifting, and they're ready to embrace a new beginning with you. But with the Nine of Swords and the Moon still hanging around, I think there's more to it than that. I think the Page of Wands is actually adding another layer of complexity to the situation. So, how does the Page of Wands connect to everything else we've seen so far? Well, one possibility is that the page is actually representing their initial feelings for you, right? Like, back when they first started developing feelings for you, they were probably filled with excitement and enthusiasm. They saw you as someone who was inspiring and intriguing, and they couldn't wait to get to know you better. That would tie in with the Six of Wands and the Three of Cups, because they saw you as successful and fun, and they wanted to be a part of your world. The Page of Wands feels all new and shiny. But it could also mean that they are seeing you as someone new, and this is that first flush of excitement again. But then, as they started to get closer to you, all those fears and anxieties started to creep in, right? The Nine of Swords started to take over, and they started overthinking everything, worrying about rejection, and feeling insecure. And the Moon just amplified those fears, making them question their perceptions and doubt their feelings. So now, with the Page of Wands showing up again, it's like they're trying to recapture that initial spark of excitement, but they're still being held back by their fears. It's like They want to embrace this new beginning with you, but they're afraid of getting hurt. It's like this is a new excitement they are trying to nurture through the anxiety. You know what else? Maybe the Page of Wands is actually representing a new approach they're trying to take, right? Like, maybe they've realized that their anxiety is holding them back, and they're trying to be more open-minded and optimistic. They might be trying to push themselves out of their comfort zone, to take risks, and to embrace new opportunities, even though it's scary. This would tie in with the Eight of Wands, because they're still feeling that urge to connect with you and move things forward. But because of the moon, they are not sure if they can actually move forward. They might feel like they are putting on an act, and the Page of Wands is just a show. They may try to be enthusiastic, but it isn't really them. Or maybe it is them, but they are just afraid of it. But they're still struggling with those deep-seated fears and insecurities, right? The moon is still there, reminding them of all the things that could go wrong. So it's like they're trying to be brave and optimistic, but they're also constantly battling their own inner demons. They want to be someone new, and the page is like a mask they are wearing. Okay, so let's think about this in practical terms, right? Like, maybe they're trying to be more playful and spontaneous when they're around you. Maybe they're suggesting fun activities or adventures that they normally wouldn't be interested in. Maybe they're trying to be more flirtatious and engaging, even though they're secretly terrified of saying the wrong thing. Maybe they will even suggest something that doesn't quite fit them, like a hike, when they don't like hiking. Or maybe they will suggest going to see a movie they would hate. They are trying to impress you, and the Page of Wands is their way of trying to show you that. It's like they are trying to play a role, and it isn't really them. Also, with the Page of Wands being a card of creativity, it's totally possible that they're trying to express their feelings for you through some kind of artistic medium, right? Like maybe they're writing you a poem, or painting you a picture, or creating a playlist of songs that remind them of you. Maybe they are bad at art, but they are trying anyway. They just want to show you, through the Page of Wands' youthful energy, that they really care. But because of the Nine of Swords, they are afraid to show you this art. They are worried that you will hate it, and that they are not good enough. They might even be spending a lot of time on it and making it perfect because of their anxiety. But that's also scary, right? Because putting yourself out there creatively can be really vulnerable. You're exposing your inner self, and you're opening yourself up to criticism and rejection. Maybe that is why it is taking so long. And you know what else? This could also mean that they're trying to learn more about your interests and passions, right? Like, maybe they're asking you a lot of questions about your hobbies, your work, your dreams, and your goals. Maybe they're reading books or watching movies that you've recommended. It's like they're trying to connect with you on a deeper level by immersing themselves in your world. But the moon is stopping them from really learning. They aren't being authentic, and they are just trying to impress you. Maybe they are even lying and saying that they have read something they haven't, or that they like something they don't. The moon makes them into a liar, even if they don't mean to be. And that could be because they are afraid of what you think. Maybe the fact that you are successful with the Six of Wands is making them think they need to research you to get to your level. It's all an illusion, though, because that isn't what you want. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of authenticity, right? Your person needs to be true to themselves and to express their feelings in a way that feels genuine and natural. They can't try to be someone they're not or to force a connection that isn't there. They need to let their true self shine through, even if it's scary. It's a problem that the moon is blocking that, though, because they aren't able to be their true selves. They really do need to take off the mask, but they are too afraid. The Page of Wands is just a superficial version of them. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they're trying to reignite their own passions and interests, right? Like, maybe they've been feeling stuck in a rut lately, and they're trying to find something that excites them and inspires them again. This could involve taking a class, starting a new hobby, or simply spending more time doing things they love. The Page of Wands needs to take that energy and find something they love. This could be positive, because it could show that they are trying to find something that makes them happy. But it also could be bad, because it could show that they are trying to find something that makes them happy without you. They might be afraid of getting into a relationship, and that is why they are trying to find something else to focus on. They are trying to avoid the scary feeling of intimacy. Or, on the flip side, maybe they're afraid of committing to a relationship because they're afraid of losing their independence, right? The Page of Wands is very independent. They are afraid that a relationship will take away their freedom and their ability to pursue their own interests and passions. This is a really common fear, especially for people who are used to being single. They're worried that they'll have to compromise too much, that they'll lose their sense of self, or that they'll end up feeling trapped and suffocated. This all goes back to the moon, too, because they aren't being honest about how they feel with themselves. Okay, so that's the Page of Wands. Basically, your person is trying to embrace a new beginning, but they're still being held back by their fears and insecurities. They might be trying to recapture their initial excitement, adopt a new approach, express their feelings creatively, learn more about your interests, or reignite their own passions. But they need to be authentic and true to themselves, and they need to address those deep-seated fears in order to move forward. It's like they are trapped between the youthful energy of the Page and the terrifying anxiety of the Moon and the Nine of Swords. They are not sure how to get out. And it goes back to that rose quartz angel theme, too, because they need that love. They really need that gentle affection, and that might be the key to helping them unlock those fears. They also have to be the one to do it, and you can't force them to. So, let's try and weave the Page of Wands back into the story we've already started building, okay? Because, tarot is all about seeing the connections between the cards. It's not just about looking at each card in isolation. It's about understanding how they all fit together to tell a complete story. Okay, so, thinking about the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, the Eight of Wands, the Nine of Swords, and the Moon, how does the Page of Wands fit in? Well, one possibility is that the Page of Wands is actually highlighting the contrast between their perception of you and their perception of themselves, right? The Six of Wands is all about seeing you as successful and accomplished, but the Page of Wands is all about them feeling like they're just starting out, like they're not good enough yet. This could be contributing to their anxiety and insecurity because they feel like they have to measure up to your standards. They might not see themselves as a success, and the Page of Wands is reminding them of that. You know what else? Maybe the Page of Wands is also emphasizing their desire to connect with you on a more personal level, right? The Three of Cups is all about celebrating with you and sharing in your joy, but the Page of Wands is all about them wanting to get to know you better, to explore your interests and passions, to build a deeper connection. They might be trying to find common ground with you, to discover shared interests, to create a bond that goes beyond just surface-level fun. But because of the Moon, they aren't sure how to do that. And what about the Eight of Wands, the desire to connect quickly? Maybe the Page of Wands is telling them to slow down. The Eight of Wands is so fast, and maybe they need to take their time and not rush into anything. They need to be honest with themselves, and they need to be honest with you. And what about the anxiety of the Nine of Swords? Maybe the Page of Wands is telling them to just try to relax. Take it easy, have fun, don't let the anxiety control you. But it's hard to do when that anxiety is so strong. And the Moon, the Page of Wands might be just a performance because of the illusion of the Moon. They aren't being real. They are just trying to be someone they are not. They want you to like them, and they are afraid that you won't. So they are creating a fake version of themselves. Okay, so, putting it all together, it's like the Page of Wands is adding a layer of hope and optimism to the situation, but it's also highlighting the challenges they're facing. They want to connect with you, but they're afraid of getting hurt. They want to be authentic, but they're afraid of being rejected. They want to embrace a new beginning, but they're being held back by their fears and insecurities. The rose quartz angel is like a little light at the end of the tunnel. It's a reminder that love and kindness are still possible, even in the midst of all this fear and uncertainty. You know what else? Maybe the Page of Wands is actually a message for you, right? Maybe it's telling you to be patient and understanding with this person. Maybe it's telling you to be supportive and encouraging. Maybe it's telling you to create a safe space where they feel comfortable opening up and being vulnerable. You are the rose quartz angel here, so you need to show them that gentle love and kindness. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of self-acceptance, right? Your person needs to accept themselves for who they are, flaws and all. They need to stop comparing themselves to you or to anyone else and to focus on their own unique strengths and qualities. They need to learn to love themselves, even when they're feeling anxious or insecure. This is so important. They need to love themselves, and they need to know that you love them too. You need to show them that you love them and that you accept them for who they are. Now, I'm wondering if maybe the rose quartz angel energy is actually guiding you to help this person heal their wounds, right? You are meant to be a gentle guide. Maybe the universe is sending you this person to help them overcome their fears and insecurities. Maybe your love and support will be the catalyst that helps them to finally break free from their past and embrace a brighter future. This is a beautiful and powerful possibility because it means that your relationship has the potential to be transformative, not just for them, but for both of you. Or, on the flip side, maybe the rose quartz angel energy is warning you that this relationship is going to be challenging, right? Maybe the universe is telling you that this person is carrying a lot of baggage and that you need to be prepared to deal with their fears and insecurities. This is also a valuable message because it allows you to make an informed decision about whether or not you're willing to take on this challenge. It's okay to say no, it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and it's okay to walk away from a situation that's not right for you. That rose quartz angel is loving, but it is also saying that you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. Okay, so that's how we can connect the Page of Wands back to everything else we've seen so far. It's adding a layer of complexity, but it's also offering a glimmer of hope. It's all about how you choose to respond and what you learn from the experience. So, what does all of this mean for you? Well, it means that you need to be aware of what's going on in your person's heart and mind, right? They're not just excited and attracted to you, they're also dealing with some deep-seated fears and anxieties that are affecting their perception of the entire situation. You may not even be aware of it. You need to be patient and understanding, supportive and encouraging. You need to create a safe space where they feel comfortable opening up and being vulnerable. That rose quartz angel requires that of you. And most importantly, you need to trust your intuition and to honor your own needs. This is a challenging situation, and it's not going to be easy. But if you're willing to put in the work, it could be incredibly rewarding. Okay, so that's the reading. I'm so curious to see what happens next. But remember, this is just a snapshot of their current feelings. Things can change, and the future is always unwritten. I am so excited to see what this means. We have one more card to pull, and that will be the answer. I can't wait. Okay, wow, alright, so. The Devil, okay, that's intense, right? I mean, after all that, like Page of Wands energy, trying to be optimistic and embrace a new beginning, we get the Devil. Okay, this is definitely a wake-up call. This isn't just about some minor anxieties or insecurities. This is about something deeper, something more. Binding, okay, so the Devil card. What does it even mean in this context? Well, the Devil is all about restriction and materialism and dependence and seeing the worst in people and negative thoughts and basically like feeling trapped. It's about being chained to something, whether it's a person, a habit, a belief, or a fear. It's about feeling like you're not in control of your own life, like you're being driven by something darker, something more primal. So, like, immediately, this tells me that your person is feeling trapped in some way. They might feel trapped in their own thoughts, trapped in their own fears, or trapped in a situation that they can't seem to escape. And honestly, with the Nine of Swords and the Moon already in the mix, this isn't totally surprising, right? I mean, we already knew they were dealing with some heavy stuff. But the Devil just takes it to a whole new level. It suggests that these fears and anxieties aren't just passing feelings, they're deeply ingrained patterns that are controlling their life. Okay, so what are they so chained to? Well, one possibility is fear itself, right? I mean, we already know they're dealing with a lot of anxiety, Nine of Swords, and hidden fears, the Moon. But the Devil suggests that this fear has become an obsession, a constant companion that's dictating their choices and limiting their potential. They might be so afraid of getting hurt, of being rejected, of failing, that they're actually sabotaging their own happiness. They might be pushing you away, creating distance, or acting in ways that are ultimately self-destructive. It's like they're so afraid of the darkness that they're creating it themselves. They are literally chained to the idea of everything that can go wrong. This is a really difficult card, and it is a problem on top of a problem. Another possibility is limiting beliefs, right? The devil is all about being chained to certain toxic and negative beliefs. Maybe they have some deeply ingrained beliefs about themselves, about relationships, or about the world that are holding them back. Maybe they believe that they're not good enough, that they don't deserve love, or that they're destined to be alone. These beliefs can be incredibly powerful, shaping their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors without them even realizing it. They might be unconsciously seeking out situations that confirm these beliefs, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of misery and isolation. It's like they're wearing these invisible chains that are preventing them from seeing their own worth and potential. The devil is all about negative thought patterns, too. Maybe there are chains related to that Six of Wands energy. They might believe that the only thing that matters is success, and they need to be successful all the time, no matter what. Or maybe they believe that they need to be perfect in order to be loved, and they're constantly striving to meet impossible standards. These limiting beliefs can be incredibly damaging because they prevent them from accepting themselves for who they are and from living a life that's authentic and fulfilling. Maybe, too, the Three of Cups is something they are chained to. Maybe they feel like they always need to be with people, and they can't be happy on their own. They might not be able to be happy with one person because they are addicted to that group energy. The devil is here to show them this and break free from it. It could also be a person or a situation, right? The devil is a bondage card and can represent a situation that keeps one chained in a bad and toxic situation. Maybe they're in a relationship that's unhealthy or abusive, but they feel like they can't leave. Or maybe they're stuck in a job that they hate, but they're afraid of taking a risk and pursuing something new. Or maybe there's someone from their past who still has a hold on them, someone who's manipulating them or controlling them in some way. Whatever it is, they feel like they're not free to make their own choices, like they're being controlled by someone or something outside of themselves. Even though we're talking about their feelings for you, the Rose Quartz Angel pile, the devil is all about what is going on internally. It's a scary card. And you know what else? Maybe they're just addicted to the drama, right? The devil can also represent addiction, not just to substances, but also to certain patterns of behavior. Maybe they thrive on chaos, on conflict, on emotional intensity. Maybe they're unconsciously creating drama in their life because it makes them feel alive, even if it's ultimately damaging. They might be pushing people away, starting arguments, or sabotaging relationships just to create that familiar sense of turmoil. It's like they're addicted to the roller coaster, even though it's making them sick. This might tie into that Eight of Wands energy too. They might like the fast pace of everything, but it is just a manic energy. They are making bad decisions because they are addicted to a feeling. Okay, so let's think about this in practical terms, right? Like, maybe they're constantly checking your social media, obsessively monitoring your online activity, looking for signs that you're losing interest or that you're seeing someone else. The Page of Wands wants to be playful on social media, but the devil has them constantly checking, constantly worried. Maybe they're interrogating you about your past relationships, digging for dirt, trying to find reasons to be jealous or insecure. This is the devil making them see the worst in everything, because it is all out of fear. The moon is only making them more insecure. Maybe they're constantly testing you, pushing your buttons, trying to see how much you'll tolerate before you walk away. This is that self-sabotage because they don't believe they deserve love. Maybe they are trying to get you to leave because they are afraid of the commitment. The devil is making them see that they don't deserve the Rose Quartz Angel's love. Also, with the devil being a card of materialism, it's totally possible that they're focusing on superficial things like your appearance, your status, or your possessions, rather than on your inner qualities and your genuine connection. Maybe they're trying to impress you with their wealth or their accomplishments, hoping that it will make them more attractive or desirable. This could be related to that Six of Wands energy, because that could just be a superficial attraction. But it isn't about caring for you as a person. And you know what else? This could also mean that they're engaging in some kind of self-destructive behavior, right? Like, maybe they're drinking too much, or using drugs, or engaging in reckless sexual activity. Maybe they're neglecting their health, their finances, or their responsibilities. This is all a way of numbing their pain, of escaping their fears, of rebelling against the limitations they feel in their life. The devil can mean they are trapped in a cycle of self-destruction, and they need to break out of it to care about themselves. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of self-awareness, right? Your person needs to recognize that they're trapped, that they're being controlled by their fears and insecurities, and that they have the power to break free. They need to identify the chains that are binding them, whether they're limiting beliefs, toxic relationships, or addictive behaviors, and they need to start taking steps to dismantle them. This is not an easy process. It requires courage, honesty, and a willingness to confront their deepest demons. But it's the only way to reclaim their freedom and live a life that's authentic and fulfilling. Now, I'm wondering if maybe they're projecting their own shadow onto you, right? The devil is all about the shadow self, the dark side of our personality that we try to hide from the world. Maybe they're seeing their own flaws and insecurities in you, and they're criticizing you or judging you for things that they're actually struggling with themselves. This is a defense mechanism, a way of avoiding their own pain by projecting it onto someone else. It's important to be aware of this possibility and to not take their criticisms too personally. It's more about them than it is about you. Or, on the flip side, maybe they're idealizing you, right? The devil can also represent obsession, a fixation on someone or something that's not healthy or realistic. Maybe they're putting you on a pedestal, seeing you as perfect or flawless, and they're terrified of losing you or of disappointing you in some way. This can be a lot of pressure, because it's impossible to live up to someone's idealized image. It's important to gently bring them back down to earth and to remind them that you're just human with your own flaws and imperfections. Okay, so that's the devil. Basically, your person is feeling trapped by their own fears, limiting beliefs, or addictive behaviors. They might be projecting their shadow onto you, idealizing you, or engaging in self-destructive patterns. It's a complex situation, and it requires a lot of self-awareness and a willingness to break free from the chains that are binding them. So, let's try and weave the devil back into the story we've already started building, okay? Because, tarot is all about seeing the connections between the cards. It's not just about looking at each card in isolation. It's about understanding how they all fit together to tell a complete story. Okay, so, thinking about the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, the Eight of Wands, the Nine of Swords, the Moon, and now the Devil, how does this all connect? Well, one possibility is that the devil is actually revealing the dark side of their desire for success, right? Like, with the Six of Wands, we said that they see you as successful and accomplished. But maybe the devil is showing that their desire for success is actually driven by fear, by a need to prove themselves, or by a desire for external validation. They might be so focused on achieving success that they're neglecting their relationships, their health, or their own happiness. They're chained to the idea of success, and it isn't healthy. And you know what else? Maybe the devil is also highlighting the potential for the Three of Cups to become a source of unhealthy dependence, right? Like with the Three of Cups, we said that they want to connect with you on a deeper level and share in your joy. But maybe the devil is showing that they're relying on you or on others to provide them with happiness, rather than finding it within themselves. They might be clinging to relationships out of fear of being alone, or they might be seeking constant validation from others in order to feel good about themselves. The devil is all about being chained to other people, because they are trying to get their personal validation. And what about that Eight of Wands, the need to connect so quickly? That might be a way to chain someone to them. The devil might be making them want to latch on and trap you. So, putting it all together, it's like the devil is showing the potential for all these positive desires to become twisted and distorted by fear, insecurity, and a lack of self-awareness. It's a reminder that even the most well-intentioned desires can become a source of suffering if they're not grounded in self-love and authenticity. And with the moon there, they might not even realize they are doing this. The moon is keeping them in the dark. This also makes me think about the Page of Wands and how this youthful energy is misplaced because of the devil. They are trying to be someone they are not, to chain someone to them or to have someone like them. It all goes back to being trapped and bound by their negative feelings and addictions. You know what else? Maybe the devil is also highlighting some unresolved issues from their past, right? Like, maybe they had a difficult childhood, or maybe they were in an abusive relationship. Those past experiences can create deep wounds, and they can make it hard to trust again. They might be projecting their past traumas onto you, even if you've done nothing to deserve it. It's important to be aware of this possibility and to be patient and understanding as they work through their issues. I also feel like this card is highlighting the importance of setting boundaries right. Your person needs to learn to say no, to protect their own energy, and to not allow others to take advantage of them. They need to establish clear boundaries in their relationships, in their work, and in all areas of their life. This is not about being selfish or unkind. It's about honoring their own needs and priorities and creating a life that's sustainable and fulfilling. Now, I'm wondering if maybe the Rose Quartz angel energy is actually challenging them to break free from these chains, right? The Rose Quartz angel is all about pure and gentle love, so maybe you are supposed to show them the way out of this dark place. Maybe the universe is sending you this person to help them confront their demons and to heal their wounds. Maybe your love and support will be the catalyst that helps them to finally break free from their past and embrace a brighter future. This is a beautiful and powerful possibility, because it means that your relationship has the potential to be transformative, not just for them, but for both of you. Or, on the flip side, maybe the Rose Quartz angel energy is warning you about the potential dangers of this relationship, right? Maybe the universe is telling you that this person is carrying a lot of baggage and that you need to be prepared to deal with their destructive patterns. Maybe their chains are too heavy and there is nothing you can do. This is also a valuable message because it allows you to make an informed decision about whether or not you're willing to take on this challenge. It's okay to say no, it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and it's okay to walk away from a situation that's not right for you. Okay, so that's how we can connect the devil back to everything else we've seen so far. It's adding a layer of intensity, revealing some dark patterns, and highlighting the importance of self-awareness, boundaries, and the potential for both transformation and danger. So, what does all of this mean for you, Rose Quartz Angel? Well, it means that you need to be extremely cautious, right? This person is not just dealing with some minor insecurities. They're grappling with some deep-seated issues that could potentially damage your relationship. You need to be aware of their patterns, to set clear boundaries, and to not allow yourself to be manipulated or controlled. It means you need to be aware of what could go wrong, and if you are willing to possibly sacrifice your own well-being. You need to be honest with yourself about what you're willing to tolerate, and to not be afraid to walk away if things get too toxic or damaging. But it also means that there's the potential for something truly beautiful and transformative to emerge, right? If this person is willing to confront their demons, to break free from their chains, and to embrace a life that's grounded in self-love and authenticity, then your relationship could be a catalyst for profound healing and growth. You could be the person who helps them to see their own worth, to break free from their past, and to create a future that's filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. Okay, so that's the reading for now, but there is more to discover. But here's the thing, though, Rose Quartz Angel, this is just a snapshot of their current feelings. Things can change, and the future is always unwritten. What's most important is that you stay true to yourself, that you honor your own needs, and that you don't allow anyone to dim your light. With the gentle kindness of the Rose Quartz Angel, you can't let them chain you to their darkness. This has been such a journey, and there are no cards left to pull after this. Good luck. Oh my gosh, okay, wow. I know the devil, right? Like after all that buildup, all that excitement, all that potential. The devil, it's a lot. It's like, whoa, okay, reality check. But hey, don't freak out, okay? Don't let this card scare you. Remember, tarot isn't about predicting doom and gloom, it's about understanding the energies at play and making informed choices. And honestly, sometimes the scariest cards are the most helpful because they shine a light on things we might not want to see, but things we need to see. And let's get back to that rose quartz, okay? Remember that angel is there for you. So, yeah, the devil. It's heavy, I know. It's like this person, who you thought was maybe heading towards something amazing with you, is actually wrestling with some serious inner demons. And it's not just like a little insecurity, it's some big, old, gnarly chains that they are possibly, maybe, dragging around, whether they know it or not. Okay, so what does this even mean for you and them? Well, it means that, first of all, those initial feelings, the Six of Wands, the Three of Cups, the Eight of Wands, all that stuff, it's not a lie. They do see you as successful, they do want to connect with you, they do feel that initial spark of excitement. But, and this is a big but, they're also carrying a lot of baggage. They have this shadow self, this dark side, that's potentially getting in the way of them forming a healthy, genuine connection. The devil is all about that shadow self. So, what kind of baggage are we talking about? Well, it could be anything, right? It could be deeply ingrained fears, limiting beliefs about themselves or about relationships, addictive behaviors, or even toxic relationships from their past. It's like they're trapped in a cycle and they don't know how to break free. They might even know they are doing it, but can't stop it. The Nine of Swords and the Moon already showed us that there are anxiety and illusion. Maybe the Page of Wands is just an attempt to get out of it, but it isn't working. And it really comes down to the fact that they have those chains of the devil wrapped around them. But because of the rose quartz angel in you, there's still a chance for them. It is all about breaking those chains. And the thing is, rose quartz angel, this isn't about you. This isn't about whether you're good enough or whether you're doing something wrong. This is about THEM and their own internal struggles. They may project this onto you, though. They might be projecting their own insecurities onto you. They might be seeing their own flaws in you and judging you for it. Or, on the flip side, they might be idealizing you, putting you on a pedestal, and then feeling terrified of disappointing you. It's all a reflection of their own inner turmoil. So you are not alone because you have that rose quartz angel and you have me. This isn't a commentary on your character. So, what do you do with this information? How do you navigate this situation? Well, first of all, you need to be super honest with yourself, rose quartz angel. You need to ask yourself, are you willing to deal with this? Are you willing to take on this challenge? Are you willing to potentially invest your time and energy into someone who has some serious issues to work through? Is this something that you really want, or are you just hoping that you can fix them? You need to answer this question with love, but love for yourself. Because here's the thing, you can't fix anyone. You can't save anyone. They have to be willing to do the work themselves. And if they're not willing to do the work, then there's nothing you can do to change them. You can offer your support, you can offer your love, but ultimately, it's up to them to break free from those chains. This rose quartz angel can only shine a light on the possibility. So, before you get too invested in this person, you need to see some real signs that they're willing to take responsibility for their own issues. Are they in therapy? Are they actively working on their personal growth? Are they willing to be open and honest with you about their struggles? These are all really important questions to ask. You should ask them. And honestly, if you're not seeing those signs, then it might be time to take a step back. It might be time to protect your own heart and your own energy, because you don't want to get dragged down into their darkness. You don't want to become another chain in their cycle of self-destruction. With the power of the rose quartz angel, you need to listen to what it is telling you. It's not unkind to walk away from someone. Okay, so let's say you are willing to give this a shot. Let's say you see potential in this person and you believe that they're capable of change. How do you navigate this relationship in a way that's healthy and sustainable for you? Well, first of all, you need to set some really clear boundaries. This is so important, rose quartz angel. You need to define what you're willing to tolerate and what you're not willing to tolerate in this relationship. What are your deal breakers? What are the red flags that you absolutely cannot ignore? And then, You need to communicate those boundaries clearly and assertively. You need to let them know that you're not going to put up with any kind of manipulation, control, or abuse. You need to let them know that you're going to prioritize your own well-being and that you're not going to sacrifice your own happiness for their sake. And this isn't about being mean or unkind, it's about being respectful of yourself. It's about honoring your own needs and values. It's about creating a relationship that's based on mutual respect and equality. It's all about that gentle kindness that is inherent in your angel. And also be kind to yourself. So, what kind of boundaries are we talking about? Well, it depends on the specific issues that your person is dealing with, but here are a few examples. If they're constantly seeking validation from you, you might need to set a boundary around how much emotional support you're able to provide. You can't be their therapist, you can't be their constant source of reassurance. You need to encourage them to seek professional help or to find other sources of support. That's a huge thing. They need to go to therapy. If they're constantly testing you or pushing your buttons, you might need to set a boundary around how much disrespect you're willing to tolerate. You can't allow them to treat you badly, even if they're just trying to see how much you care. You need to let them know that you deserve to be treated with kindness and respect, no matter what. You need to be able to walk away. If they're engaging in self-destructive behaviors, you might need to set a boundary around how much you're willing to be involved in their drama. You can't enable their addiction, you can't cover up their mistakes, you can't rescue them from their consequences. You need to let them know that you're there for them, but that you're not going to be a part of their self-destruction. This is huge. If they are lying to you, this is a major red flag. The moon already shows that they are not being entirely honest. And if they are trying to control you, get out. Run for the hills. This is not what your rose quartz angel wants. You need a gentle love, and that is not control. And honestly, setting boundaries can be really hard, especially if you're a people pleaser or if you're afraid of conflict. But it's essential for protecting your own well-being. You need to remember that you're not responsible for their happiness, you're not responsible for fixing their problems. You're only responsible for yourself. Okay, so another thing you need to do is to trust your intuition, rose quartz angel. This is so important. If something feels off, if something feels wrong, then pay attention to that feeling. Don't dismiss it, don't rationalize it away, don't try to convince yourself that everything is fine when it's not. Listen to your intuition. Your intuition is your inner guidance system, it's your connection to your higher self, and it's always looking out for your best interests. It's that little voice inside that's telling you what's true and what's not true, what's safe and what's not safe. So listen to it. And honestly, if your intuition is telling you to run, then run. Don't second guess yourself, don't try to be nice, don't worry about hurting their feelings. Just get out of there and don't look back. It's okay to prioritize your own safety and well-being, even if it means hurting someone else's feelings. I feel like that is what the rose quartz angel wants you to do too. But it all comes back to setting those clear boundaries, because the devil has a way of breaking down the walls. But here's the thing, rose quartz angel, the most important thing you can do in this situation is to practice self-love. This is so crucial. You need to remember that you are worthy of love, you are worthy of respect, and you are worthy of a healthy, fulfilling relationship. You are so worthy of love, don't let this card make you forget it. You need to remind yourself of your own strengths and qualities, of your own value and potential. You need to treat yourself with kindness, compassion, and understanding. You need to prioritize your own needs and well-being. You need to fill your own cup so that you have something to offer to others. Because here's the thing, you can't pour from an empty cup. You can't give love if you don't have love for yourself. You can't support someone else if you're not supporting yourself. You need to take care of yourself first before you can take care of anyone else. So, what does self-love even look like? Well, it's different for everyone, but here are a few ideas. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. Forgive yourself for your mistakes, and don't beat yourself up over things you can't control. Set healthy boundaries. Protect your own energy, and don't allow others to take advantage of you. Say no to things that don't feel right, and prioritize your own needs and priorities. Engage in self-care activities. Do things that make you feel good, that nourish your soul, that bring you joy. This could be anything from taking a bath to going for a walk to spending time with loved ones. Celebrate your accomplishments. Acknowledge your successes, no matter how small, and give yourself credit for all that you've achieved. Affirm your worth. Remind yourself that you are worthy of love, respect, and happiness. Say positive affirmations to yourself every day and believe them. Trust your intuition. Listen to your inner guidance system and make decisions based on what feels right for you, not what feels safe or comfortable. This goes back to the rose quartz angel too, because that is what it is there to do for you. Okay, rose quartz angel, this is so important to remember. The devil is not a reflection on you. You need to remember that. You are so amazing. And the thing is, when you love yourself, when you value yourself, when you prioritize yourself, you become a magnet for healthy, fulfilling relationships. You attract people who respect you, who appreciate you, who treat you with kindness and compassion. And you repel people who are toxic, who are manipulative, who are trying to control you. So, by practicing self-love, you're not only protecting yourself, you're also creating space for the kind of love that you truly deserve. You really do. That rose quartz angel is with you, and you are meant to have a gentle, kind love. It is there for you. Now, let's talk about the potential for transformation, okay? Because even though the devil is a scary card, it's not a death sentence. It doesn't mean that this person is doomed to be trapped forever. It just means that they have some work to do. And if they're willing to do the work, if they're willing to confront their demons, if they're willing to break free from their chains, then there's the potential for something truly amazing to emerge. Your relationship could be a catalyst for profound healing and growth for both of you. You could be the person who helps them to see their own worth, to break free from their past, and to create a future that's filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. This is the best part of that rose quartz angel energy, and that energy is so powerful. But, and this is a big but, you can't force them to change. You can't do the work for them. They have to be willing to do it themselves. And if they're not willing to do it, then there's nothing you can do. So, before you get too invested in this potential, you need to see some real signs that they're committed to their own healing and growth. Are they in therapy? Are they actively working on their personal issues? Are they willing to be open and honest with you about their struggles? These are all really important questions to ask. The Moon and Nine of Swords also indicate that there is a lot of trauma that needs healing. The devil is there to show you what those chains are. And honestly, if you're not seeing those signs, then it might be time to walk away. It might be time to protect your own heart and your own energy. Because you can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. But if you are seeing those signs, if you are feeling a genuine connection with this person, and if you are willing to take on this challenge, then go for it, Rose Quartz Angel. Go for it with your eyes wide open, with your boundaries firmly in place, and with your heart full of self-love. The Rose Quartz Angel will be your guide. Because sometimes, the most challenging relationships are the most rewarding. Sometimes, the people who trigger us the most are the ones who teach us the most. And sometimes, the greatest love stories are the ones that start in the darkest of places. You just need to be careful. But remember, it's okay to change your mind. It's okay to walk away, even if you've invested a lot of time and energy into this relationship. It's okay to prioritize your own well-being, even if it means hurting someone else's feelings. This has to be okay. You can't let anyone chain you to their toxic darkness. You are not responsible for them. You are only responsible for yourself. And your responsibility is to love yourself, to honor yourself, and to create a life that's fulfilling and meaningful for you. So, whatever you decide to do, Rose Quartz Angel, I want you to know that I'm here for you. I'm here to support you, I'm here to listen to you, and I'm here to remind you of your own strength and worth. It is all within you and your angel. You are a powerful, capable, and amazing person, and you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved. And you deserve to be in a relationship that's healthy, fulfilling, and supportive. That Rose Quartz Angel only wants what is best for you. So don't settle for anything less than you deserve. Don't compromise your own values, don't sacrifice your own happiness, and don't allow anyone to dim your light. Let it shine, Rose Quartz Angel. You are so worthy of love, you are so worthy of respect, and you are so worthy of a life that's filled with joy, passion, and purpose. Embrace it, believe it, and never ever forget it. Okay, Rose Quartz Angel, that's the reading. Wow, that was a lot, I know. The Devil is a tough card to end on, but I hope it's given you some clarity and some guidance. This is all about the light and gentle love that the Rose Quartz Angel can bring to your life. And listen, if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling scared, if you're feeling confused, it's okay. Take a deep breath, connect with your inner wisdom, and trust that you have the strength to navigate this situation with grace and courage. You have an angel on your side. And remember, you're not alone. I'm here for you, and so are all the other amazing people in this community. We're all here to support each other, to uplift each other, and to remind each other of our own worth and potential. So thank you so much for choosing the Rose Quartz Angel pile. I hope this reading has been helpful for you. Remember that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope, there's always potential, and there's always a light that's waiting to be ignited. Let it ignite. And hey, whatever happens next, just know that you're amazing, you're worthy, and you're loved. Now, I'm wishing you the best. I hope that everything works out, and if you need to talk, feel free to open up in the comments section. You guys are so awesome and supportive of each other in there, and I love hearing your guys' stories, so feel free to do that. But pile 1, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that was one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support for me and appreciation for my channel. Though if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my candles, you can check out my merch. Oh, be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my social media. That's all I have for you guys, so thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see. Hi, you guys. Welcome to this reading for the Clear Quartz Star pile. Thank you so much for choosing this pile. If you chose the Clear Quartz Star, you resonated with its protective energy, and that's so important for this reading, because our theme is all about a guarded heart. We're going to be exploring the layers of careful consideration, and some underlying anxieties that are influencing their feelings. So let's dive right in, okay? The first card we have is the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, then we have the High Priestess, and finishing up, we've got the Nine of Wands. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, so, right away, with the Wheel of Fortune, I'm seeing this feeling that, things are in motion, There's this sense of destiny, of cycles turning. And it really feels like, with this person and their feelings for you, they might be feeling like things are a little bit out of their control, Like there are external forces influencing how they feel, how things are progressing, maybe even how they should feel. And with that guarded heart theme, it makes me wonder if they're feeling a little anxious about that lack of control. Is the wheel turning for the better or for the worse? Or maybe it's not even about the actual outcome, but more about the fear of the wheel turning, the uncertainty of it all. I think that's really key here. With the Wheel of Fortune, it's all about timing. And maybe they are feeling like things are happening too fast or too slow. Or maybe the timing just feels off, and that could be contributing to them guarding their heart, If the timing isn't right, it's natural to want to protect yourself. I wonder if this Wheel of Fortune is bringing up memories of past cycles in their relationships. Maybe they've been through similar situations before, where things felt out of control and it didn't end well. And now they're projecting that onto this situation with you. Yeah, I'm really feeling that this is a past trauma coming into play. It's like they're seeing the patterns of the past repeating themselves, even if the situation is totally different this time. And that's making them really hesitant to fully open their heart. With the wheel, too, there's this question of control, right? Are they trying to control the situation? Are they trying to steer the wheel in a certain direction? Or are they just surrendering to fate? And I think that struggle between control and surrender is a big part of what's going on with them. They want to control things, they want to know what's going to happen, but the wheel is just spinning and they can't see the future. And that uncertainty is really unsettling for them. I am getting such a strong sense of past traumas. They are wanting to control things and protect themselves, but that could be the very thing that prevents them from being happy in a relationship. Think of it like a relationship roller coaster, right? The wheel goes up, things are great, exciting, and then it goes down, and you're feeling vulnerable and scared. And if they've been on that roller coaster too many times, they might just want to get off and stay on solid ground, even if that means missing out on the highs. This card is asking them, are they trying to control the uncontrollable? Are they clinging to the past, or are they willing to embrace the possibilities of the future, even if it's scary? Okay, but how is all of this affecting them emotionally, right now? Are they feeling hopeful about the future? Are they feeling anxious and overwhelmed? Or are they just feeling resigned to whatever happens? I think it's a mix of all three, honestly. There's hope, but there's also a lot of anxiety and a little bit of resignation. And that's a really tough combination to deal with. I think they might be subconsciously blocking the positive aspects of the wheel, you know? They might be so focused on the potential for things to go wrong that they're not allowing themselves to fully enjoy the present moment. They're not allowing themselves to be open to the good things that could be coming their way. It's like they're building a wall around their heart, just in case things go south. Yeah, and I feel like that wall is getting higher every day. The wheel is really highlighting the uncertainty in this situation. It's like they don't know where things are going, they don't know how you feel, they don't know if this is going to work out, and that unknown is just fueling their anxiety. They want guarantees, they want reassurance, but the wheel doesn't offer any of that. It just keeps spinning. And with that guarded heart, they're craving certainty more than ever. They need to feel safe before they can truly open up. I'm seeing the feeling that they are unsure where you stand as well. It's like they are seeing mixed signals and they don't know what to do. If they make a move, will it be welcome or will they get burned? That past trauma that I sensed is making them extremely cautious. A fear of commitment could be a factor here too, right? Maybe they've been hurt in the past and they're afraid of putting themselves out there again. Maybe they're afraid of the responsibility that comes with a serious relationship. Or maybe they're just afraid of losing their freedom. All of those fears can manifest as a guarded heart. I am seeing it as the mixed signals are either real or perceived. They may be misinterpreting signals or inadvertently creating them. It feels like both of you are walking on eggshells and being super careful of not hurting one another. But in the process, you could actually be hurting each other. Think about it, you know? Have they been burned before? Did they give their heart to someone who didn't appreciate it? Did they invest their time and energy into a relationship that ultimately failed? If so, it's natural for them to be hesitant to do it again. It's like touching a hot stove, right? You learn your lesson and you're more careful the next time. But sometimes, that caution can turn into fear, and that fear can prevent you from experiencing new things. It's like they're expecting the worst, you know? They're anticipating heartbreak, disappointment, and rejection. And that expectation is coloring their perception of the present. They're seeing potential problems everywhere, even if they're not really there. It's like they're wearing these, negativity goggles, and they can't see the good things that are right in front of them. They're so focused on what could go wrong that they're missing out on what could go right. But you know what? What if they are not afraid of a relationship, but they are not ready for the type of relationship you are looking for? It could be something as simple as that. What if you are looking for marriage and kids, and they are just looking for someone to have fun with for a while? That could be why they are putting up the walls. It's like they are saying, I like you, but I don't see this going where you want it to go, so I am being careful about not leading you on. So, it is important to figure that out and be on the same page. This all ties in with the guarded heart theme, because they're protecting themselves from potential pain and disappointment. They're trying to manage their expectations and avoid getting hurt. And that's understandable, but it's also preventing them from fully engaging in the present moment. So, they really need to ask themselves, what are they really afraid of? What past experiences are influencing their current feelings? And are those fears based on reality, or are they just projections of the past? Once they can identify those fears, they can start to address them and move forward. It's like shining a light on the monsters under the bed, right? Once you see them for what they are, they're not so scary anymore. All right, so that's the Wheel of Fortune. It's all about cycles, destiny, and the fear of the unknown, and how that fear is contributing to their guarded heart. Now, let's move on to the High Priestess. Ooh, this card is all about intuition, mystery, and hidden knowledge. I'm immediately seeing a connection to the Wheel of Fortune, because the High Priestess represents the things that are not visible on the surface. It's the stuff that's hidden beneath the waves, the secrets that are waiting to be uncovered. It's that gut feeling, that inner knowing, that we sometimes ignore. I am sensing that they know something that they are not admitting, even to themselves. It could be something that they are scared of admitting to themselves. It's like they know the truth, but they don't want to face it. So, with this person and their feelings for you, the High Priestess is asking, are they listening to their gut feelings? Are they paying attention to their intuition? Or are they dismissing it, trying to rationalize their feelings with logic and reason? Because I am seeing that they are trying to rationalize their feelings, but the numbers are just not adding up. Like they are trying to convince themselves of something that is not there. I wonder what their intuition is telling them about you. What are their dreams telling them? What are those recurring thoughts that keep popping up in their mind? Are they good thoughts, or are they warning signs? Are they getting good vibes from you, or are they picking up on something else? I am seeing that the vibes are good, but there is something that is making them cautious. I think they're dealing with some unspoken feelings here. Feelings that they're not expressing, maybe not even to themselves. And that's definitely contributing to the guarded heart theme. What are they keeping hidden? What are they afraid to admit? I am sensing they are keeping something from you and themselves. They want to be with you, but something is holding them back. It's like there's a deeper meaning to this situation that they're not seeing or not willing to see. And the High Priestess is urging them to dig deeper, to look beyond the surface, to trust their inner knowing. They need to ask themselves, what am I really feeling? What am I really afraid of? And what am I not saying? They really need to trust their intuition on this, right? Are they trusting their intuition, or are they dismissing it as just wishful thinking? Are they relying too much on logic and reason and not enough on their gut feelings? And why? Why are they so hesitant to trust their intuition? Have they been burned in the past by following their gut, or are they just afraid of the unknown? The High Priestess is all about the subconscious, right? So, what is their subconscious telling them about you? About this situation? Are they having dreams about you? Are they having recurring thoughts or feelings that they can't explain? I think those subconscious messages are really important here. They're like little clues that can help them unlock the mystery of their own feelings. I'm seeing this like they aren't quite in touch with their inner wisdom, like they are shushing it and not giving it the time to speak. The High Priestess wants you to know that they are not tapping into their inner wisdom right now. They're too focused on the external, on what other people think, on what society expects, and they're not listening to their own inner voice. They are also not tapping into their own intuition about other people. The Priestess is asking them to stop and listen. Like, are they relying too much on logic and reason and not enough on their intuition? Are they being too analytical, too critical? Or are they allowing themselves to feel, to connect with their emotions, to trust their gut? They are not letting themselves feel because they are afraid of what the answer is. They need to find that balance between logic and intuition. You know, it's like having two horses pulling a cart, right? If one horse is pulling too hard, the cart's going to go off course. You need both horses working together in harmony to reach your destination. And that's what it's like with logic and intuition. You need both of them working together to make the right decisions. Are there secrets involved here, or are they not willing to see something? Is there information they don't have, or are they just refusing to acknowledge something that's right in front of them? The High Priestess often indicates hidden information, and that could be contributing to their guarded heart. They might be afraid of what they'll find if they dig too deep, or they might just not be ready to face the truth. It is important to understand that the secrets could be their own secrets or secrets from someone else. The other person could have secrets. The secrets could be about the situation itself. It's a mixed bag, but there is definitely something hidden. This is not a relationship that is completely out in the open. It could be that you are hiding the relationship from your friends, family, coworkers. Someone is keeping this on the DL. They are worried about what people will think if they find out about it. They are worried they will be judged. So, that is something to keep in mind too. I am also getting a sense that there is some hidden information about their own desires. They don't even know what they want. They need to dig deep and figure that out. They are so focused on doing what they are supposed to do that they never stop to ask themselves what they want to do. What makes them happy? What makes them excited? What makes them feel alive? And until they answer those questions, they are going to be stuck. The guarded heart is coming from the fact that they are so afraid to go after what they truly want, because they are afraid of failing, afraid of being judged, and afraid of disappointing others. So, they are stuck in a cycle of doing what they are supposed to do, but never truly being happy. It's like they're standing at the edge of a deep, dark ocean, and they're afraid to dive in. They know there's treasure down there, but they're also afraid of the unknown. They're afraid of the creatures that might be lurking in the depths. And so, they just stand there at the edge, dipping their toes in the water, but never fully committing. How deep do their feelings really go? Are they afraid of the depth of their own emotions? Are they afraid of getting swept away by their feelings? Or are they just not ready to commit to that level of intimacy? That is also something to keep in mind too. They might like you, but they might not be ready for the intensity of a deep, meaningful relationship. The High Priestess can also represent the shadow self, right? So, how is their shadow self affecting their feelings for you? Are they projecting their own insecurities onto you? Are they seeing you as a threat to their ego? Are they afraid of being vulnerable? Are they afraid of getting hurt? They might be, without even realizing it, sabotaging the relationship, because they are afraid of getting too close. It's like they are pushing you away because they are afraid of getting hurt. They are sending mixed signals because they are afraid of committing. They are being hot and cold because they are afraid of being vulnerable. They are doing all of these things without even realizing it because they are afraid of their own shadow self. I am also getting a sense that they are afraid of their own power. They are afraid of what they are capable of. They are afraid of their own potential. They are afraid of their own strength. And so, they are holding themselves back. They are dimming their own light. They are not letting themselves shine. They are hiding their true selves from the world. They are keeping their gifts and talents to themselves. And they are doing all of this because they are afraid of their own power. They are afraid of what will happen if they unleash it. The High Priestess is urging them to embrace their power, to step into their light, to share their gifts with the world, to stop hiding and start shining, to stop being afraid and start being brave. What secrets are they keeping? Or are you keeping secrets from them? Or are both of you keeping secrets from each other? Secrets can really poison a relationship, right? They create distance, they breed mistrust, and they prevent you from truly connecting. I think it's really important for them to be honest with themselves and with you about their feelings, even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, because honesty is the foundation of any healthy relationship. I want to say again that they need to look inside themselves, right? The guarded heart is there for a reason, and it's their job to figure out what that reason is. Is it fear? Is it past trauma? Is it a lack of self-worth? Is it something else entirely? Once they can identify the root cause of their guarded heart, they can start to heal and open themselves up to love. It's like peeling back the layers of an onion, right? You might cry a little bit along the way, but eventually you'll get to the heart of the matter. They just have to be willing to do the work. It is important to know what to share and what not to share. I feel like they are sharing too much with the wrong people. I feel like they are telling their business to people who do not need to know. I feel like they are seeking validation from others, instead of seeking validation from within. I feel like they need to keep their thoughts and feelings to themselves and only share them with people they trust. I feel like they need to be more discerning about who they let into their inner circle. I feel like they need to protect their energy. It's like they're carrying around a fragile vase and they're letting everyone touch it. And eventually, someone's going to break it. They need to be more careful about who they let handle their heart. I am also seeing that they are being too critical of themselves. It's like they are constantly beating themselves up for their mistakes, It's like they are never good enough. I feel like they need to be more compassionate towards themselves. I feel like they need to give themselves a break. I feel like they need to forgive themselves for their past mistakes. I feel like they need to stop comparing themselves to others. I feel like they need to start focusing on their strengths. I feel like they need to start celebrating their accomplishments. I feel like they need to start loving themselves unconditionally. I feel like they need to start treating themselves with the same kindness and compassion that they would offer to a friend. So that's the High Priestess, all about intuition, secrets, and the hidden depths of their feelings. It's urging them to trust their gut, to be honest with themselves, and to dig deeper into their own emotions. And now, let's move on to the Nine of Wands. Okay, the Nine of Wands, this is all about defensiveness, resilience, and being battle-scarred. And I'm seeing a direct connection to the guarded heart theme here. This card is basically the embodiment of a guarded heart. It's someone who's been through a lot, who's been hurt in the past, and who's now standing their ground, ready to defend themselves against any further attacks. Oh, that makes me sad. I think that, for this person, their past hurts are definitely playing a role in how they feel about you. They've been through some tough times in relationships, and they're now afraid of being vulnerable again. They're putting up walls to protect themselves from getting hurt. They're almost at the finish line, right? They're almost ready to let you in, but they're exhausted. They've been fighting for so long, they're not sure if they have the stamina to keep going. They're weary of the past, and it is playing a role here. I feel like they are always expecting the worst, and that they are tired of trying. I am seeing that they are protecting themselves from the wrong things. I feel like they are protecting themselves from love. I feel like they are protecting themselves from happiness. I feel like they are protecting themselves from intimacy. I feel like they are protecting themselves from vulnerability. I feel like they are protecting themselves from all the things that they truly want in life. They are so scared of getting hurt that they are pushing away all the good things. They are so focused on protecting themselves that they are missing out on all the opportunities. They are so caught up in their own fears that they are not living their life to the fullest. I feel like they need to let go of their fears and start embracing life. But what are they protecting themselves from? Is it a real threat, or is it just a perceived threat? Are they projecting their past experiences onto this situation? Are they expecting you to hurt them the way someone else did? They need to really examine their fears and see if they're based on reality or just on their own insecurities. And I think maybe they are pushing you away so that they don't have to deal with their own issues. It is easier to blame you than it is to work on themselves. It's like they're standing on a battlefield, surrounded by the remnants of past battles. They're bruised, they're battered, but they're still standing. They've learned a lot from those past experiences, and they're determined not to make the same mistakes again. But sometimes, that determination can turn into rigidity, right? It's like they're so focused on not getting hurt that they're not allowing themselves to be open to new possibilities. So, do they even have the stamina to keep fighting for this relationship? Are they willing to put in the effort to take the risks to be vulnerable again? Or are they just too tired, too jaded, too afraid? It's a tough question. It's like they're running a marathon, and they're almost at the finish line, but their legs are burning, their lungs are aching, and they're not sure if they can take another step. But they've come so far, they can't give up now. They just need to find that inner strength, that resilience to push through the pain and cross the finish line. Are there trust issues at play here? Have they been betrayed in the past? Have they had their heart broken? If so, it's natural for them to be hesitant to trust you completely. They're testing you, they're looking for red flags, they're trying to protect themselves from getting hurt again. It's like they're walking through a minefield, right? They're carefully placing each step, making sure not to trigger any explosions. They're constantly scanning the ground, looking for danger. And that constant vigilance can be exhausting. How high are their walls? And are they willing to lower them even just a little bit? Are they willing to let you see the real them, the vulnerable them, the imperfect them? Or are they keeping you at arm's length, afraid of what will happen if you get too close? I am getting a sense that they will only let certain people in. They have a specific type that they are looking for, and if you don't fit in that category, then they will keep you at a distance. It's like they're living in a fortress, surrounded by high walls and guarded by fierce warriors. They're safe inside, but they're also isolated. They're missing out on the beauty and the joy of the world outside. They're not allowing themselves to connect with others on a deep, meaningful level. They are also thinking that if they build up the walls high enough, they will be safe. The higher they build the walls, the safer they will feel. That is why they keep building and building. They are not feeling safe, so the walls must not be high enough. That is their thinking. So, what lessons have they learned from past relationships? Are they applying those lessons now? Or are they just repeating the same mistakes over and over again? Sometimes we get stuck in these patterns, right? We keep choosing the same type of person, we keep making the same mistakes, and we keep ending up in the same place. It's like we're trapped in a cycle, and we can't seem to break free. And maybe they are going for quantity over quality. Maybe they want to be with someone, so they settle instead of waiting to find the right person. It's like they're walking in circles, right? They keep ending up back where they started, no matter how hard they try to escape. They need to break free from that cycle, to learn from their past mistakes, and to choose a different path. Are they feeling burnt out from past relationships? Are they projecting that onto this situation with you? Are they expecting you to be like their ex? Are they assuming that you're going to hurt them the way they've been hurt before? It's like they're carrying around a heavy backpack filled with the baggage of past relationships. And that backpack is weighing them down, making it hard for them to move forward. They need to unpack that backpack, to release the baggage, and to lighten their load. And it's that anxiety that's really contributing to their defensiveness, right? They're anxious about getting hurt. They're anxious about being vulnerable. They're anxious about the future. And that anxiety is making them put up even higher walls to protect themselves from potential pain. It's a vicious cycle. I am also getting the sense that they are overthinking. The anxiety that is causing this is not helping them. They are making things up in their head and then reacting to it, when in reality, it's not even happening. They need to find a way to get out of their head. How can they become more vulnerable without getting hurt? That's the million-dollar question, right? It's not easy. It takes courage, it takes trust, and it takes a willingness to take risks. But it's also essential for building a deep, meaningful connection with someone. I think that's where the clear quartz star comes in, right? Its protective energy can help them feel safe enough to start lowering their walls, to start taking those risks, to start being more vulnerable. They are not getting out of their comfort zone at all. They need to start small, right? They don't have to reveal everything all at once. They can start by sharing something small, something personal, something that makes them feel a little bit vulnerable. And then see how you respond. If you're supportive and understanding, they can share a little bit more. If you're judgmental or critical, they know to proceed with caution. It's like testing the waters, right? They don't want to jump into the deep end until they know it's safe. I feel like they need to start trusting their gut. I feel like they need to start listening to their intuition. I feel like they need to start believing in themselves. I feel like they need to start knowing that they are worthy of love. And it's the same with trust. They need to start trusting themselves first, before they can trust anyone else. They need to trust their own judgment, their own instincts, their own ability to handle whatever comes their way. And that trust will give them the courage to be more vulnerable. So that's the Nine of Wands, all about defensiveness, resilience, and being battle-scarred. It's urging them to examine their past hurts, to release their fears, and to start taking small steps towards vulnerability. Okay, so to recap, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, representing cycles and destiny and the fear of the unknown. We've got the High Priestess, representing intuition and secrets and the hidden depths of their feelings. And we've got the Nine of Wands, representing defensiveness and resilience and being battle-scarred. And all three cards are really pointing to the same thing. This person is dealing with some deep-seated fears and insecurities that are preventing them from fully opening their heart to you. It is important to know that you can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. You can't force them to be vulnerable. You can't force them to trust you. You can't force them to love you. All you can do is be yourself, be honest, be supportive, and be patient. And if they're not ready to reciprocate, then you have to respect their decision and move on. It's like trying to open a locked door, right? You can push and pull and tug all you want, but if the door's locked, it's not going to budge. You need to find the key, or the door is going to stay closed. And in this case, the key is their own willingness to heal and to grow. It's something they have to do for themselves. I am feeling with this clear quartz star, it's all about helping them feel safe enough to start that process. To start unlocking their heart, to start releasing their fears, and to start opening themselves up to the possibility of love. It's a journey, it's not a destination. And it's going to take time and effort. But with the right support, with the right guidance, and with a little bit of faith, they can get there. All right, so we have the Hermit card now. Wow. This is so interesting in this context. The Hermit is all about, introspection, solitude, searching within, you know? After all that energy from the Wheel of Fortune, the mystery of the High Priestess, and the defensiveness of the Nine of Wands, maybe they're just needing to retreat a little bit, you know? Step away from everything and everyone and just, get some clarity. Find some peace. It's almost like they're saying, okay, world, hold on a second. I need to figure some things out before I can fully show up here. I'm seeing this as a really necessary step for them, honestly. With all that guarded heart energy swirling around, they need to go within and understand why they're feeling this way, you know? What are they really afraid of? What do they truly want? The Hermit is all about finding those answers within yourself. Maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by all the external forces influencing them from the Wheel of Fortune, and they just need to disconnect from all that noise and reconnect with their own inner voice, you know? Turn off the TV, put down the phone, and just listen. It's like they're climbing to the top of a mountain to get a better view of the landscape, you know? They need to see things from a different perspective. They need to gain some distance from the situation so they can understand it more clearly. And that distance can give them clarity. And with the High Priestess in the mix, that intuition and those hidden secrets, the Hermit is urging them to really tap into that inner wisdom, you know. To trust their gut feelings, to listen to their dreams, to pay attention to those little whispers of truth that are trying to get their attention. It's like they're searching for a hidden treasure within themselves, you know? And the Hermit is the guide, the wise old sage who can help them find it. But they have to be willing to go on the journey, to do the work, to face their fears. But you know, there's also a potential downside to the Hermit, right? It can also represent isolation, loneliness, and withdrawal. So, it's important to consider whether they're using this solitude in a healthy way, or if they're just using it as an excuse to avoid dealing with their issues. Are they using this time to grow and heal, or are they just hiding from the world? Are they using the Hermit energy to avoid intimacy, to avoid vulnerability, to avoid taking risks? Are they afraid of getting hurt, so they're just shutting everyone out? Are they creating a fortress around themselves, just like that Nine of Wands energy? I think this is a crucial question to ask, because the line between healthy solitude and unhealthy isolation can be really blurry, you know? It's like, are they recharging their batteries, or are they just letting them run completely flat? Are they taking a break from the world to gather their strength, or are they just giving up? Because if they're just isolating themselves, that's not going to solve anything, right? It's just going to make their fears and insecurities even stronger. It's like they're trapped in a cave, and the longer they stay in there, the darker and scarier it gets. I think it's really important for them to find a balance between solitude and connection, you know. To have that time to themselves to process their feelings, but also to have that support system of friends and family who can help them through the tough times. It's like they need both the mountaintop and the valley, you know? They need the perspective and the peace of the mountain, but they also need the comfort and the connection of the valley. It's like they're a plant that needs both sunlight and water, you know? They need the sunlight of connection to thrive, but they also need the water of solitude to nourish their roots. And with that clear quartz star energy, that protective energy, I think it's really important for them to use this time to set healthy boundaries, you know. To protect their energy, to say no to things that drain them, and to prioritize their own well-being. But they also need to be careful not to build those walls too high, you know? They don't want to shut out the people who genuinely care about them. They don't want to miss out on opportunities for connection and growth. It's like they're building a fence around their garden, you know. They want to keep the rabbits out, but they also want to let the sunshine in. Maybe the hermit is showing that they are doing some shadow work, like they are needing to go into the cave and really face their demons. Because if that is the case, it can be really good. Like this is a great time to heal old wounds, but it is important not to stay in the cave forever. At some point, they need to come out and be a part of the world. They need to put the work into action and start to heal. Because it is really easy to stay in there in the dark, where it is safe, and not have to deal with anything. But that is not really living, is it? So, how does this hermit energy relate to their past traumas from the Nine of Wands? Are they retreating into themselves because they're afraid of getting hurt again? Are they reliving those past experiences in their mind over and over again? Are they letting those old wounds define their present and their future? I think it's really important for them to acknowledge those past traumas, to validate their own pain, and to allow themselves to grieve, But they also need to be careful not to get stuck in victim mode. They need to remember that they are strong, they are resilient, and they are capable of healing. It's like they're tending to an old wound, They need to clean it, to disinfect it, and to bandage it up. But they also need to let it breathe, to allow it to heal naturally. They can't just keep picking at it, or it will never heal. And with those secrets from the High Priestess, is the hermit showing that they are keeping things hidden, even from themselves? Are they afraid to face certain truths about themselves or about the situation? Are they burying their feelings deep down inside, hoping they will just go away? I think it's really important for them to be honest with themselves, To acknowledge their own feelings, even the uncomfortable ones. To be willing to look at their shadow side, to confront their own darkness. It's like they're cleaning out a cluttered attic, They might find some things they don't want to see, some things that are dusty and forgot. But they also might find some treasures, some things that are beautiful and meaningful. And how does the hermit play into that feeling of being out of control from the Wheel of Fortune? Are they retreating because they feel like they can't control the situation? Are they giving up on trying to steer the wheel in a certain direction? Are they just surrendering to fate? I think it's really important for them to find a balance between control and surrender, To recognize what they can control and what they can't. To focus their energy on the things they can change, and to let go of the things they can't. It's like they're sailing a boat, They can't control the wind or the waves, but they can control the sails and the rudder. They can use their skills and their knowledge to navigate the waters and reach their destination. Okay, so the hermit is really urging them to go within, to find clarity, to heal their wounds, and to connect with their inner wisdom. But it's also warning them against unhealthy isolation and withdrawal. It's all about finding that balance between solitude and connection, between control and surrender, between honesty and vulnerability. They need to use this time to really understand themselves, their fears, their desires, their needs. They need to be honest with themselves about what they want and what they don't want. They need to be willing to face their own darkness and to embrace their own light. They need to forgive themselves for their past mistakes and to move forward with courage and hope. It's like they're going on a pilgrimage to their own soul, And the hermit is the guide, the map, and the compass. But they have to be willing to take the journey. I am feeling that with this hermit card, they are thinking about what their purpose is. What they are meant to do with their life. How can they be of service to others? How can they make the world a better place? They are really trying to figure out what they want to do when they grow up. But they are having a hard time figuring it out. They are getting caught up in the details, and they are not seeing the big picture. They need to step back and look at the forest, instead of focusing on the trees. Maybe this is a time of massive change for them, right? Maybe they are wanting to go in a completely different direction than they have been going. Maybe they are wanting to leave their job, their relationship, their city, their life. And they are scared to do it. They are afraid of what other people will think. They are afraid of failing. They are afraid of being alone. But they also know that they can't keep living the life they are living. They need to make a change. So, the hermit is urging them to take that leap of faith, to trust that everything will work out for the best, to know that they are strong enough to handle whatever comes their way, to believe in themselves. It's like they are standing at the edge of a cliff, right? They are scared to jump, but they know that if they don't jump, they will never fly. Okay, wow, this is all so intense, right? So, with the hermit, they really need to think about what they want in their life. They need to think about what they are willing to do to get it. They need to think about what they are willing to sacrifice. They need to think about what they are willing to let go of. They are thinking about what they want their legacy to be. How do they want to be remembered? What impact do they want to have on the world? It's like they are writing their own obituary, right? They are thinking about what they want it to say. They are thinking about what they want people to say about them. So, they need to start living their life in a way that is aligned with their values and their purpose. They need to start doing things that make them happy. They need to start spending time with people who make them feel good. They need to start living their life to the fullest. I am feeling like they are getting in their own way. They are letting their fears and insecurities hold them back from achieving their dreams. They are letting other people's opinions dictate their choices. They are not living their life on their own terms. They need to break free from those limitations and start living their life in a way that is authentic and true to themselves. They need to stop caring about what other people think and start focusing on what makes them happy. They need to start believing in themselves and their ability to achieve anything they set their mind to. It's like they are wearing a mask, right? They are hiding their true selves from the world. They are afraid of what people will think if they see the real them. They need to take off the mask and show the world who they really are. They need to embrace their imperfections and their flaws. They need to love themselves unconditionally. Because when they love themselves, they will be able to love others. So, the hermit is really about self-love. They need to love themselves and find themselves before they can truly love someone else. With this clear quartz star, they are really being protected right now. The universe is watching over them and guiding them on their path. They are not alone. They are surrounded by love and support. They just need to open their eyes and see it. But I am sensing that they are using this alone time to manifest. Like they are really thinking about what they want and visualizing it coming true. And that is so powerful. Because when you focus your thoughts and energy on what you want, you attract it into your life. So they need to keep doing that. They need to keep visualizing their dreams coming true. They need to keep believing in themselves. They need to keep knowing that they are worthy of love, happiness, and success. With that in mind, what is the biggest lesson that they are learning right now? What is the most important thing that they need to take away from this experience? What is the key to unlocking their guarded heart? I think the biggest lesson is that they are not alone. They are connected to something bigger than themselves. They are part of a vast and infinite universe. They are loved and supported by the universe. They are worthy of love and happiness. They are capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. I am also feeling that they need to forgive themselves for their past mistakes. They need to let go of the guilt and shame that they are carrying around. They need to release themselves from the prison of their own making. So, they need to forgive themselves and move on. They need to learn from their mistakes and use them as stepping stones to success. They need to know that they are not perfect, and that's okay. They need to embrace their imperfections and love themselves unconditionally. It's like they are carrying around a heavy weight, right? They are carrying around the weight of their past mistakes. They need to put down that weight and walk away. They need to forgive themselves and move on with their life. They need to know that they are worthy of forgiveness. They need to know that they are loved and supported by the universe. Okay, so where does this leave us, right? They are alone, but they are not lonely. They are protected, but they are not isolated. They are thinking, but they are not overthinking. They are visualizing, but they are not daydreaming. They are learning, but they are not judging. They are forgiving, but they are not forgetting. They are loving, but they are not clinging. They are at peace with themselves and the world. They are ready to move forward with courage and hope. They are ready to unlock their guarded heart and let love in. They are ready to live their life to the fullest. All right, so that's the hermit. It's all about introspection, solitude, and finding your inner wisdom. It's about going within and understanding yourself on a deeper level. It's about healing your wounds and forgiving yourself for your past mistakes. It's about knowing that you are loved and supported by the universe. So, now that we have this foundation from the Wheel of Fortune, the High Priestess, the Nine of Wands, and the Hermit, let's see what other messages the cards have for you. It is time to find out what you should do next. What is the next step for them in their journey? How can they unlock their guarded heart? How can they find the love and happiness that they deserve? Let's pull the next card and find out, shall we? I am so excited. I can't wait to see what is next. All right, so the next card we have is the Page of Cups. Oh my gosh. What a shift, right? Like, after all that heavy energy, we've got this fresh, innocent vibe. The Page of Cups is all about new emotions, like little glimmers of hope and possibility. I'm so excited. You know, it's like a little kid holding out a cup, offering you something precious. It's vulnerable, it's sweet, and it's full of potential. I wonder if this means they're starting to feel something new for you, or maybe they're just rediscovering their own capacity for love and connection. Okay, so how does this page connect to everything else we've seen, right? With the Wheel of Fortune, maybe this page is a sign that the cycle is turning in a new direction. Like, the fear of the unknown is still there, but now there's also this sense of excitement and anticipation. Instead of being scared of what's coming, they're starting to feel curious. It's like the wheel brought them to a new place, and the page is the invitation to explore what's there. It's like the wheel is still spinning, but now they're seeing the possibilities instead of the potential dangers, you know? And with the High Priestess, maybe those hidden feelings are finally starting to bubble to the surface. Like, they've been suppressing their emotions for so long, but now they can't ignore them anymore. The Page of Cups is like a little messenger from their subconscious, saying, hey, it's okay to feel. And it might be a little scary, but it's also really beautiful. It's like they are finally understanding what the High Priestess has been trying to tell them. It's time to be honest with themselves about what they want. It's time to let go of the secrets and embrace the truth. It's time to open their heart. And then with the Nine of Wands, all that defensiveness, maybe the page is a sign that they're starting to feel safe enough to lower their guard just a little bit. Like, they're still a little bit scared of getting hurt, but they're also willing to take a chance on something new. The page is like a little peace offering, a sign that they're not trying to fight anymore. It's like they're saying, okay, I've been through a lot, but I'm ready to try again. But also, you know, the page is still a page, right? There's still a bit of naivete, a bit of an experience. So, they might be approaching this with a little bit of caution, a little bit of testing the waters. Like, they're not going to dive in head first, but they're willing to dip their toes in, see what it feels like. They are being very, very cautious because of that Nine of Wands energy. They don't want to get hurt again, so they are taking baby steps. And that's okay. And the Hermit, coming out of that solitude, maybe the page is the first little spark of connection they're feeling after all that introspection. Like, they've been alone with their thoughts for so long, and now they're ready to reach out and connect with someone new. It's like they've been hibernating, and the page is the first sign of spring. The page is saying, okay, I've learned a lot about myself, and now I'm ready to share that with someone. And it's a little bit scary, but it's also really exciting. It's like they are finally ready to come out of their shell and be themselves. They are finally ready to be vulnerable. But are they really ready? Because that Nine of Wands energy is still there, lurking in the background. So they might be putting on a brave face, but they are still scared. I wonder if this Page of Cups is how they are feeling about you. Like, maybe they see you as this innocent, pure, and loving person who is offering them something precious. Maybe they are feeling like you are too good to be true. Or maybe they are seeing that you are also a little bit naive. This could go so many ways, right? They could be idealizing you, or they could be projecting their own insecurities onto you. Or maybe they are just seeing you for who you really are, and they are loving what they see. What if they are seeing that you are also a Page of Cups? Like, maybe both of you are a little bit inexperienced when it comes to love. Maybe both of you are a little bit naive. Maybe both of you are a little bit too trusting, and that could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. It could mean that you are both open to love, or it could mean that you are both going to get hurt. What if they think you are wearing rose-colored glasses? What if they think you are not seeing things clearly? What if they think you are too optimistic? That could be why they are being so cautious. They don't want to burst your bubble. So, with that clear quartz star, it's all about protection, right? Maybe they're feeling like they need to protect this new, fragile emotion. Like, they don't want to jinx it, they don't want to ruin it, they just want to let it blossom naturally. And maybe they're also feeling like they need to protect you. That is so sweet. Like, they see your innocence and your vulnerability, and they want to make sure you don't get hurt. They want to create a safe space for you to explore your feelings without any pressure or judgment. It's like they're building a little greenhouse around you to shield you from the harsh elements. It's like they are the clear quartz star. They are being protective of you. They are wanting to make sure that you are safe and happy. They are being very sweet and caring. But there's also a possibility that they're being too cautious, right? That they're stifling the natural flow of emotions. Like they're so afraid of getting hurt that they're not allowing themselves to fully experience the joy and excitement of this new connection. It's like they're holding a butterfly in their hands, so tightly that they're crushing it. It's important for them to find a balance between protection and freedom, to create a safe space, but also to allow things to unfold naturally. They need to trust that you are strong enough to handle whatever comes your way. They need to let you fly, but are they strong enough? I'm also getting a sense that they might be testing the waters, seeing if you're genuine, seeing if you're really who you say you are. Like, they're putting out little feelers, little invitations to see how you respond. Are you going to be warm and receptive, or are you going to be cold and distant? Are you going to be open and honest, or are you going to be guarded and secretive? They are wanting to see if you are trustworthy. They are wanting to see if you are worth their time and effort. They are wanting to see if you are the real deal. It's like they're sending you a little love letter, and they're waiting to see if you write back. But also, this Page of Cups energy can be a little bit unreliable, right? It can be a little bit fickle, a little bit flighty. So they might be sending mixed signals without even realizing it. They might be hot one day and cold the next. They might be enthusiastic one moment and hesitant the next. They might be genuinely interested, but they also might be a little bit afraid. Like, maybe they're not even sure what they want, right? Maybe they're just exploring their options, seeing what's out there. And that's okay, but it can also be a little bit frustrating, especially if you're looking for something more serious. It's like they are window shopping, right? They are looking at all the different possibilities, but they are not ready to commit to anything. They are just enjoying the view. I feel like they are not even aware that they are doing it. I feel like they are just going with the flow. They are just seeing what happens. They are not thinking about the consequences of their actions. They are just being spontaneous and carefree. It's like they are a little kid in a candy store, right? They are surrounded by all these delicious treats, and they want to try them all. But they don't have enough money to buy everything, so they have to choose carefully. What if this is a sign that they are not ready for a relationship? What if they are just wanting to have fun? What if they are just wanting to explore their options? I think this is what the guarded heart is all about. They are guarding their heart because they are not ready to commit. They are not ready to settle down. They are not ready to be in a serious relationship. They are just wanting to have fun and explore their options. They are afraid that if they commit to you, they will miss out on something else. What if they are talking to other people? What if they are dating other people? What if they are not being exclusive with you? This could be a major factor in why they are being so cautious. They don't want to hurt you. They don't want to lead you on. They want to be honest with you. But they also don't want to lose you. So they are walking a fine line between being honest and being kind. They are trying to protect you, but they are also trying to protect themselves. I am also getting that the clear quartz star energy is playing a role here. They are wanting to protect you from getting hurt. They are wanting to protect you from their own issues. They are wanting to protect you from their own insecurities. They are wanting to make sure that you are safe and happy. And that is why they are being so cautious. They don't want to mess things up. They want to make sure that this relationship has a chance to succeed. They are really trying their best. Are they thinking about your feelings at all? Are they considering how their actions are affecting you? Are they aware that they might be hurting you? I feel like they are not. I feel like they are so focused on their own issues that they are not even considering your feelings. I feel like they are being selfish. I feel like they need to step outside of themselves and see things from your perspective. So this Page of Cups could be a new beginning. It could be fresh emotion and a lot of hope. Or it could be a sign that they are not ready. Or it could be that they are really worried about you getting hurt, and that is why they are protecting themselves and you. Maybe, to pull it all together, they are really drawn to your innocence and how open you are, but also cautious because they don't want to corrupt that with their own darkness. Okay, okay. What if they have been hurt so badly in the past that they are afraid of hurting you? What if they know that they have issues and they are afraid that they will project those issues onto you? What if they are afraid that they will ruin you? This could be why they are being so guarded. They are not guarding their heart, they are guarding your heart. They are trying to protect you from themselves. This is so sweet, but it is also a little bit sad, because they are not giving themselves enough credit. They are not realizing that they are worthy of love. They are not realizing that they are capable of being in a healthy relationship. They are so focused on their own flaws that they are not seeing their own strengths. They need to start loving themselves. They need to start believing in themselves. They need to start knowing that they are worthy of love and happiness. And that would solve a lot of these other issues that we are seeing, right? I am also getting that they are afraid of commitment. They are afraid of settling down. They are afraid of losing their freedom. They are afraid of missing out on something else. They are afraid that if they commit to you, they will not be able to explore their options. They are afraid that they will be trapped. This could be a major factor in why they are being so cautious. They are not ready to give up their freedom. They are not ready to settle down. They are not ready to commit to you. They are still thinking about what they want to do when they grow up. They are still exploring their options. They are still trying to figure out who they are. And that is okay, but they need to be honest with you about that. They need to tell you that they are not ready for a serious relationship. They need to be upfront with you about their feelings. They need to be transparent with you about their intentions. Because if they are not, then they are going to hurt you. They are going to lead you on. They are going to give you false hope. And that is not fair to you. You deserve to know the truth. You deserve to be with someone who is ready to commit to you. You deserve to be with someone who loves you unconditionally. You deserve to be with someone who is not afraid to show you their feelings. So, with this Page of Cups, what action should you take? Should you pursue this relationship? Should you back off? Should you give them space? Should you be direct with them? What is the best course of action? I feel like you should be direct with them. I feel like you should tell them how you feel. I feel like you should ask them how they feel. I feel like you should be honest with them about your intentions. I feel like you should be transparent with them about your expectations. Because if you are not, then you are going to be in the dark. You are not going to know where you stand. You are not going to know what they want. You are not going to know what they expect. And that is going to be very frustrating for you. So be direct with them. Ask them the tough questions. Get the answers that you need. And then you can make an informed decision about whether or not to pursue this relationship. You are so powerful. You are so strong. You are so worthy of love. You deserve to be with someone who loves you unconditionally. You deserve to be with someone who is not afraid to show you their feelings. You deserve to be with someone who is ready to commit to you. Do not settle for anything less. Do not let anyone treat you poorly. Do not let anyone take you for granted. You are amazing, and you deserve to be treated like it. I think that you should start to consider the red flags. Are there any red flags that you are ignoring? Are there any warning signs that you are dismissing? Are there any gut feelings that you are not trusting? Pay attention to those things, because they are there for a reason. They are trying to protect you. They are trying to guide you. They are trying to help you make the right decision. Listen to your intuition, trust your gut, and do not ignore the red flags. Are they love bombing you? Are they showering you with attention and affection? Are they telling you everything that you want to hear? Are they making you feel like you are the most amazing person in the world? If so, be careful, because love bombing is a manipulation tactic. It is a way for people to control you. It is a way for them to get you to do what they want. Do not fall for it. If someone is love bombing you, run. Get away from them as fast as you can, because they are not good for you. They are going to hurt you. Are they gaslighting you? Are they making you feel like you are crazy? Are they denying your reality? Are they twisting your words? Are they making you doubt yourself? If so, be careful. Because gaslighting is a form of abuse. It is a way for people to control you. It is a way for them to make you feel powerless. Do not let them do it. If someone is gaslighting you, get away from them as fast as you can, because they are not good for you. They are going to hurt you. Also, ask yourself this: are you even attracted to them? Or are you just attracted to the idea of them? Are you just attracted to the potential of the relationship? Are you just attracted to the way they make you feel? If so, be careful, because you might be setting yourself up for disappointment. You might be idealizing them. You might be projecting your own fantasies onto them. And that is not fair to them. And it is not fair to you. You need to see them for who they really are. You need to be realistic about your expectations. You need to be honest with yourself about your feelings. They could be kind and sweet and genuine, but the timing could be off, or they might just not be in the right place in their life to be with you. It's not necessarily anyone's fault. Things just don't always work out the way we want them to. But don't give up hope. The Page of Cups is also a card of optimism and possibility. Even if things don't work out with this person, there are still plenty of other fish in the sea. There are still plenty of other opportunities for love and happiness. Just keep your heart open. Keep believing in yourself. And keep knowing that you are worthy of love. And with the clear quartz star, remember that you are protected. The universe is watching over you. You are not alone. You are surrounded by love and support. Just open your eyes and see it. Okay, so this Page of Cups is urging them to be open to new emotions, to be curious, and to be a little bit vulnerable, but to also protect themselves and to test the waters before diving in headfirst. And it's urging you to be direct, to be honest, and to trust your intuition. It's a delicate dance, but it's one that could lead to something beautiful and meaningful. Or it could lead to heartbreak and disappointment. But either way, it's a learning experience. With that in mind, let's pull the next card and see what the universe wants you to know. I am seriously on the edge of my seat. What is going to happen next? This is so exciting. What is the next step in this journey? How can you unlock their guarded heart? What is the key to this relationship? Let's find out. Okay. So the final card we have is the Sun. The Sun card. Oh my gosh, after all that darkness and introspection, we get the Sun. Like pure joy and happiness. Okay, how does this fit? It's like after all that, are they finally feeling optimistic? Are they feeling like things are going to be okay? Is that guarded heart finally starting to melt? I'm getting good vibes. Right. I am. Okay, so the Sun card. Happiness, joy, warmth, success. It's like total positivity. But how does that relate to everything else, right? Like, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, all about cycles and destiny, the High Priestess with all her secrets, the Nine of Wands, all guarded and defensive, the Hermit needing space, and that Page of Cups and new, tentative emotions, all guarded. And now the Sun. Okay, first thing that comes to mind is this like a long-term thing, right? The wheel turning towards good fortune. Is this finally a good time? Is this the sun peeking through the clouds? Okay. So with the Wheel of Fortune, maybe this is a sign that the cycle is finally turning in their favor, you know. Like all that uncertainty and anxiety, maybe it's finally leading to something good. Like the wheel has spun and it's landed on a really positive outcome. It's like they've been through so much and now they're finally getting a break, you know? The universe is finally giving them a little bit of sunshine. But are they even ready to receive it? I wonder if they are going to sabotage it. Because they are so used to things going wrong, they might not even know how to handle it when things go right. Like, are they going to push you away because they are afraid of getting hurt? Or are they going to embrace this newfound happiness and let it fill their heart with joy? I think it depends on how much work they have done on themselves, you know. If they have really taken the time to heal their wounds and to release their fears, then they will be able to receive this gift with open arms. But if they are still holding onto their past traumas, then they might push it away. With the High Priestess, I feel like this is saying that things that were hidden are now coming to light, you know. Like all those secrets and unspoken feelings, they're finally being revealed. It's like the truth is coming out and it's setting them free. But is that truth a good thing? Or is it something that they are going to have to struggle with? Are they finally being honest with themselves about their feelings for you? Are they finally admitting that they love you? Or are they still in denial? I feel like the sun is urging them to be honest, to be authentic, to be true to themselves. But is that something that they are capable of doing? With the Nine of Wands and that guarded heart, oh man, is this finally the sign that their walls are coming down? Are they finally feeling safe enough to let you in? Are they finally realizing that you are not going to hurt them? I really hope so. It's like they have been through so much pain and suffering, and they have built up these walls to protect themselves. But those walls are also keeping them from experiencing love and happiness. So, the sun is urging them to tear down those walls and let the light shine in. But is that something that they are willing to do? I feel like they are still a little bit scared. They are still a little bit hesitant. They are still a little bit afraid of getting hurt. But the sun is telling them that it is safe to let go, that it is safe to trust, that it is safe to love. Will they listen? With the hermit, is this them finally coming out of their shell? Are they finally ready to rejoin the world? Are they finally ready to connect with others? After all that introspection and soul-searching, are they finally ready to share their light with the world? I really, really hope so. It's like they have been hiding in their cave for so long, and they have been afraid to come out. But the sun is telling them that it is time to emerge, that it is time to shine, that it is time to be seen. But are they even ready to be seen? I think they are still a little bit insecure. They are still a little bit afraid of being judged. They are still a little bit afraid of not being good enough. But the sun is telling them that they are perfect just the way they are, that they are worthy of love and acceptance. So, will they believe it? With the Page of Cups, it is like a promise being fulfilled. Is that pure-hearted potential finally blossoming? Are they ready to embrace that newfound joy and let it guide them forward? This could be an actual new beginning, or maybe it is just the final piece they needed to see the positive side and let the cycle change. It's like they have been carrying around this little cup of hope, and they have been afraid to drink from it. But the sun is telling them that it is safe to drink, that it is safe to hope, that it is safe to believe. But are they even thirsty? I feel like they might still be a little bit jaded. They might still be a little bit cynical. They might still be a little bit doubtful. But the sun is telling them to let go of all that negativity and to embrace the possibility of something new and beautiful. But is that something that they are willing to do? And that clear quartz star, oh man. Does this mean that they're finally feeling protected enough to let go of their fears? Are they finally trusting that the universe has their back? Are they finally surrendering to the flow of life? It feels like things are aligning. It's like they have been so focused on protecting themselves that they have forgotten to enjoy life. But the sun is telling them that it is safe to let go, that it is safe to have fun, that it is safe to be themselves. But will they listen to that inner child? I think they are still a little bit afraid of being vulnerable. They are still a little bit afraid of getting hurt. But the sun is telling them that it is okay to be vulnerable, that it is okay to be imperfect, that it is okay to be themselves. Are they seeing it though? But I have to be devil's advocate here, right? What if the sun is a false dawn? What if it's just a temporary burst of happiness that's going to fade away? What if they're just putting on a show, trying to convince themselves and everyone else that they're happy, when really they're still struggling inside? I have to consider that. I am a little worried that they are faking it, that they are trying to force themselves to be happy when they are really not. That they are trying to suppress their true feelings, that they are trying to ignore their pain, that they are trying to pretend that everything is okay when it is really not. I think that this is a possibility, that they are not being authentic, that they are not being honest with themselves, that they are not being true to their feelings. And I think that is very important to consider, because if that is the case, then this happiness is not going to last. It is going to be fleeting. It is going to be temporary, and it is going to lead to more pain and suffering in the long run, because eventually they are going to have to face their true feelings. They are going to have to deal with their pain. They are going to have to be honest with themselves. And when that happens, it is going to be very difficult. It is going to be very painful. And it is going to be very challenging. So, it is very important for them to be honest with themselves now. It is very important for them to be authentic. It is very important for them to be true to their feelings. What if the sun is just about them being happy, and it has nothing to do with a relationship? What if they are finally realizing their own potential? What if they are finally feeling good about themselves? What if they are finally loving themselves? This could be them just realizing they are their own sunshine. I think that this is a very real possibility, that they are just finally realizing their own worth, that they are finally understanding their own value, that they are finally appreciating themselves for who they are, and that is a very beautiful thing. It means that they are finally letting go of all the negativity and all the self-doubt that they have been carrying around for so long. It means that they are finally embracing their own light and their own beauty. It means that they are finally realizing that they are worthy of love and happiness. And if that is the case, then that is amazing. That is something to be celebrated. That is something to be proud of. Because it is not easy to love yourself. It is not easy to accept yourself. It is not easy to see your own worth. It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of strength. And it takes a lot of self-compassion. And if they are finally able to do that, then that is a very big deal. But if that is the case, then that does not necessarily mean that they are ready for a relationship, right? It means that they are happy with themselves. It means that they are content with their life. But it does not mean that they are ready to share that with someone else. Maybe they are not ready to be vulnerable. Maybe they are not ready to trust someone. Maybe they are not ready to commit. Maybe they are just not ready for a relationship right now. And that is okay. That is perfectly fine. Everyone has their own timeline. Everyone has their own journey. And everyone has their own path to follow. And if they are not ready for a relationship, then you have to respect that. You have to honor that. And you have to let them go. Because you cannot force someone to be with you. You cannot force someone to love you. And you cannot force someone to be ready for a relationship. It has to come from them. It has to be their choice. It has to be their desire. What if it is about finally seeing you clearly? Like, after all this time, all this introspection, are they finally realizing how amazing you are? Are they finally seeing your light? Are they finally appreciating everything that you have to offer? Are they finally understanding how lucky they would be to have you in their life? This could be a game changer, right? Because if they are finally seeing you for who you really are, then that could change everything. That could change their whole perspective. That could change their whole heart. That could change their whole life. I think it depends on what they are seeing, you know? Are they seeing your flaws? Are they seeing your imperfections? Are they seeing your vulnerabilities? Or are they just seeing your good qualities? Are they just seeing your strengths? Are they just seeing your potential? Because it is important for them to see the whole you, you know? It is important for them to see both your light and your darkness. It is important for them to see both your good qualities and your bad qualities. It is important for them to see both your strengths and your weaknesses. Because if they are not seeing the whole you, then they are not really seeing you at all. They are just seeing a version of you that they have created in their own mind. They are just seeing a fantasy. They are just seeing an illusion. And that is not fair to you. And it is not fair to them. So it is important for them to see the whole you. It is important for them to see you for who you really are, and to love you for who you really are, even with your flaws, even with your imperfections, even with your vulnerabilities. And I feel like the sun is urging them to drop the mask, like all of the pretense, all of the games, all of the hiding, all of the fear. To just be real, to be authentic, to be honest. And that might mean being vulnerable. That might mean risking getting hurt. But it also might mean finally finding true connection, right? It's like they've been wearing this mask for so long, they don't even remember what their real face looks like anymore. But the sun is telling them it's time to take it off. It's time to show the world who they really are, even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it means risking rejection. Because the truth is, the only way to find true love and true happiness is to be yourself, to be real, to be authentic. So, are they ready to do that? Are they ready to take off the mask? Are they ready to show you their true face? Are they ready to be vulnerable? Are they ready to risk getting hurt? Because if they are, then that's a very good sign. That means that they are finally ready for a real relationship. That means that they are finally ready to open their heart. That means that they are finally ready to love and be loved. I feel like they are also seeing that they are worthy of this happiness, that they deserve to feel good. That they are not broken or damaged or unworthy. Like they are finally giving themselves permission to be happy. It's like they have been punishing themselves for so long, they have forgotten what it feels like to be happy. But the sun is telling them that it's okay to be happy, that they deserve to be happy, that they are worthy of happiness, and that they don't have to punish themselves anymore. So, what does all of this mean for you? What does all of this mean for your relationship? What does all of this mean for your future? I think it means that there is hope. I think it means that there is potential. I think it means that there is a possibility for something beautiful and meaningful to happen. But I also think it means that it is not going to be easy. I think it means that there are still going to be challenges. I think it means that there are still going to be obstacles to overcome. And I think it means that it is going to require a lot of courage, a lot of strength, and a lot of self-compassion. But I also think it means that it is worth it. I think it means that it is worth fighting for. I think it means that it is worth taking the risk. Because if you are both willing to be honest with yourselves, if you are both willing to be vulnerable, if you are both willing to be authentic, and if you are both willing to work together, then I think you can create something truly special. But as I said before, you have to be careful. You have to trust your intuition, you have to pay attention to the red flags, you have to protect yourself. Because not everyone is who they seem to be. Not everyone is honest. Not everyone is authentic. And not everyone is worthy of your love. So you have to be careful, you have to be discerning, and you have to trust yourself. But if you do all of those things, and if you are both willing to work together, then I think you have a very good chance of creating a beautiful and meaningful relationship. A relationship that is full of love, full of joy, full of happiness, and full of light. Okay, so based on the Sun card, here are some things that might be happening. Now let's explore those. Okay, so based on the Sun card, here are some things that might be happening. Now let's explore those. Or maybe I should call them sunbeams instead of things, hee hee. Okay, so the Sun card, I mean, it's like pure joy, right? Total happiness. It's that feeling of warmth on your skin, that feeling of just like everything's right with the world, you know. It's success, it's abundance, it's feeling like totally seen and understood. This is like the ultimate positive card. This card says yes, really loudly, and it promises good things are coming. But I want to make sure to balance the reading so that it's accurate. It really feels like the universe is like shining a light on this situation, you know. It's like all the darkness and confusion is finally clearing away, and they're able to see things clearly for the first time. I wonder if they're finally understanding their own worth, you know? Like, after all that self-doubt and insecurity, are they finally realizing how amazing they are? Are they finally loving themselves? Are they finally giving themselves permission to be happy? Okay, so first, let's dig into how this relates to the Wheel of Fortune, right? I am so curious. Maybe this is a sign that the cycle is turning for the better, you know? All that uncertainty and those anxieties, maybe they are actually leading to something incredible. It's like the wheel has spun, and it has landed on the ultimate, most positive outcome, you know? That's amazing. And now they can breathe a sigh of relief, right? Or maybe they're seeing that they've earned it. Like they've been through so much, they deserve some happiness, right? They've gone through so much, and now they're going to get a break, you know? I think this is amazing. You know, it is kind of like they've been through a storm, and now the sun is finally coming out. But the storm has passed, and they're safe now. But here's a tricky question that I want to think about. Are they even ready to receive it? I wonder if they're going to push it away or sabotage it, right? Because they're so used to things going wrong, they might not even know how to handle it when things go right. What if that voice is really loud in their head? Like, are they going to push you away because they're afraid of getting hurt? Or are they going to embrace this newfound happiness and let it fill their heart with joy? Well, I think it depends on how much work they've done on themselves. Like, have they really taken that time to heal their wounds? Have they really released all those fears? Because if they have, then they will be able to receive this gift with open arms, right? But if they're still holding onto their past traumas, or whatever has been holding them back, then they might push it away. So I'm seeing that those past traumas could still mess with them a little bit, even with the sun shining. Okay, so next, let's link this to the High Priestess, all about intuition, secrets, and those hidden depths of their feelings. With the High Priestess, I am really feeling like this is a light that's shining on all those hidden things, you know? All those secrets and unspoken feelings, maybe they're finally being revealed. It's like the truth is finally coming out, and it's setting them free. This card is encouraging honesty, right? But is that truth good? Or is it something that they are going to struggle with? Are they being real and authentic and honest with themselves now about all their feelings, especially those for you? It's so interesting. Or are they still in denial? I feel like the sun is urging them to be honest, to be authentic, and to be true to themselves. But it is a question of whether they are even capable of doing that, you know? With all that High Priestess mystery in the mix. Okay, so how does the Sun card influence that Nine of Wands? That defensive, that guarded heart. Oh man, is this finally a sign that their walls are coming down and that they are feeling safe enough to let you in? Are they finally realizing that you are not there to hurt them and that you are good for them? Oh, I really hope so. It would be the best thing to come out of this reading. It's like they have been through all this pain and all this suffering, and they have just built up those walls, right, to protect themselves. But those walls are also keeping them from experiencing love and happiness. So that would be a real shame. So this Sun card urges them to tear down those walls and let the light shine in. But is that something that they are even willing to do? I feel like they're still a little bit scared, you know? I wonder if they are, like, almost addicted to the drama. It is easy to get stuck in those patterns, right? Like they are still a little bit hesitant, and they are a little bit afraid of getting hurt. But the Sun is telling them that it is okay to let go. It is okay to trust, and it is safe to love. So will they finally listen? Or will they stay behind those walls, safe but lonely? I think, it's up to them. It always is, isn't it? Now, how about linking this to the Hermit? So we had that energy of needing to go into themselves. Is this Sun card them finally coming out of their shell? Are they finally ready to rejoin the world after so much time alone? Like, after all that introspection and all that soul searching, are they finally ready to share their light with the world? Are they going to let the world see what they have learned while on the mountain? I really, really hope so. It's like they've been hiding in their cave for so long, and they've been really afraid to come out. But the Sun is saying it is time to emerge. It is time to shine. Are they even ready to be seen? Like, I think they're still a little bit insecure, So I am sensing there's still some insecurity hanging around them. They're still a little bit afraid of being judged, and still a little bit afraid of not being good enough. But the Sun is telling them that they are perfect just the way they are. And it's also telling them that they are worthy of love and acceptance, so will they even believe it? Okay, shifting to that Page of Cups, all about fresh starts, new emotions, new innocence. What is it like connecting that pure-hearted potential to the Sun? Is that pure-hearted potential finally blossoming? Are they ready to embrace that newfound joy and let it guide them? It could be like an actual, real new beginning, or it could be the final piece they needed to see the positive side of the cycle, to let the wheel turn to good. It's like they have been carrying around this little cup of hope, and they have been afraid to drink from it. But the Sun is telling them that it is safe to drink, and it is safe to hope. Wow. But they are just not sure, so they hesitate to drink from the cup. Oh wow, but are they even thirsty? I feel like they might still be a little bit jaded, or a little bit cynical, and a little bit doubtful. But this Sun is really bright, right? This Sun card tells them to let go of all the negativity, and to embrace the possibility of something new and beautiful. But will they? Will they actually do it? Because there's a big part of them that still doesn't want to. It is going to be such a monumental task to do this. Okay, and then that clear quartz star, oh man, does this mean they're finally feeling protected enough to let go of their fears? Finally trusting the universe to have their back? Are they finally just surrendering to the flow of life, like the crystal said? Gosh, that is the best direction to go. It feels like things are aligning, It's like they have been so focused on protecting themselves that they have forgotten to just enjoy their life. Right, but this Sun card is telling them that it is safe to let go. It is safe to have fun, and it is safe to just be themselves. Are they listening to that inner child? I think they are still a little bit afraid of being vulnerable, and that they're still a little bit afraid of getting hurt. But the Sun is saying it's okay to be vulnerable. Okay, so that's like all the connections, right? But I need to also be devil's advocate here, right? What if this Sun is a false dawn? I mean, that is possible. What if it's just a temporary burst of happiness that's going to fade away as soon as the clouds roll back in? What if they're just putting on a show, trying to convince themselves and everyone else that they're happy, when really they're still struggling inside? And isn't that the worst? When you're not really dealing with those core wounds. Oh man, I have to consider that. That's an important part of this job. Like, am I a little worried that they're faking it? Because forcing themselves to be happy when they're really not is a recipe for disaster, right? So are they trying to suppress their true feelings? That could be bad. It's kind of like trying to ignore the pain and pretending everything is okay, when it's really not. I mean, I think that this is a possibility, right? That they're not really being authentic, that they are not honest with themselves or with you, and that they aren't being true to their feelings. They have to make sure they are doing the right things, you know? Otherwise, it does not work. It is easy to trick yourself into thinking that everything is going to be okay, and then nothing is okay. It's like they're building a house on a shaky foundation, you know? It might look good on the surface, but it's not going to last. And I think it's very important to consider. Because if that's the case, then this happiness isn't going to last, right? It's going to be fleeting and temporary. And it's going to lead to more pain and suffering in the long run. That is the worst thing. Because eventually, they're going to have to face their true feelings. They're going to have to deal with their pain, and they are going to have to be honest with themselves. And when that happens, it's going to be very difficult and very painful and very challenging. So it's very important for them to be honest with themselves now. It's very important for them to be authentic and for them to be true to their feelings. Okay, so what if this sun is just about them being really, really happy and it has nothing to do with a relationship? Is that possible? Like, what if they're finally realizing their own potential? What if they're finally feeling good about themselves? And what if they're finally loving themselves for the first time ever? Maybe this is them just realizing that they are their own sunshine. And that is so cool. I mean, I think that this is a very real possibility, right? That they're finally realizing their own worth. That they're finally understanding their own value, and that they are finally appreciating themselves for who they are. And that is very, very beautiful. Because it means that they are letting go of all the negativity and all the self-doubt that they have been carrying around for so long. It means that they are embracing their own light and their own beauty. It means that they realize they're worthy of love and happiness. Wow, I am getting emotional. And if that's the case, then that's really amazing and something to celebrate. Because it's not easy to love yourself. And it's not easy to accept yourself. It's not easy to see your own worth, and it takes a lot of courage and strength and self-compassion. If they're able to do that, then that is a very big deal. You know, but if that's the case, then that doesn't necessarily mean that they're ready for a relationship, right? It just means that they're happy with themselves and that they're content with their life. But that doesn't mean that they are ready to share that with someone else. Maybe they're not ready to be vulnerable, and maybe they're not ready to trust someone, or maybe they're just not ready to commit to a relationship. And that's okay. It is perfectly fine. Everybody has their own timeline. Everyone has their own journey, and everyone has their own path to follow. And if they're not ready for a relationship, then we have to respect that. You have to honor that. And you have to let them go, you know? Because you cannot force someone to be with you. You cannot force someone to love you. Also, what if this sun is about finally seeing you clearly? What if it is all about the other person? Like, after all this time, and all this introspection, and everything, are they finally realizing how amazing you are? Are they finally seeing your light? Are they finally appreciating everything that you have to offer? Oh my gosh, are they finally understanding how lucky they would be to have you in their life? Because if so, that could be a real game changer, right? So it is like finally seeing what has been in front of them this whole time. That would change their whole perspective. I really hope so. But I think it depends on what they're seeing, you know? Are they seeing your flaws? Are they seeing your imperfections? Are they seeing your vulnerabilities? Or are they just seeing your good qualities, and are they just seeing your strengths, or just seeing your potential? Like, what if they are creating a version of you in their head? Because it's important for them to see the whole you, right? It is really important for them to see both your light and your darkness. I mean, it is important for them to see both your good qualities and your bad qualities. It is important for them to see both your strengths and your weaknesses. Because if they're not seeing the whole you, then they're not really seeing you at all, right? They are just seeing a version of you that they've created in their own mind, and they are just seeing a fantasy. They are just seeing an illusion. And that's not fair to you, and it is also not fair to them. So, it's important for them to see the whole you, to see you for who you really are, and to love you for who you really are. Wow, even with your flaws, and even with your imperfections, and even with your vulnerabilities. Okay, I am feeling that the sun is urging them to just drop the mask. Is it like, drop all the pretense, drop all the games, drop all the hiding, all of the fear, just be real and just be authentic and just be honest, you know? It's like they have been wearing this mask for so long, they don't even remember what their real face looks like anymore. But this sun is saying it's time to take it off. Oh wow, goosebumps. It is time to show the world who they really are, even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it means risking rejection. Because the truth is, the only way to find true love and true happiness is to be yourself, is to be real, and to be authentic. Oh man, are they ready to do that? Are they ready to take off the mask? Are they ready to show you their true face? Are they ready to be vulnerable? Are they ready to risk getting hurt? Because if they are, then that's a very good sign. That means that they are finally ready for a real relationship. That means that they are finally ready to open their heart. It means that they are finally ready to love and be loved. The sun brings so much freedom. That feels so great. I feel like they're also seeing that they're worthy of this happiness. Like all that shadow work, you know? They deserve to feel good. Like they are not broken or damaged or unworthy. Like they are finally giving themselves permission to be happy. It is like they have been punishing themselves for so long, they have forgotten what it feels like to be happy. But the sun is saying that it's okay to be happy. They deserve to be happy. They're worthy of happiness, and they don't have to punish themselves anymore. Ah, okay, wow, I'm so excited. Okay, so what does all of this mean for you? What does all of this mean for your relationship? I think it means that there is hope. Oh, I hope that's true. I think it means there is potential, and that there is a possibility for something beautiful and meaningful to happen. But I also think it means that it is not going to be easy. Yeah, I feel like those red flags are still going to be there. I think that it is going to require a lot of courage and strength and self-compassion. But I also think it means that it is worth it. I think it means it's worth fighting for. Okay, but it's also worth taking the risk. It is always worth shooting your shot. Because if you're both willing to be honest with yourselves, if you are both willing to be vulnerable, if you are both willing to be authentic, and if you are both willing to work together, then I think you can create something truly special. But as I said before, you have to be careful, right? You have to trust your intuition. So those intuitive hits and gut feelings are so important to trust. You have to pay attention to the red flags, and you have to protect yourself. And it might be good to protect yourself while still holding out hope. Because not everyone is who they seem to be, and not everyone is honest, and not everyone is authentic. And you are probably not everyone's cup of tea and vice versa, right? Not everyone is worthy of your love. So, it's important to be careful. It's important to be discerning. And it's important to trust yourself. Okay, so based on the sun card, here are some things that might be happening. Now let's explore those. Or maybe I should call them sunbeams instead of things, hee hee. Okay, so the sun card, I mean, it's like pure joy, right? Total happiness. It's that feeling of warmth on your skin, that feeling of just like everything's right with the world, you know. It's success, it's abundance, it's feeling like totally seen and understood. This is like the ultimate positive card. This card says yes, really loudly, and it promises good things are coming. But I want to make sure to balance the reading so that it's accurate. It really feels like the universe is like shining a light on this situation, you know. It's like all the darkness and confusion is finally clearing away, and they're able to see things clearly for the first time. I wonder if they're finally understanding their own worth, you know? Like, after all that self-doubt and insecurity, are they finally realizing how amazing they are? Are they finally loving themselves? Are they finally giving themselves permission to be happy? Okay, so first, let's dig into how this relates to the Wheel of Fortune, right? I am so curious. Maybe this is a sign that the cycle is turning for the better, you know? All that uncertainty and those anxieties, maybe they are actually leading to something incredible. It's like the wheel has spun, and it has landed on the ultimate, most positive outcome, you know? That's amazing. And now they can breathe a sigh of relief, right? Or maybe they're seeing that they've earned it. Like they've been through so much, they deserve some happiness, right? They've gone through so much, and now they're going to get a break, you know? I think this is amazing. You know, it is kind of like they've been through a storm, and now the sun is finally coming out. But the storm has passed, and they're safe now. But here's a tricky question that I want to think about. Are they even ready to receive it? I wonder if they're going to push it away or sabotage it, right? Because they're so used to things going wrong, they might not even know how to handle it when things go right. What if that voice is really loud in their head? Like, are they going to push you away because they're afraid of getting hurt? Or are they going to embrace this newfound happiness and let it fill their heart with joy? Well, I think it depends on how much work they've done on themselves. Like, have they really taken that time to heal their wounds? Have they really released all those fears? Because if they have, then they will be able to receive this gift with open arms, right? But if they're still holding onto their past traumas, or whatever has been holding them back, then they might push it away. So I'm seeing that those past traumas could still mess with them a little bit, even with the sun shining. Are they going to focus on the things that are going wrong, instead of focusing on the things that are going right? It's like they are so used to seeing the glass half full that they don't even know how to see the glass half full. So, they need to shift their perspective and start focusing on the positive aspects of their life. They need to start appreciating all the good things that they have. They need to start being grateful for all the blessings that they have received. Because if they don't, then they are going to miss out on all the joy and happiness that is available to them. Okay, so next, let's link this to the High Priestess, all about intuition, secrets, and those hidden depths of their feelings. With the High Priestess, I am really feeling like this is a light that's shining on all those hidden things, All those secrets and unspoken feelings, maybe they're finally being revealed. It's like the truth is finally coming out, and it's setting them free. This card is encouraging honesty, right? But is that truth good, or is it something that they are going to struggle with? Are they being real and authentic and honest with themselves now about all their feelings, especially those for you? It's so interesting. Or are they still in denial? I feel like the sun is urging them to be honest, to be authentic, and to be true to themselves. But it is a question of whether they are even capable of doing that, with all that High Priestess mystery in the mix. Are they finally letting go of the secrets that they have been keeping? Are they finally being honest with themselves about what they want? Are they finally admitting that they have feelings for you? Or are they still hiding behind a mask? Are they still pretending to be someone that they are not? I feel like the sun is urging them to come clean, to be honest with themselves and with you. To let go of the secrets and embrace the truth. But is that something that they are willing to do? It's like they are standing at a crossroads, right? They can either continue down the path that they have been on, which is full of secrets and lies, or they can choose a different path, which is full of honesty and truth. But the choice is theirs. And it is up to them to decide which path they want to take. Are they even aware that they are keeping secrets from themselves? Are they even aware that they are not being honest with themselves? I feel like they might be in denial, They might be so afraid of facing the truth that they are just pretending that it doesn't exist. They might be burying their feelings deep down inside, hoping that they will just go away. But that's not how it works, right? Those feelings are not going to go away. They are going to stay there, festering and growing until they finally explode. So it is important for them to face those feelings now, to acknowledge them, to validate them, and to deal with them in a healthy way. It is like they are cleaning out a closet, right? They might find some things that they don't want to see, some things that are dusty and forgot. But they also might find some treasures, some things that are beautiful and meaningful. And how is that intuition playing a role? Have they been ignoring their gut feelings? Have they been dismissing their inner voice? Are they finally listening to what their intuition is telling them? Are they finally trusting their gut? I feel like the sun is urging them to tap into their intuition, to listen to their inner voice, and to trust their gut feelings. Because their intuition is always right. It is always guiding them in the right direction. It is always telling them the truth, but they have to be willing to listen. They have to be willing to trust. They have to be willing to follow their intuition. Okay, so how does the Sun card influence that Nine of Wands? That defensive, that guarded heart. Oh man, is this finally a sign that their walls are coming down and that they are feeling safe enough to let you in? Are they finally realizing that you are not there to hurt them and that you are good for them? Oh, I really hope so. It would be the best thing to come out of this reading. It's like they have been through all this pain and all this suffering, and they have just built up those walls, right, to protect themselves. But those walls are also keeping them from experiencing love and happiness. So that would be a real shame. So this sun card urges them to tear down those walls and let the light shine in. But is that something that they are even willing to do? I feel like they're still a little bit scared, you know? I wonder if they are, like, almost addicted to the drama. It is easy to get stuck in those patterns, right? Like, they are still a little bit hesitant, and they are a little bit afraid of getting hurt. But the sun is telling them that it is okay to let go. It is okay to trust, and it is safe to love. So will they finally listen, or will they stay behind those walls, safe but lonely? I think, it's up to them. It always is, isn't it? Are they even aware that they are building walls around their heart? Are they even aware that they are pushing people away? I feel like they might be doing it subconsciously, They might not even realize that they are doing it. They might be so used to protecting themselves that they don't even know how to let go. It's like they are wearing a suit of armor, right? It is protecting them from getting hurt, but it is also preventing them from connecting with others. It is preventing them from experiencing love and intimacy. It is preventing them from being vulnerable. So they need to take off that armor. They need to let go of their fears. They need to open their heart. They need to allow themselves to be vulnerable. But that is not easy, right? It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of trust. It takes a lot of faith. But it is worth it. Because the rewards are so great. The rewards are love, joy, happiness, and connection. It's like they are standing at the edge of a cliff, right? They are scared to jump. But they know that if they don't jump, they will never fly. And what about their past traumas? Are they still letting those past experiences define their present and their future? Are they still projecting their past onto you? Are they still expecting you to hurt them the way that someone else did? I feel like the sun is urging them to let go of their past, to forgive those who have hurt them, to release all the anger and resentment that they have been holding onto, to move forward with a clean slate. But that is not easy, right? It takes time. It takes effort. It takes healing. It takes therapy. It takes self-compassion, but it is worth it because the rewards are so great. The rewards are freedom, peace, joy, and happiness. It's like they are carrying around a heavy backpack, right? It is filled with the baggage of past relationships. They need to unpack that backpack. They need to release the baggage. They need to lighten their load. And then they will be able to move forward with ease and grace. Now, how about linking this to the Hermit? So we had that energy of needing to go into themselves. Is this sun card them finally coming out of their shell? Are they finally ready to rejoin the world after so much time alone? Like, after all that introspection and all that soul searching, are they finally ready to share their light with the world? Are they going to let the world see what they have learned while on the mountain? I really, really hope so. It's like they've been hiding in their cave for so long, and they've been really afraid to come out. But the sun is saying it is time to emerge. It is time to shine. Are they even ready to be seen? Like, I think they're still a little bit insecure, So I am sensing there's still some insecurity hanging around them. They're still a little bit afraid of being judged, and still a little bit afraid of not being good enough. But the sun is telling them that they are perfect just the way they are. And it's also telling them that they are worthy of love and acceptance, so will they even believe it? Are they taking those lessons that they learned in the cave and putting them into practice? Are they applying that knowledge to their life, or are they just keeping it to themselves? I feel like the sun is urging them to share their wisdom with others, to be a light in the darkness, to inspire and uplift those around them, because they have so much to offer, they have so much to give. They just need to be willing to share it. But are they even aware of their own potential? Are they even aware of their own gifts? I feel like they might be undervaluing themselves, They might be selling themselves short. They might be thinking that they don't have anything to offer. But that's not true. They have so much to offer. They have so many gifts to share. They just need to recognize them, to embrace them, and to share them with the world. It's like they are a diamond in the rough, right? They are full of potential, but they need to be polished. They need to be refined. They need to be cut and shaped. And then they will be able to shine brightly for all the world to see. Are they taking care of themselves? Are they nourishing their body, mind, and spirit? Are they getting enough sleep? Are they eating healthy foods? Are they exercising regularly? Are they spending time in nature? Are they meditating? Are they doing things that make them happy? I feel like the sun is urging them to prioritize their self-care, to make sure that they are taking care of themselves. Because if they are not taking care of themselves, then they will not be able to take care of anyone else. It's like they are putting on their own oxygen mask, right? They need to make sure that they are safe and secure before they can help others. They need to make sure that they are strong and healthy before they can be a source of strength and health for others. Are they setting healthy boundaries? Are they saying no to things that drain them? Are they prioritizing their own needs? Are they protecting their energy? I feel like the sun is urging them to set healthy boundaries, to protect their energy, to say no to things that drain them. Because they cannot be everything to everyone. They need to focus on their own needs, their own goals, and their own priorities. It's like they are building a fence around their garden, right? They want to keep the rabbits out, but they also want to let the sunshine in. They need to be careful about who they let into their inner circle. They need to be discerning about who they share their energy with. Okay, shifting to that page of cups, all about fresh starts, new emotions, new innocence. What is it like connecting that pure-hearted potential to the sun? Is that pure-hearted potential finally blossoming? Are they ready to embrace that newfound joy and let it guide them? It could be like an actual, real new beginning, or it could be the final piece they needed to see the positive side of the cycle, to let the wheel turn to good. You know, it's like they have been carrying around this little cup of hope, and they have been afraid to drink from it. But the sun is telling them that it is safe to drink, and it is safe to hope. Wow. But they are just not sure, so they hesitate to drink from the cup. Oh wow, but are they even thirsty? I feel like they might still be a little bit jaded, or a little bit cynical, and a little bit doubtful. But this sun is really bright, right? This sun card tells them to let go of all the negativity and to embrace the possibility of something new and beautiful. But will they? Will they actually do it? Because there's a big part of them that still doesn't want to. It is going to be such a monumental task to do this. Are they being authentic in how they are sharing those new emotions, or the possibility of them, or whatever, with you? Or are they kind of putting on a show? I feel like the sun is urging them to be authentic, to be genuine, to be real. To be honest about their feelings, even if it is scary, even if it is uncomfortable, because you deserve to know the truth. You deserve to be with someone who is real and authentic. You deserve to be with someone who is not afraid to show you their true feelings. It's like they are taking off a mask, right? They are showing you who they really are. They are letting you see their true self. They are being vulnerable with you, and that is a beautiful thing, because it means that they trust you. It means that they care about you. It means that they want to build a real connection with you. It means that they are ready to be in a relationship with you. Are they even aware of their own emotions? Are they even aware of how they feel? I feel like they might be suppressing their emotions, you know? They might be afraid of feeling their emotions. They might be afraid of getting hurt. They might be afraid of being vulnerable. So, they are just shutting down their emotions. They are not allowing themselves to feel. They are not allowing themselves to connect with their feelings. But that is not healthy, right? That is not sustainable, because those emotions are going to come out eventually. And when they do, they are going to be even more intense. They are going to be even more overwhelming. So, it is important for them to feel their emotions now, to acknowledge them, to validate them, and to deal with them in a healthy way. It's like they are building a dam, right? They are trying to hold back the water. But eventually, the dam is going to break. And when it does, the water is going to come rushing out, causing destruction and chaos. So, it is better to release the water slowly and gradually. It is better to feel their emotions now, in a healthy way, rather than suppressing them and letting them explode later on. And what about that childlike innocence? Are they still holding on to that? Or have they lost it along the way? Are they still able to see the world with wonder and awe? Are they still able to find joy in the simple things? Are they still able to laugh and play? I feel like the sun is urging them to reconnect with their inner child, to let go of their worries and their responsibilities, to allow themselves to have fun, to allow themselves to be silly, to allow themselves to be playful, because life is too short to be serious all the time. It is important to remember to have fun. It is important to remember to laugh. It is important to remember to play. It's like they are going back to their childhood, right? They are remembering what it was like to be a kid. They are remembering what it was like to be carefree and joyful. They are reconnecting with that part of themselves. And that is a beautiful thing. Okay, and then that clear quartz star, oh man, does this mean they're finally feeling protected enough to let go of their fears? Finally trusting the universe to have their back? Are they finally just surrendering to the flow of life, like the crystal said? Gosh, that is the best direction to go. It feels like things are aligning, you know? It's like they have been so focused on protecting themselves that they have forgotten to just enjoy their life. Right, but this sun card is telling them that it is safe to let go. It is safe to have fun. And it is safe to just be themselves. Are they listening to that inner child? You know, I think they are still a little bit afraid of being vulnerable, and that they're still a little bit afraid of getting hurt. But the sun is saying it's okay to be vulnerable. Okay, so that's like all the connections, right? But I need to also be devil's advocate here, right? What if this sun is a false dawn? I mean, that is possible. What if it's just a temporary burst of happiness that's going to fade away as soon as the clouds roll back in? What if they're just putting on a show, trying to convince themselves and everyone else that they're happy, when really they're still struggling inside? And isn't that the worst? When you are not really dealing with those core wounds? Oh man. I have to consider that. That's an important part of this job. Like, am I a little worried that they're faking it? Because forcing themselves to be happy, when they're really not, is a recipe for disaster, right? So are they trying to suppress their true feelings? That could be bad. It's kind of like trying to ignore the pain and pretending everything is okay when it's really not. I mean, I think that this is a possibility, right? That they're not really being authentic, that they are not honest with themselves or with you, and that they aren't being true to their feelings. They have to make sure they are doing the right things, you know? Otherwise, it does not work. It is easy to trick yourself into thinking that everything is going to be okay, and then nothing is okay. And it feels so much worse. It's like they're building a house on a shaky foundation, you know? It might look good on the surface, but it's not going to last. And I think it's very important to consider. Because if that's the case, then this happiness isn't going to last, right? It's going to be fleeting and temporary. And it's going to lead to more pain and suffering in the long run. That is the worst thing. Because eventually, they're going to have to face their true feelings. They're going to have to deal with their pain, and they are going to have to be honest with themselves. And when that happens, it's going to be very difficult and very painful and very challenging. So it's very important for them to be honest with themselves now. It's very important for them to be authentic and for them to be true to their feelings. So how can they avoid this? How can they make sure that this sun is real and lasting? How can they make sure that they are not just putting on a show? I feel like they need to be willing to feel their feelings, to acknowledge them, to validate them, and to deal with them in a healthy way. They need to be willing to be vulnerable, to be open and honest about their emotions, to share their feelings with others. They need to be willing to ask for help, to reach out to others for support, to let others know that they are struggling. They need to be willing to be themselves, to be authentic, to be real, to be true to who they are. They need to be willing to love themselves, to accept themselves, to forgive themselves, and they need to be willing to let go of the past, to release the baggage, to move forward with a clean slate. Because if they are not willing to do those things, then this sun is just a temporary burst of happiness. It is just a false dawn. It is just a show, and it is not going to last. So it is up to them to make the choice. It is up to them to decide whether they want to be real or whether they want to be fake. It is up to them to decide whether they want to be happy or whether they want to be sad. And it is up to them to decide whether they want to live a life that is authentic and true to themselves, or whether they want to live a life that is based on lies and deception. Okay, so what if? What if this sun is just about them being really, really happy, and it has nothing to do with a relationship? Is that possible? Like, what if they're finally realizing their own potential? What if they're finally feeling good about themselves? And what if they're finally loving themselves for the first time ever? Maybe this is them just realizing that they are their own sunshine. And that is so cool. I mean, I think that this is a very real possibility, right? That they're finally realizing their own worth, that they're finally understanding their own value, and that they are finally appreciating themselves for who they are. And that is very, very beautiful. because it means that they are letting go of all the negativity and all the self-doubt that they have been carrying around for so long. It means that they are embracing their own light and their own beauty. It means that they realize they're worthy of love and happiness. Wow, I am getting emotional. And if that's the case, then that's really amazing and something to celebrate. Because it's not easy to love yourself, and it's not easy to accept yourself. It's not easy to see your own worth, and it takes a lot of courage and strength and self-compassion. If they're able to do that, then that is a very big deal. But if that's the case, then that doesn't necessarily mean that they're ready for a relationship, right? It just means that they're happy with themselves and that they're content with their life. But that doesn't mean that they are ready to share that with someone else. Maybe they're not ready to be vulnerable, and maybe they're not ready to trust someone, or maybe they're just not ready to commit to a relationship. And that's okay. It is perfectly fine. Everybody has their own timeline. Everyone has their own journey, and everyone has their own path to follow. And if they're not ready for a relationship, then we have to respect that. You have to honor that. And you have to let them go, because you cannot force someone to be with you. You cannot force someone to love you. Also, what if this sun is about finally seeing you clearly? What if it is all about the other person? Like, after all this time, and all this introspection, and everything, are they finally realizing how amazing you are? Are they finally seeing your light? Are they finally appreciating everything that you have to offer? Oh my gosh, are they finally understanding how lucky they would be to have you in their life? Because if so, that could be a real game changer, right? So it is like finally seeing what has been in front of them this whole time. That would change their whole perspective. I really hope so. But I think it depends on what they're seeing. Are they seeing your flaws? Are they seeing your imperfections? Are they seeing your vulnerabilities? Or are they just seeing your good qualities? And are they just seeing your strengths, or just seeing your potential? Like, what if they are creating a version of you in their head? Because it's important for them to see the whole you, right? It is really important for them to see both your light and your darkness. I mean, it is important for them to see both your good qualities and your bad qualities. It is important for them to see both your strengths and your weaknesses. Because if they're not seeing the whole you, then they're not really seeing you at all, right? They are just seeing a version of you that they've created in their own mind, and they are just seeing a fantasy. They are just seeing an illusion, and that's not fair to you, and it is also not fair to them. So, it's important for them to see the whole you, to see you for who you really are, and to love you for who you really are. Wow, even with your flaws, and even with your imperfections, and even with your vulnerabilities. Okay, I am feeling that the sun is urging them to just drop the mask. Is it like drop all the pretense, drop all the games, drop all the hiding, all of the fear, just be real and just be authentic and just be honest? It's like they have been wearing this mask for so long, they don't even remember what their real face looks like anymore. But this sun is saying it's time to take it off. Oh wow, goosebumps. It is time to show the world who they really are. Even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it means risking rejection. Because the truth is, the only way to find true love and true happiness is to be yourself, is to be real, and to be authentic. Oh man, are they ready to do that? Are they ready to take off the mask? Are they ready to show you their true face? Are they ready to be vulnerable? Are they ready to risk getting hurt? Because if they are, then that's a very good sign. That means that they are finally ready for a real relationship. That means that they are finally ready to open their heart. It means that they are finally ready to love and be loved. The sun brings so much freedom. That feels so great. I feel like they're also seeing that they're worthy of this happiness. Like all that shadow work. They deserve to feel good. Like they are not broken or damaged or unworthy. Like they are finally giving themselves permission to be happy. It is like they have been punishing themselves for so long, they have forgotten what it feels like to be happy. But the sun is saying that it's okay to be happy. They deserve to be happy. They're worthy of happiness, and they don't have to punish themselves anymore. Ah, okay, wow, I'm so excited. Okay, so what does all of this mean for you? What does all of this mean for your relationship? I think it means that there is hope. Oh, I hope that's true. I think it means there is potential, and that there is a possibility for something beautiful and meaningful to happen. But I also think it means that it is not going to be easy. Yeah, I feel like those red flags are still going to be there. I think that it is going to require a lot of courage and strength and self-compassion. But I also think it means that it is worth it. I think it means it's worth fighting for. Okay, but it's also worth taking the risk. It is always worth shooting your shot. Because if you're both willing to be honest with yourselves, if you are both willing to be vulnerable, if you are both willing to be authentic, and if you are both willing to work together, then I think you can create something truly special. But as I said before, you have to be careful, right? You have to trust your intuition. So those intuitive hits and gut feelings are so important to trust. You have to pay attention to the red flags, and you have to protect yourself. And it might be good to protect yourself while still holding out hope. Because not everyone is who they seem to be, and not everyone is honest, and not everyone is authentic. And you are probably not everyone's cup of tea and vice versa, right? Not everyone is worthy of your love. So, it's important to be careful. It's important to be discerning. And it's important to trust yourself. So, what should you do next? Should you wait for them to make a move? Should you reach out to them? Should you just move on? I feel like you should trust your intuition. If your intuition is telling you to wait, then wait. If your intuition is telling you to reach out, then reach out. If your intuition is telling you to move on, then move on. Because your intuition is always right. It is always guiding you in the right direction. And remember, you are worthy of love and happiness. You deserve to be with someone who loves you unconditionally. You deserve to be with someone who is honest and authentic. You deserve to be with someone who is not afraid to show you their feelings. So don't settle for anything less. Don't let anyone treat you poorly. Don't let anyone take you for granted. You are amazing, and you deserve to be treated like it. And remember that clear quartz star energy, okay? You are protected. Keep that close to you. It means the universe is watching over you, guiding you on your path, and sending you all the love and support that you need. You got this. Okay, so, Smoky quartz, right? This crystal is all about centering, and it totally vibes with our reading's theme, quiet reflections. It's like we're diving deep into their internal world, seeing how they're processing things and trying to find that balance, especially when it comes to you. It's all about unveiling what's going on inside their head and heart without them even realizing it. All right, let's jump right into these cards because this is juicy. We've got the Six of Wands, the High Priestess, and the King of Wands. That's like a whole roller coaster of emotions and energies, right? It's like a parade, a secret, and a burning desire all rolled into one. It's like a movie. Okay, so the Six of Wands. Usually, this card screams like victory, public recognition, achievements, right? But like in this context, and with the smoky quartz centering vibe, it's making me think about your impact on them. It's like they see you as a victory, as someone worthy of recognition. It's not necessarily about them achieving something, but more about them recognizing something in you. Like they see your light, you know? It's kind of like, imagine them at a party, right? And everyone's like fawning over them, praising them, and they're just like kinda zoning out. And then you walk in, or you say something, or you just are, and suddenly they're like, whoa. Like they actually see you, you know? It's like the spotlight shifts from them to you, but they don't feel threatened or jealous. They feel proud, admiring, like they've discovered something amazing. Maybe they've seen you overcome a challenge, or maybe they've just witnessed your kindness towards someone else. Or maybe it's just your sheer brilliance, you know. Whatever it is, it's something that makes them stand up and take notice. It's like they want to be associated with you, like they're proud to know you. They might even brag about you to other people, you know? Like, oh yeah, I know them. They're amazing. It's like they're carrying your banner in a way. They're celebrating your achievements, even if they're not directly involved. And it's genuine, you know? It's not just lip service. They truly believe in you and your potential. It's like they see something special in you that maybe even you don't see in yourself. It's that kind of vibe. And this isn't just about romantic feelings either. It could be admiration for your work ethic, your creativity, your intelligence, your sense of humor. Anything, really. It's just that they recognize something extraordinary in you, and they want to acknowledge it, even if it's just to themselves. It's like they're silently applauding you from the sidelines, you know? And it's a really powerful feeling. They might even feel like they can learn something from you, like you have something to teach them. It's not like they're putting you on a pedestal, but they definitely respect you and your abilities. They see you as someone who's going places, and they want to be a part of your journey, even in a small way. Maybe they offer you opportunities, or maybe they just offer you encouragement, or maybe they just listen when you need to vent. Whatever it is, they're showing you that they value you and your contributions. And it's not just because they want something from you. It's because they genuinely care about your well-being and your success. It's that pure, you know. It's kind of like, when you see a friend finally achieve a goal they've been working towards for a long time, and you just feel so incredibly happy for them, you know? Like, you want to shout it from the rooftops. That's the kind of energy I'm getting here. It's like they're celebrating your victories, big or small, and they're genuinely invested in your happiness. And it's not just a fleeting feeling either. It's something that's been building over time. They've been watching you, observing you, and they've come to realize just how amazing you are. And they're not afraid to admit it, at least to themselves. They might even be a little bit intimidated by you, you know? Like, they know you're capable of great things, and they don't want to hold you back. They want to support you and help you reach your full potential. It's like they see you as a rising star, and they want to be a part of your constellation. They want to bask in your light, and they want to help you shine even brighter. And it's not just because they're selfish or because they want to take credit for your success. It's because they genuinely believe in you and they want to see you succeed. They see your wins as their wins. They might even be a little bit jealous of you in a good way, you know? Like they admire your confidence, your drive, your passion. They wish they had those qualities themselves. But instead of resenting you, they use you as inspiration. They look up to you and they try to emulate your positive traits. It's like they're constantly learning from you, even without you knowing it. You're like a role model to them, someone they aspire to be like. And that's a huge compliment, you know? It means they see something truly special in you, something worth emulating. They might even keep a mental list of all your good qualities, you know. Like, okay, they're always so positive, even when things are tough. I need to work on that. Or, they're so good at communicating their ideas, I need to learn from them. It's like they're constantly taking notes, trying to improve themselves by observing you. And it's not just your professional skills either. It's also your personal qualities. Like they admire your kindness, your compassion, your empathy. They see how you treat other people, and they're inspired to be a better person themselves. It's like you're a walking, talking example of how to live a good life. And they're paying attention. They're watching you, they're learning from you, and they're trying to incorporate your positive traits into their own lives. And it's not just a one-way street, either. They might also offer you advice or support when you need it. They might see things from a different perspective, and they might be able to offer you insights that you wouldn't have thought of on your own. It's like you're both helping each other grow and evolve. You're both pushing each other to be better versions of yourselves. And that's a really beautiful thing, you know? It's a sign of a deep connection and a mutual respect. It's as if you're both running toward the same finish line. They may also deeply appreciate your sense of humor. Maybe you make them laugh like no one else can. Maybe you have a similar sense of the absurd. Whatever it is, they find your humor incredibly appealing. And it's not just about being entertained, either. It's also about feeling comfortable and relaxed around you. Like, they can be themselves around you, and they don't have to worry about being judged. They know you'll always appreciate their jokes, even if they're not that funny. It's like you have your own little inside jokes that no one else understands. And that creates a sense of intimacy and connection. It's like you're both speaking the same language, even when you're not saying anything at all. It's that kind of vibe. And I feel like this card, the Six of Wands in this context, shows that there's a mutual celebration of each other's presence. Okay, so that's the Six of Wands. But here's where it gets interesting, because we also have the High Priestess. And the High Priestess is all about secrets, intuition, hidden knowledge, right? So it's like they might be publicly celebrating you, but there's also something deeper going on beneath the surface. Something they're not quite ready to reveal. Something that even they might not fully understand yet. And this is where that centering energy of the Smoky Quartz really comes into play. It's like they're trying to balance their public admiration for you with their private, hidden feelings. It's a dance between what they show the world and what they keep to themselves. And it's not necessarily a conscious decision either. It's more like a subconscious impulse to protect themselves and their emotions. They might be afraid of being vulnerable, or they might be afraid of rejection, or they might just not be ready to deal with the intensity of their feelings. Whatever it is, they're keeping a part of themselves hidden from you and from the world. And that's where the High Priestess comes in. She's the guardian of those secrets, the keeper of the hidden knowledge. She's the one who knows what's really going on beneath the surface. And she's not about to reveal it to just anyone. You have to earn her trust. You have to prove that you're worthy of her secrets. You have to show her that you're not going to judge her, or betray her, or take advantage of her vulnerability. And that's not easy. It takes time, patience, and a whole lot of empathy. But if you can earn her trust, she'll reveal her secrets to you. She'll show you the truth about herself and about your connection. And it'll be more beautiful and more powerful than you ever could have imagined. But until then, you'll have to be content with the surface level. You'll have to trust that there's something deeper going on, even if you can't see it yet. You'll have to be patient and wait for the right moment. And when that moment comes, it'll be worth the wait. I just know it. So, what could these hidden feelings be? Well, it could be anything, really. But given the energy of the Six of Wands, and the fact that they already admire you so much, it's likely that these hidden feelings are romantic in nature. They might be secretly crushing on you, you know? Like, they see you as more than just a friend or a colleague. They see you as someone they could potentially be with, someone they could share their life with. And that's a scary thought, you know? Especially if they've been hurt in the past. They might be afraid of getting their heart broken again. Or they might be afraid of ruining the friendship that you already have. Or they might just not think they're good enough for you. Whatever it is, they're hesitant to take that leap of faith. They're playing it safe, keeping their feelings hidden and hoping that you won't notice. But you do notice, don't you? You can feel the tension in the air. You can see the longing in their eyes. You can hear the unspoken words in their voice. And it's driving you crazy, isn't it? You want to know what they're thinking. You want to know how they really feel. You want to break down those walls and get to the truth. But you also don't want to scare them away. You don't want to ruin everything. So you're stuck in this limbo, this state of uncertainty, wondering what to do. And it's frustrating, to say the least. But here's the thing. The High Priestess is telling you to trust your intuition. She's telling you that you already know the answer. You just have to listen to your inner voice. You have to pay attention to the signs. You have to trust that the universe is guiding you in the right direction. And if you do that, you'll find the answers you're looking for. You'll know what to do. You'll know how to proceed. You'll know whether to take a chance or to walk away. And it's not going to be easy either. It's going to require courage, vulnerability, and a whole lot of faith. But it's worth it, you know? Because the potential reward is so much greater than the risk. If you can break down those walls and reveal the truth, you could find a love that's more beautiful and more powerful than you ever could have imagined. A love that's based on mutual respect, admiration, and a deep, unspoken connection. And that's what the High Priestess is all about. She's about finding that hidden connection, that unspoken truth. She's about trusting your intuition and following your heart. She's about taking a chance and risking it all for love. And if you're willing to do that, she'll guide you every step of the way. She'll show you the path, she'll protect you from harm, and she'll help you find your way to true love. It's also like, there might be something about you that triggers something in them, something that they haven't felt in a long time, or maybe even ever felt. It's like you unlock a part of their heart that they thought was closed off forever. And that's a really powerful thing, you know. It means you have the potential to heal them, to help them grow, to help them become a better version of themselves. And it's not just about romantic love, either. It could also be about platonic love, or familial love, or even self-love. It's about finding that deep connection with another human being, that feeling of being seen and understood and accepted for who you are. And that's what the High Priestess is all about. She's about finding that connection, that feeling of belonging, that sense of home. They might also admire your strength, your resilience, your ability to overcome challenges. They might see you as a survivor, someone who's been through a lot but has come out stronger on the other side. And that's incredibly inspiring, you know. It means you have the potential to help them overcome their own challenges, to help them find their own strength, to help them become the best version of themselves. It's like you're a beacon of hope, a symbol of possibility. You show them that anything is possible, that they can overcome their own obstacles and achieve their dreams. And that's a really powerful message, especially if they're feeling lost or discouraged. You give them hope, you give them inspiration, you give them the courage to keep going. And it's not just about what you do, either. It's also about what you are. Your personality, your energy, your vibe. They might be drawn to your sense of humor, your kindness, your compassion. They might admire your intelligence, your creativity, your passion. Whatever it is, it's something about you that resonates with them on a deep level. It's like you're speaking their language, even when you're not saying anything at all. You just get them, you know? You understand their quirks, their insecurities, their dreams, and that's a rare and precious thing. It means you have the potential to build a connection that's more meaningful and more fulfilling than anything they've ever experienced before. And it's not just about finding someone who understands you, either. It's also about finding someone who challenges you, who pushes you to grow, who helps you become a better version of yourself. And that's what the High Priestess is all about. She's about finding that person who sees your potential, who believes in you even when you don't believe in yourself, who pushes you to reach for the stars. And that person might not always be easy to be around. They might challenge you, they might confront you, they might even make you uncomfortable at times. But that's because they care about you. They want to see you succeed, they want to see you reach your full potential. And they're willing to do whatever it takes to help you get there, even if it means pushing you out of your comfort zone. So, yeah, the High Priestess definitely points to hidden feelings, probably of the romantic kind, but also a deep sense of admiration and connection. But here's where it gets even more interesting, because we also have the King of Wands. This king is all about passion, action, leadership, and taking charge, right? So it's like they have these hidden feelings and they're burning with a desire to act on them, but something is holding them back. Maybe it's the fear of rejection, like we talked about. Maybe it's the fear of ruining the friendship. Or maybe it's something else entirely. Maybe they're in a relationship already. Or maybe they have some other commitment that's preventing them from pursuing their feelings. Whatever it is, they're feeling conflicted. They want to act, but they know they shouldn't. Or at least, they think they shouldn't. And that's where the Smoky Quartz centering energy comes in again. It's like they're trying to balance their passion and desire with their sense of responsibility and obligation. It's a constant struggle between what they want to do and what they should do. And it's not easy. It can be exhausting, frustrating, and even heartbreaking. They may fantasize about a life with you. They spend time imagining what it would be like if they were actually together. They imagine holding your hand. They imagine kissing you. They imagine waking up next to you every morning. And these fantasies are incredibly tempting, you know? They make them want to throw caution to the wind and just go for it. But then reality sets in. They remember their responsibilities, their commitments, their fears. And they realize that it's not that simple. It's not just about following their heart. It's also about considering the consequences. It's about weighing the pros and cons. It's about making a responsible decision. And that's not always easy to do, especially when you're dealing with such strong emotions. They may overthink everything that they're thinking. And it's not just about their own feelings either. It's also about your feelings. They don't want to hurt you. They don't want to put you in an awkward position. They don't want to make you uncomfortable. They want to respect your boundaries and your choices. And that's why they're hesitating. They're trying to figure out what's the best course of action, not just for themselves, but for both of you. And that's a sign of respect. They may also question their own motives. They may wonder if they're just being selfish, or if they're actually thinking about what's best for you. They may worry that they're just projecting their own desires onto you, and that you don't actually feel the same way. And these doubts can be paralyzing, you know? They can make it impossible to take any action at all. So, with the King of Wands, there is a lot of fire and passion. But because we have the High Priestess as well, there's a lot of hesitancy and secrecy. There's a lot of conflict between the desire to act and the need to be cautious. And that's a tough situation to be in. So, to bring it all back to the Smoky Quartz and centering, it's like This person is going through a lot internally. They see you as someone amazing, Six of Wands. They have deep, possibly romantic feelings they aren't expressing, High Priestess. And they have a strong desire to do something about it, but they're holding back, King of Wands. They need to find balance within themselves before they can move forward. They need to center themselves and figure out what they really want and what's the best way to get it without hurting anyone in the process. And that's what this reading is all about, helping them find that balance and clarity. And that's what we're here for, right? Okay, so Seven of Cups. Wow, this card is bursting with possibilities, but also confusion. I feel like this really builds on everything we've already seen, right? Like with the Six of Wands, they see you as amazing, right? They're admiring you, maybe even celebrating you. But then the High Priestess shows us these secret, hidden feelings. And the King of Wands. That's the desire, that fire to actually do something. But they're holding back, right? They're stuck. And now we have the Seven of Cups. And this card is just options. So many options, so many possibilities. It's like their head is swirling with all these different scenarios, all these different outcomes, all these different fantasies about you. But are these realistic? Are they even seeing you clearly? Or are they projecting their own desires and fears onto you? That's what the Seven of Cups makes me wonder. It's like they're standing there, looking at all these cups, and each cup has something different in it, right? Maybe one cup has a romantic relationship, another has a friendship, another has just a casual fling. Maybe one cup has a future where you're their best friend, and another has a future where you're their worst enemy. It's all these extremes and everything in between, right? And they're just overwhelmed. They don't know which cup to choose. They don't know which path to take. They're paralyzed by the possibilities. It's like they're standing at a crossroads, and every road looks equally appealing and equally terrifying. And the thing is, with the Seven of Cups, these possibilities aren't always what they seem, you know? Some of these cups might look amazing on the outside, but when you actually open them up, they're empty, or even worse, they're full of something nasty. So it's they need to be careful about what they wish for. They need to be careful about which fantasy they choose to believe in. And that centering energy of the Smoky Quartz, that's more important now than ever, because they need to ground themselves. They need to get clear on what's real and what's just an illusion. They need to stop fantasizing and start facing reality. But how? That's the big question, right? How do they cut through all the noise and find their center? How do they choose the right cup when they're surrounded by so many tempting but potentially dangerous options? Well, I think the first step is to acknowledge that they're feeling overwhelmed, to admit that they're confused and uncertain, to stop trying to pretend that they have it all figured out. Because, let's be real, nobody has it all figured out, right? We're all just stumbling through life, trying to make the best decisions we can with the information we have. And once they acknowledge their confusion, they can start to ask themselves some tough questions. What do they really want from you? What are their deepest desires and fears? What are they willing to sacrifice for this relationship? What are they not willing to sacrifice? And these aren't easy questions to answer, you know? They require a lot of introspection and honesty, but they're essential if they want to make a good decision. They can't just blindly choose a cup based on what looks good on the surface. They need to dig deeper and figure out what's really inside. So let's talk about some of these illusions, okay? Let's try to break down some of these fantasies they might be having. Because the Seven of Cups can be tricky, right? It's not always about, grand, sweeping illusions. Sometimes it's about these little, subtle distortions that can really mess with your perception. Maybe they're fantasizing about you being, the perfect partner, right? Someone who always agrees with them, someone who always supports them, someone who never challenges them. And that sounds great in theory, but in reality, that's just not possible, right? Nobody's perfect. We all have our flaws and our imperfections. And a healthy relationship isn't about finding someone who's perfect. It's about finding someone who's willing to work through those imperfections with you. Someone who's willing to challenge you and push you to grow. Someone who's willing to be honest with you, even when it's not what you want to hear. So, if they're fantasizing about you being this perfect, idealized version of a partner, they're setting themselves up for disappointment. Because you're human, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have bad days, and you're not always going to be the person they want you to be. And that's okay. That's part of being in a real relationship. It's about accepting each other for who you are, flaws and all. It's about loving each other unconditionally, even when you're not at your best. Or maybe they're fantasizing about this whirlwind romance, right? Like they're picturing this movie-worthy love story where you meet, you fall instantly in love, and you live happily ever after. And again, that sounds amazing, but it's usually not how things work in real life. Real love takes time to develop. It takes effort, communication, and a willingness to be vulnerable. It's not always easy, and it's not always glamorous. There are going to be challenges, disagreements, and moments of doubt, but that's what makes it so rewarding. Because when you work through those challenges and come out stronger on the other side, that's when you know you have something real. That's when you know you've built a foundation that can withstand anything. So, if they're waiting for this instant, effortless connection, they might be waiting a long time. Because real love is a process, not a destination. It's about building something meaningful and lasting, one step at a time. And maybe, just maybe, they're fantasizing about rescuing you, right? Like they see you as someone who needs their help, someone who's struggling, someone who needs to be saved. And this might sound noble, but it's actually a really dangerous fantasy. Because it puts them in a position of power and control, and it puts you in a position of weakness and dependence. It creates an imbalance in the relationship that can be really damaging. And the truth is, you don't need to be rescued. You're strong, you're capable, and you're able to handle your own problems. You might need support and encouragement, but you don't need to be saved. So, if they're fantasizing about being your knight in shining armor, they need to check themselves. They need to recognize that you're an equal, not someone who needs to be rescued. They need to respect your autonomy and your ability to handle your own life. It's also important to remember that the Seven of Cups isn't just about romantic fantasies, right? It can also be about other kinds of illusions, like career goals, financial dreams, or even just everyday expectations. Like, maybe they're fantasizing about having this amazing career where they're, like, super successful and rich and famous. And that's fine, it's good to have goals. But if they're not realistic about what it takes to achieve those goals, they're going to be disappointed. Success doesn't just happen overnight. It takes hard work, dedication, and a willingness to learn and grow. It also takes a healthy dose of luck. So, if they're expecting to just coast to the top without putting in the effort, they're living in a fantasy world. Or maybe they're fantasizing about winning the lottery and, like, never having to work again. And hey, who hasn't had that fantasy, right? But the odds of winning the lottery are, like, astronomically low. So, if they're relying on that to solve their financial problems, they're setting themselves up for failure. It's important to be realistic about your finances and to make smart choices. Save money, invest wisely, and don't rely on luck to get you out of a jam. Or maybe they're just fantasizing about having this perfect, problem-free life where everything always goes their way. And again, that's just not realistic. Life is full of challenges and setbacks. There are going to be good days and bad days. There are going to be moments of joy and moments of sorrow. And the key is to learn how to navigate those ups and downs with grace and resilience. To accept that life isn't always fair and to find the strength to keep going, even when things are tough. So, yeah, the Seven of Cups is all about illusions and fantasies, both big and small. And it's important to be aware of these illusions so that you don't get caught up in them and make bad decisions. But how does this connect back to the High Priestess, right? Because we know they have these secret feelings. Are they, like, deluding themselves about those feelings? Are they projecting fantasies onto you that aren't actually based in reality? I think that's definitely a possibility. The High Priestess is all about intuition and hidden knowledge, but the Seven of Cups can cloud that intuition and make it harder to see the truth. Like maybe they think they're in love with you, but they're actually just in love with the idea of you. They're projecting all these qualities onto you that you don't actually possess. They're seeing you as this perfect, idealized version of a partner, and they're ignoring your flaws and imperfections. And that's not fair to you, right? You deserve to be seen for who you really are, not for who they want you to be. You deserve to be loved for your strengths and your weaknesses, not just for the qualities that they find appealing. So, if they're deluding themselves about their feelings, they need to take a step back and get real with themselves. They need to ask themselves why they're attracted to you. What is it about you that they truly love and admire? And are those feelings based on reality, or are they based on fantasy? It's also possible that they're hiding their true feelings from themselves, right? Like, maybe they're actually terrified of being vulnerable, so they're creating these elaborate fantasies to distract themselves from their true emotions. They might be telling themselves that they just want to be friends, but deep down they know that they want something more. But they're afraid of rejection, so they're burying those feelings and pretending that they don't exist. Or maybe they're afraid of commitment, so they're creating these scenarios where they can have their cake and eat it too. They want the connection and intimacy of a relationship, but they don't want the responsibility and obligation. And this can be a really tricky situation because they might not even be aware that they're doing it. They might genuinely believe that they're being honest with themselves, but their subconscious is working against them. So, how do they break through those defenses and get to the truth? Well, that's where the Smoky Quartz comes in again, right? They need to ground themselves, they need to center themselves, and they need to get really honest with themselves about their feelings. They need to ask themselves what they're really afraid of. What's holding them back from pursuing their true desires? And once they identify those fears, they can start to work through them and move forward. It's also important to remember that the High Priestess is all about trusting your intuition, right? So, if they're feeling confused or uncertain about their feelings, they need to listen to their inner voice. What is their gut telling them? What do they feel in their heart? And this isn't always easy, because the mind can be really good at rationalizing and justifying things. But the heart usually knows the truth. So, they need to learn how to quiet the mind and listen to the heart. And how does all of this affect their desire to act, right? The King of Wands. Because we know they have this passion and this desire to do something, but they're holding back. Is the Seven of Cups making it even harder for them to take action? I think it definitely could be. If they're overwhelmed by all the possibilities, they might be paralyzed by indecision. They don't know which path to take, so they just end up doing nothing. Or they might choose the wrong path based on their illusions, right? They might pursue a relationship that's not actually good for them because they're blinded by their fantasies. They're seeing what they want to see, not what's really there. And this can lead to a lot of heartache and disappointment. They might end up wasting their time and energy on something that's never going to work out, or they might end up hurting you in the process. It's also possible that they're using these fantasies to avoid taking real action, right? They're spending all their time daydreaming about you instead of actually doing something to make their dreams a reality. They might be telling themselves that they're waiting for the perfect moment, but the perfect moment never comes. They're just procrastinating and avoiding the risk of rejection. And this can be a really frustrating situation for both of you. You might be wondering why they're not making a move. You might be feeling like they're leading you on, and they might be feeling guilty and ashamed for not being honest with you. So, what do they need to do to break this cycle? How can they cut through the illusions and take real action? Well, I think the first step is to get clear on their intentions. What do they really want from this relationship? What are they hoping to achieve? And are their goals realistic and achievable? Once they have a clear vision of what they want, they can start to take small steps towards making it a reality. They don't have to do everything all at once. They can start with something simple, like asking you out for coffee or sending you a text message. The key is to just start moving forward, to stop waiting for the perfect moment and to start creating their own opportunities. It's also important to be honest with you about their feelings. They don't have to pour their heart out all at once, but they should at least give you some indication of where they stand. They can tell you that they enjoy spending time with you. They can tell you that they find you attractive. They can tell you that they're interested in getting to know you better. The point is to be open and honest about their intentions. To let you know that they're not just playing games, and to give you the opportunity to reciprocate their feelings. And finally, they need to be willing to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. They might get rejected. You might not feel the same way, but that's okay. That's part of life. The important thing is that they're being true to themselves. They're taking a risk and putting themselves out there. And even if it doesn't work out, they can still be proud of themselves for having the courage to try. So, to sum it up, the Seven of Cups is showing us that this person is feeling overwhelmed by possibilities and illusions. They need to ground themselves, get clear on their intentions, and take real action. They need to stop fantasizing and start facing reality. And that's not going to be easy, but it's essential if they want to move forward in a healthy and meaningful way. They need to trust their intuition, be honest with themselves and with you, and be willing to accept the consequences. This Smoky Quartz is really asking them to do some work. It's like, okay, you have all these feelings, all these desires, but what are you going to do about it? They can't just stay stuck in their head forever. They need to find a way to translate their fantasies into reality. And that's what we're going to explore in the next card, right? What steps can they take to move forward? What obstacles are standing in their way? What is the next logical thing for them to do? I'm so curious to see what comes up next. Okay, so the Two of Wands. This card is really interesting, especially after everything we've already pulled. The Two of Wands is all about making choices, future planning, and partnerships, right? It's about having a vision and figuring out how to make it a reality. It's like you've got the world in your hands literally. Sometimes that's how it looks in the cards. But what are you going to do with it? What's your next move? It's like you've reached a point where you've got some level of control, and it's like, now what? It's like it involves strategic planning, and it's that moment where you're not just dreaming. You're figuring out the practical steps. Usually, this card shows someone standing tall, holding a globe, looking out at the horizon. Like they've got the world at their fingertips, but they're also contemplating what's next. They're thinking about their options, weighing the pros and cons, and making a plan of action. And that's the key word here, action. The Two of Wands isn't just about dreaming and fantasizing. It's about taking concrete steps to achieve your goals. It's about turning your vision into a reality. It's also that moment where you realize you can't do it alone. It's that recognition that partnerships, collaboration, even just advisors are important. It's not just about you versus the world. It's about building a team, finding the right alliances, and realizing that sharing the load makes the journey easier and the outcome stronger. But it can also be a bit of a crossroads, It's like you have to decide whether you're going to stay where you are, comfortable and in control, or whether you're going to venture out into the unknown and take a risk. And that can be a really tough decision, because it's always scary to step outside of your comfort zone. It's always scary to leave behind what's familiar and venture into the unknown. But the Two of Wands is telling you that sometimes you have to take that leap of faith if you want to achieve your full potential. It's also about assessing your resources, right? What do you have to work with? What are your strengths and weaknesses? What are your advantages and disadvantages? And how can you use those resources to your advantage? It's like you're taking inventory of everything you have at your disposal and figuring out how to use it most effectively. It's like you're building a strategy, piece by piece, until you have a clear plan of action. And this isn't just about material resources either. It's also about your internal resources, right? Like your skills, your knowledge, your experience, your connections. All of those things are valuable resources that you can use to achieve your goals. It's like you're not just relying on what you have, but also on who you are. It's like you're tapping into your inner strength and using it to overcome obstacles and achieve success. The Two of Wands is also about long-term planning, right? It's not just about what you want to achieve in the next few weeks or months. It's about what you want to achieve in the next few years or even decades. It's about creating a vision for your future and making a plan to get there. It's like you're not just living in the moment, but also thinking about the future and how you can shape it to your advantage. And that requires a lot of foresight and planning. You have to anticipate potential challenges and setbacks and develop strategies to overcome them. You have to think about the long-term consequences of your actions and make sure that you're making decisions that will benefit you in the long run. It's like you're not just playing the game, but also thinking several steps ahead and anticipating your opponent's moves. It means really thinking about the big picture. It's not just about getting from point A to point B, it's about understanding why you're going there in the first place. It's about aligning your actions with your values and your long-term goals. But it's also about being flexible and adaptable, right? Because even the best laid plans can go awry. Life is full of surprises, and you have to be prepared to adjust your plans as needed. It's like you're not just sticking to your guns no matter what, but also being open to new opportunities and possibilities. It's like you're being both strategic and spontaneous, both disciplined and flexible. It's like you're making plans, but holding them loosely. And that's a really important skill to have, especially in today's rapidly changing world. Because the only constant is change, and you have to be able to adapt to new situations if you want to survive and thrive. It's like you're not just resisting change, but also embracing it and using it to your advantage. It's about viewing challenges as opportunities and turning setbacks into stepping stones. The Two of Wands can sometimes indicate feeling a bit restless or confined, right? That feeling of wanting more than your current circumstances offer. It's like you might be feeling like you've outgrown your current situation and you're ready to move on to something bigger and better. It's like you're feeling a sense of wanderlust, a desire to explore new horizons and experience new things. It's about having that itch to grow, to evolve. But it's also about recognizing that you have the power to change your circumstances. You're not just a victim of fate, but also an active participant in your own life. You have the ability to create the future that you want. It's like you're not just waiting for things to happen, but also making things happen. It's like you're taking control of your destiny and shaping it to your will. So, in the context of their feelings for you, the Two of Wands is like, what decisions are they making about you? What plans are they formulating? What choices are they considering? This card suggests they're at a point where they can't just passively admire you from afar anymore. They have to decide what they want and how they're going to get it. Okay, so how does this Two of Wands energy play with the Six of Wands, right? Because we know they admire you, they see you as a victory, something to celebrate. Now, with the Two of Wands, it's like they're thinking about what to do with that admiration. Is it just going to be something they keep to themselves? Or are they going to act on it in some way? Are they planning to take that admiration and turn it into something more? It's like they're asking themselves, okay, I see this person as amazing. Now what? What's the next step? What do I want to happen here? Maybe they're considering different ways to show you their admiration, right? Maybe they're thinking about telling you how they feel. Or maybe they're thinking about doing something to support you in your goals. Or maybe they're just thinking about spending more time with you and getting to know you better. It's like they're brainstorming all the different ways they could potentially express their admiration. It's like, okay, I think you're amazing, but what does that mean? How does that translate into action? But it's not just about expressing their admiration, it's also about figuring out how you fit into their future plans, right? Like, do they see you as someone who could be a long-term partner? Or do they see you as someone who's just going to be a friend? Or do they see you as someone who's going to be a part of their life in some other way? It's like they're trying to envision their future and see where you fit into the picture. It's about whether you're a supporting character or a main cast member in their life story, right? And that can be a really tough decision, especially if they're not sure what you want. They might be afraid of making the wrong move and ruining everything. They might be afraid of scaring you away or of getting rejected. It's like they're walking on eggshells, trying to figure out the best way to proceed without messing things up. But the Two of Wands is telling them that they can't stay in that state of uncertainty forever. They have to make a decision, one way or the other. They have to decide whether they're going to take a risk and pursue their feelings for you, or whether they're going to play it safe and keep things as they are. And that decision is going to have a big impact on their future. It's also about aligning their actions with their values, right? Like, do they value honesty and authenticity? If so, they might feel compelled to tell you how they feel, even if it's scary. Or do they value security and stability? If so, they might be more inclined to play it safe and avoid taking any risks. It's like they're weighing their options and making a decision that feels right for them. They may be thinking about the potential consequences of their actions, both positive and negative. What if they tell you how they feel and you reciprocate? What if they tell you how they feel and you reject them? What if they don't tell you how they feel and they always wonder what could have been? It's like they're playing out all the different scenarios in their head and trying to anticipate the outcome. It's about weighing the potential rewards against the potential risks. Is the potential reward of a relationship with you worth the risk of rejection or heartbreak? Or is it better to play it safe and avoid any potential pain? It's like they're doing a cost-benefit analysis and trying to make the most rational decision. It's like, is that potential win worth disrupting the status quo? And the Two of Wands also brings in the element of time, right? It's like they're not just thinking about the present, but also about the future. What do they want their life to look like in a year? In 5 years? In 10 years? And how does their relationship with you fit into that picture? It's like they're playing the long game and making decisions that will benefit them in the long run. Okay, so now let's think about the High Priestess, right? Because that's all about hidden feelings and intuition. How does the Two of Wands interact with that energy? Well, it's like they're trying to make a conscious decision about something that's largely unconscious, right? They're trying to plan for the future when they don't even fully understand their own feelings. It's like trying to navigate with only a vague map. They have all these hidden feelings for you, but they're not sure what to do with them. They're not even sure if they should act on them. It's like they're trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. And that can be really frustrating. Because how can you make a plan when you don't even know what you want? How can you make a decision when you're not even sure how you feel? The Two of Wands is pushing them to make a choice, but the High Priestess is reminding them that they need to connect with their intuition first. They need to listen to their inner voice and figure out what they really want before they can make a rational decision. It's like they need to go within and get clear on their feelings before they can move forward. It could be that they're trying to ignore their intuition, right? Maybe they're afraid of what their intuition might tell them. Maybe they're afraid of admitting their true feelings for you. It's like they're trying to suppress their emotions and make a decision based solely on logic. But the High Priestess is telling them that that's not going to work. They can't ignore their intuition forever. Sooner or later, they're going to have to face their true feelings. It's that moment when they have to ask if they're running from the truth. Or maybe they're trying to rationalize their feelings, right? Maybe they're trying to convince themselves that they don't really have feelings for you. Or maybe they're trying to convince themselves that a relationship with you wouldn't work. It's like they're using logic to justify their fears and insecurities. But the High Priestess is telling them that they can't rationalize their way out of their feelings. They have to accept them and deal with them. The Two of Wands is about making plans, but the High Priestess is about trusting the unknown. It's about surrendering to the flow of life and allowing things to unfold naturally. It's about recognizing that you can't control everything, and that sometimes you just have to let go and see what happens. And that can be really scary, especially for someone who likes to be in control. But the High Priestess is telling them that sometimes the best decisions are the ones that you don't make. Sometimes the best thing you can do is to just let go and trust that everything will work out for the best. It's about that ability to surrender to the fact that you don't control the narrative. They may be going back and forth between logic and intuition. They're trying to decide what's the more reliable compass. Should they listen to what seems sensible or what feels right in their heart? Can they even tell the difference? The High Priestess whispers, the answer lies within, but the Two of Wands demands a plan, a strategy, a tangible course of action. It's a real push and pull. The question is, how can they integrate their intuition into their decision-making process? How can they balance their desire for control with their need to trust the unknown? How can they make a plan that honors both their head and their heart? It's a delicate balancing act, but it's essential if they want to make a decision that's truly aligned with their highest good. Okay, and what about the King of Wands, right? That's all about passion, action, and taking charge. How does the Two of Wands interact with that fiery energy? Well, it's like they have all this passion and desire, but they're not sure how to channel it, right? They want to take action, but they don't know what action to take. It's like they have a fire burning inside them, but they don't know how to direct it. The King of Wands wants to leap into action, but the Two of Wands is telling them to slow down and think things through first. It's telling them to make a plan before they charge ahead blindly. It's telling them to consider the consequences of their actions before they act impulsively. It's about making sure that fire doesn't burn everything down. It's like they're trying to harness their passion and use it in a productive way. They're trying to find a way to channel their energy into something meaningful and worthwhile. They want to make a difference in the world, but they don't want to waste their time and energy on something that's not going to work. They want to take control, but they don't want to be controlling. They want to be assertive, but they don't want to be aggressive. They want to be confident, but they don't want to be arrogant. It's like they're walking a tightrope, trying to balance their desire for power with their need for humility. It's not about bulldozing a path, but building one. And that can be really challenging, especially for someone who's used to being in charge. It's hard to let go of control and trust that things will work out for the best. It's hard to be patient and wait for the right moment. It's hard to be humble and admit that you don't have all the answers. But the Two of Wands is telling them that true leadership isn't about being in control. It's about empowering others to take control. It's about inspiring others to reach their full potential. It's about creating a vision that others can rally around. It's about using your power to serve others, not to dominate them. It's about the difference between being a boss and a leader, right? The boss barks orders, but the leader inspires action through a shared vision. The King of Wands might initially lean towards the boss mentality, wanting to dictate the course of action, but the Two of Wands nudges them towards considering the bigger picture, the long-term strategy, and the potential partnerships involved. It is no longer just about personal desire, but about the impact those desires have on the world around them. They might be struggling with impatience. The King of Wands wants immediate results, but the Two of Wands requires careful planning and consideration. It's a clash between instant gratification and long-term success. Can they find a balance between their fiery impulsiveness and the calculated steps necessary to achieve their goals? And what about the Seven of Cups, right? Because that's all about illusions and possibilities. How does the Two of Wands interact with that confusing energy? Well, it's like they're trying to make a decision when they're surrounded by all these tempting but potentially misleading options, right? They have all these different fantasies and possibilities swirling around in their head, but they don't know which one to choose. The Two of Wands is pushing them to make a choice, but the Seven of Cups is making it hard to see clearly. It's like they're trying to navigate a maze blindfolded. They don't know which way to turn, and every path looks equally appealing and equally dangerous. It's like they're standing at a crossroads, and every road leads to a different destination. They might be getting caught up in wishful thinking, right? They're imagining all the wonderful things that could happen if they choose the right path. They're picturing a perfect future where everything works out exactly as they want it to. But the Seven of Cups is reminding them that not all that glitters is gold. Some of those possibilities are just illusions. Some of those paths lead to dead ends. They need to cut through the illusions and see things as they really are. They need to ground themselves in reality and make a decision based on facts, not fantasies. They need to stop dreaming and start doing. The Smoky Quartz is really crucial here. It's like they're trying to assemble a puzzle, but half the pieces are from different sets. The centering effect is needed so they can see what's real. It's like they're trying to choose between a dream and a reality. They want to believe in the dream, but they know that it might not be possible. They want to take a chance on the unknown, but they're afraid of getting hurt. It's like they're torn between their hopes and their fears. The question is, how can they make a rational decision when they're surrounded by so many irrational possibilities? How can they choose the right path when they can't even see where it leads? How can they trust their instincts when they're not even sure if they're seeing things clearly? How do they choose when every option is shimmering with what-ifs? The Two of Wands demands a choice, a direction, a commitment to a specific path forward. But the Seven of Cups scatters their focus, presenting them with a kaleidoscope of options, each as enticing and potentially misleading as the last. It's a battle between decisive action and dreamy indecision. The Two of Wands is also about taking responsibility for your choices. It's about recognizing that you're the one who's in control of your life and that you have the power to create your own destiny. It's about stop blaming other people or circumstances for your problems and start taking action to solve them. So, with all of this going on, the admiration, the hidden feelings, the desire to act, the swirling possibilities, the Two of Wands is really pushing this person to make a decision, to choose a path, to take control of their feelings and their future. But will they? That's the big question, right? Will they be able to cut through the illusions and make a rational decision? Will they be able to integrate their intuition into their decision-making process? Will they be able to harness their passion and use it in a productive way? Or will they remain stuck in a state of confusion and indecision? That's what we're going to find out with the next card. I can feel it. It's gonna be huge. Okay, so Six of Pentacles, right? This card, usually screams generosity, charity, give and take, right? But in the context of their feelings for you, it's making me think about how they see the balance of power and value in your relationship. It's what are they giving? What are they getting? And do they feel like it's fair? Are they seeing this as an equal exchange? Or do they feel like they're giving more than they're receiving, or vice versa? It's not necessarily about money, you know? It could be about time, attention, emotional support, anything really. It's just about the perceived value of what each person is contributing to the relationship. It's about what each person brings to the table and if they feel it's equitable. And it's important to remember that this is just their perception, right? It might not be the reality, but their perception is what's influencing their feelings right now. Maybe they feel like they're always the one reaching out, always the one initiating contact. Or maybe they feel like they're always the one offering support, always the one listening to your problems. And if they feel like you're not reciprocating, that could lead to resentment, you know? It's like they're pouring all this energy into the relationship, and they're not getting anything back in return. And that can be really draining, especially over time. It's that feeling of, am I being taken for granted here? Or maybe they feel like you're the one who's always giving, and they're the one who's always receiving. And that could make them feel indebted to you, you know? It's like they owe you something, and they don't know how to repay you. And that can be really uncomfortable, especially if they value their independence. It's that thought of, I don't want to feel like I owe them. It's like they're constantly trying to catch up, trying to prove that they're worthy of your generosity. And that can be really exhausting, especially if they're already feeling insecure. Or maybe they feel like there's an imbalance of power in the relationship. Maybe you're the one who's in control, the one who makes all the decisions. Or maybe you're the one who's more successful, more popular, more attractive. And if they feel like they're not on your level, that could make them feel intimidated, you know? It's like they're constantly trying to measure up, trying to prove that they're good enough for you. And that can be really demoralizing, especially if they already have low self-esteem. It's like, am I good enough to be with this person? It can also be that they are trying to give you something you actually don't want. Maybe they are trying to provide support in a way that isn't helpful to you. They are misinterpreting your needs and offering solutions that don't solve the issues at hand. Are they being helpful, or are they trying to be the hero? And it's not just about the tangible things either. It's also about the intangible things, like emotional support, validation, and appreciation. Do they feel like you appreciate them for who they are? Do they feel like you value their contributions to the relationship? Do they feel like you understand their needs and their feelings? And if they don't feel like they're getting that from you, that could lead to feelings of loneliness and isolation, you know? It's like they're in a relationship, but they still feel alone. Nobody really understands me. That feeling of being alone, even in a crowd. Or maybe they feel like you're not being honest with them, like you're hiding something. And that could make them feel distrustful and insecure, you know? It's like they're constantly wondering what you're really thinking, what you're really feeling. And that can be really anxiety-provoking, especially if they've been hurt in the past. So, the Six of Pentacles is really about fairness, balance, and reciprocity. It's about making sure that both people in the relationship feel valued and appreciated. It's about creating a dynamic where both people are giving and receiving equally. Okay, so how does this Six of Pentacles energy connect to the Six of Wands, right? Because we know they admire you, they see you as a victory. Does that admiration come with any strings attached? Do they feel like they need to give you something in order to earn your attention or your affection? Do they feel like they need to prove themselves worthy of your admiration? Or do they feel like you're already giving them something valuable just by being yourself? It's almost like they want to give you gifts, right? But what if those gifts aren't really what you want? Are they giving to receive? Or are they doing it because they truly value you? Maybe they're trying to impress you with their generosity, right? They want you to see them as someone who's successful, someone who's capable, someone who's worthy of your attention. And they think that by showering you with gifts or favors, they can win you over. But that's not always the case, right? Sometimes the best way to impress someone is just to be yourself, to be authentic, to be genuine, to be honest, to show them your true colors without trying to put on a show. It's like, are they trying too hard? Are they trying to buy your love or your approval? And if so, that could backfire, you know. It could make you feel like they're not being genuine, like they're just trying to manipulate you. It can come off as disingenuous. That underlying vibe of, what do they really want from me? Or maybe they feel like they need to give you something in order to repay you for your kindness, right? They see you as someone who's generous, someone who's supportive, someone who's always there for them. And they want to show you how much they appreciate you. And that's a good thing, right? It's important to show your appreciation for the people in your life. But it's also important to make sure that you're not doing it out of obligation, you know? It's that sense of, I have to repay them. If you're just giving because you feel like you have to, that's not genuine. That's just a transaction. And that's not what relationships are about, right? Relationships are about genuine connection, about mutual respect, about unconditional love. It also makes me wonder if they think you are too good for them. So, what about the high priestess, right? The hidden feelings, the intuition. How does that play into this Six of Pentacles energy? Are they hiding their true feelings because they're afraid of disrupting the balance of power in the relationship? Are they afraid that if they reveal their true feelings, it will create an imbalance and they'll lose control? Or are they hiding their true feelings because they're afraid of getting hurt? Are they afraid that if they show you their vulnerability, you'll take advantage of them? It's a dangerous game to reveal too much. It's like they're trying to protect themselves, trying to avoid getting their heart broken. But that can also backfire, right? If you're not being honest about your feelings, you're not giving the other person a chance to reciprocate. You're not giving them a chance to show you how they really feel. You're keeping them at a distance, and that can prevent the relationship from growing. You're stifling the potential. Or maybe they're hiding their true feelings because they're not sure what they want. They have all these different possibilities swirling around in their head, and they're not sure which one to choose. And they're afraid that if they commit to one possibility, they'll miss out on the others. They are so stuck in the thought process, are they missing the feelings entirely? It's like they're trying to keep their options open, trying to avoid making a decision. But that can also backfire, right? If you're not willing to commit, you're not giving the other person a chance to commit either. You're keeping them in a state of uncertainty, and that can be really frustrating. Okay, and what about the King of Wands, right? The passion, the action, the desire to take charge. How does that energy influence their feelings about the value exchange in your relationship? Are they trying to take charge by being overly generous, by showering you with gifts and favors? Are they trying to control the relationship by being the one who's always giving? And it's a fine line, right? Between being generous and being controlling. Between showing your appreciation and trying to manipulate someone. Between taking charge and being overbearing. And it's important to be aware of that line to make sure that you're not crossing it. It is hard to tell when you have crossed the line sometimes, though. Maybe they're trying to prove their worth by being successful, by achieving great things. They want you to see them as someone who's capable, someone who's worthy of your attention. And that's a good thing, right? It's important to have goals and to strive for success. But it's also important to remember that your worth isn't defined by your achievements. You're worthy of love and respect just for being you. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. It is a hard pill to swallow when someone judges you based on achievements, though, right? So, let's think about the Seven of Cups, right? The illusions, the possibilities, the confusion. How does that influence their perception of the value exchange in your relationship? Are they fantasizing about what they can get from you, about what you can give them? Are they projecting their own desires and expectations onto you? It's so easy to do, right? To create this image of someone in your head and then expect them to live up to that image. But that's not fair to them, right? They're not responsible for fulfilling your fantasies. They're just human beings with their own strengths and weaknesses. They are not a character in your play. Are they seeing you clearly, or are they seeing a distorted version of you based on their own desires and expectations? Are they seeing you as a prize to be won, as something to be acquired? Or are they seeing you as a person with your own thoughts, feelings, and needs? What about what you bring to the table? Okay, so bringing in the Two of Wands, right? The decision-making, the planning, the choices. How does that influence their feelings about the value exchange in your relationship? Are they making a conscious decision about what they're willing to give and what they're hopping to receive? Are they planning out how they can create a more balanced and equitable relationship? The Two of Wands is all about making choices, and this one is no different. It is about what they feel they bring to the table versus what you bring. Are they weighing the pros and cons of the relationship, trying to decide if it's worth the investment? Are they being strategic about how they can maximize their return on investment? That sounds so cold and calculating, right? But sometimes, that's how people approach relationships. They treat them like a business transaction, trying to get the most for their money. Do they have a plan for the relationship? Do they see a future with you? It's like the Six of Pentacles is holding up a mirror, reflecting back their own perceptions of the relationship. And those perceptions are being influenced by all these other factors: the admiration, the hidden feelings, the desire to act, the confusion, the decision-making. And it's all creating this complex web of emotions and thoughts. But what are some of the specific illusions they might be having about the value exchange in your relationship, right? Let's dive a little deeper into that. Maybe they're fantasizing that you're going to solve all their problems, right? They see you as someone who's strong, someone who's capable, someone who has it all together. And they think that if they can just get close to you, you'll magically fix all their issues. You're their fixer. But that's not fair to you, right? You're not responsible for solving their problems. You can offer support and guidance, but ultimately, they have to take responsibility for their own lives. So, if they're expecting you to be their savior, they're setting themselves up for disappointment. Or maybe they're fantasizing that you're going to make them happy, right? They think that if they can just be with you, they'll finally find happiness. They have this image of you as their source of joy. But that's not fair to you, right? You're not responsible for their happiness. Happiness comes from within. It's something that you have to create for yourself. You can enhance their happiness, but you can't be the source of it. Maybe they think you will complete them, or maybe they're fantasizing that you're going to make them feel complete, right? They think that if they can just find their soulmate, they'll finally feel whole. But that's not fair to you, right? You can compliment them, but you can't complete them. They have to find wholeness within themselves. They have to love themselves first, before they can truly love someone else. They have to be content with who they are before they can truly be content in a relationship. It's like the "you complete me" line from Jerry Maguire. Maybe they are thinking that they are the only one who can truly understand you, and in return, you will see how unique they are, right? They think that if they can just get you to see how special they are, you'll finally appreciate them for who they are. You are both misunderstood souls that found one another. They have a vision where you see the world with a similar lens. But that's not fair to you, right? You're not responsible for validating their worth. They have to validate themselves. They have to believe in their own value. So, if they're expecting you to be their validation, they're setting themselves up for disappointment. Or maybe they are thinking they can mold you into the perfect partner. Are they trying to change you to fit an ideal they have? So, what are some of the challenges they might be facing in creating a more balanced and equitable relationship with you? The biggest challenge is probably their own insecurities, right? If they don't feel good about themselves, it's going to be hard for them to believe that they're worthy of love and respect. It's going to be hard for them to believe that they have something valuable to offer. So they need to work on their own self-esteem. They need to learn to love themselves, flaws and all. It's so much easier said than done. They also need to be honest with you about their feelings, right? They can't keep hiding their true feelings, hoping that you'll somehow magically understand. They need to communicate their needs and their desires. They need to tell you how they're feeling, even if it's scary. And they need to be willing to listen to your needs and desires as well. Communication is key, right? It can feel so vulnerable, though. And they need to be willing to compromise, right? Relationships are about give and take. You can't always get what you want. Sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice something for the sake of the relationship. So they need to be willing to meet you halfway to find a solution that works for both of you. So, what steps can they take to move forward? First, they need to get clear on their own values, right? What's important to them in a relationship? What are they looking for? What are they willing to give? What are they not willing to give? Once they know their own values, they can start to make decisions that are aligned with those values. It helps to create a roadmap for what you want. Then, they need to practice self-compassion, right? They need to be kind to themselves, even when they make mistakes. They need to forgive themselves for their imperfections. They need to treat themselves with the same love and respect that they would offer to a friend. It's baby steps to change. And they need to focus on gratitude, right? They need to appreciate what they have instead of focusing on what they lack. They need to be grateful for your presence in their life. They need to be grateful for all the good things that you bring to the relationship. Practicing gratitude can shift your perspective. And tying it all back to the Smoky Quartz centering energy, right? They need to ground themselves, to get clear on their own values, to practice self-compassion, to focus on gratitude. They need to find their center, to connect with their inner wisdom. They need to trust their intuition, to follow their heart. Because ultimately, that's what's going to lead them to the most balanced and equitable relationship with you. I wonder what that balance looks like. So, the Six of Pentacles is really about fairness, balance, and reciprocity. It's about making sure that both people in the relationship feel valued and appreciated. It's about creating a dynamic where both people are giving and receiving equally. And it's about overcoming the illusions and challenges that can prevent them from creating that kind of relationship with you. It's a card that really makes you look inward. What is the relationship? Is it just what you want? What do you bring to the table? With one card left, I'm dying to know how they're going to act, what the final outcome will be. Gosh, I'm so excited. What do you think it will be? I have no idea, but I have a feeling it's going to be a game changer. Okay, ready to pull the last card. Okay, so Six of Swords, wow. Okay, this is like a really interesting card to end on, right? Because usually the Six of Swords is all about moving on, transitions, leaving behind the past, right? It's like you're on a boat, sailing away from troubled waters towards calmer seas. But in the context of their feelings for you, it's making me think about how they're trying to navigate their emotions, right? They've been going through a lot of internal turmoil, with all the hidden feelings and desires and illusions, and now they're finally trying to find a way to move forward. It's like they're trying to escape from the chaos in their head and find some peace and clarity. It's like they're consciously trying to get to a better place, to leave something behind. It's also like a card of acceptance, right? Maybe they're finally accepting that things can't stay the way they are. Maybe they're accepting that they need to make a change, even if it's a difficult one. Maybe they're accepting that they need to let go of something in order to move on. It also signifies conscious movement, right? Nothing about the Six of Swords is accidental. It's a decision to change, to move forward. There is an intention behind it all. It's about how, sometimes you have to leave behind what's familiar in order to find something better, right? It's scary to step outside of your comfort zone, but sometimes it's necessary if you want to grow and evolve. The Six of Swords is also about seeking guidance, right? Maybe they're turning to someone else for advice on how to handle their feelings. Or maybe they're just trying to find a new perspective on the situation. It's like they're realizing that they can't do it all alone, and they need some help along the way. There's often a guide in this card, right? Someone steering the boat. They are willing to accept the help in order to move forward. It can also represent, a journey, right? Maybe they're planning a trip, or maybe they're just embarking on a new phase in their life. It's like they're leaving behind one chapter and starting another. A journey can be physical or emotional, and it's usually both with this card. The destination matters, but so does the process. So, They're not just focused on the end result, but also on the experience itself. So, this card is about moving forward, but it's not always easy, right? Sometimes, you have to leave behind things that you care about. Sometimes, you have to say goodbye to people that you love. And that can be really painful. But the Six of Swords is telling you that it's necessary if you want to find happiness and fulfillment, that you have to release what is holding you back in order to move forward. It's also telling you that you're not alone, right? There are people who care about you, who want to help you on your journey, and you don't have to do it all by yourself. Accepting help and acknowledging your own limitations is a massive part of the journey. It's kind of about setting boundaries, right? Acknowledging what you can and can't do. So, in the context of their feelings for you, the Six of Swords is they're trying to, figure out how to move forward with their emotions, right? They've been struggling with all these conflicting feelings, and now they're finally trying to find a way to, make sense of it all and decide what to do. It's they're consciously making a decision about how to act. So, how does this Six of Swords energy connect to the Six of Wands, right? Because we know they admire you, they see you as a victory. So, does this mean they're moving on from those feelings of admiration? Are they, realizing that you're not the person they thought you were? I don't think so, right? I don't think it's about losing that admiration. I think it's more about, integrating that admiration into their life in a healthy way. It's about, not putting you on a pedestal, right? It's about seeing you as a real person with your own flaws and imperfections. It's about accepting you for who you are, not for who they want you to be. It's about letting go of any unrealistic expectations they might have about you and, just appreciating you for the amazing person that you are. You are human, and they are learning how to see you as human. Maybe they are accepting the fact that you two will never be together, right? The best thing for them to do is to move on. It doesn't mean they don't admire you. They do. But the future just isn't aligned. It also doesn't mean you did something wrong. It just is what it is. The universe has other plans. Or maybe they're moving on from the need to, publicly celebrate you, right? Maybe they're realizing that it's not necessary to, constantly brag about you to other people. Maybe they're realizing that it's more important to just, appreciate you in their own way, in their own heart. Maybe they are realizing that their feelings have been performative, right? It's all been a show. They don't really feel that way about you. The admiration isn't real. It's just an action they thought they had to take. And that's okay. Realizing things about yourself is normal. It's about, finding a more authentic way to express their admiration, right? It's about showing you how they feel in a way that's genuine and meaningful, not just, putting on a show for other people. It's about being authentic. It's also about, moving on from any feelings of inadequacy they might have, right? Maybe they've been feeling like they're not good enough for you, like they don't deserve your attention or your affection. And the Six of Swords is telling them that that's not true, that they are worthy of love and respect, just as they are. It's about accepting themselves, flaws and all. It's about knowing their worth. It's maybe the Six of Wands made them feel like they had to, earn your approval, like they had to prove themselves to you. But the Six of Swords is telling them that they don't have to do that, that you already see them as amazing, just as they are. It's about that recognition that you are worthy and amazing, and it is okay to be yourself. It's they're finally realizing that they don't have to, try so hard, that they can just be themselves and that you'll still appreciate them. Okay, so what about the High Priestess, right? The hidden feelings, the intuition. How does the Six of Swords interact with that energy? So, does this mean they're finally revealing their hidden feelings? Are they, deciding to take a leap of faith and tell you how they really feel? Maybe, right? It's definitely a possibility. But I don't think that's necessarily what the Six of Swords is about here. I think it's more about, them coming to terms with their hidden feelings, right? It's about them, accepting that they have these feelings and deciding what to do with them. It's a recognition of the feelings and the start of the processing phase. It's maybe they're realizing that they can't keep their feelings hidden forever, that they need to, acknowledge them and deal with them in some way. It's about being honest with themselves, first and foremost. It's maybe they're deciding to, move on from their hidden feelings, right? maybe they're realizing that those feelings are just causing them pain and that it's time to let them go. It's about that active choice to release the feelings and consciously move forward. It's about that desire to escape the turmoil and find some peace and clarity. To actively choose a more positive path. It is a conscious decision. It doesn't mean it's easy. It just is a choice. Or maybe they're deciding to, explore their hidden feelings, right? Maybe they're realizing that those feelings are telling them something important and that they need to, delve deeper into them to understand what they really want. It's about being curious and open-minded. It's like they're finally accepting that they have these feelings and they're ready to, figure out what they mean. So, it's not necessarily about revealing their feelings to you, but it's definitely about, dealing with their feelings in some way. It's about not just burying them or ignoring them, but actually confronting them and making a decision about what to do with them. They are choosing their own adventure. Okay, so what about the King of Wands, right? The passion, the action, the desire to take charge. How does the Six of Swords influence that fiery energy? So, does this mean they're finally taking action? Are they, deciding to pursue their desires and go after what they want? Again, maybe, right? It's definitely a possibility. But I don't think that's necessarily what the Six of Swords is about here. I think it's more about, them channeling their passion in a more constructive way, right? Maybe they're realizing that they can't just, act impulsively on their desires, that they need to, think things through first and make a plan. It's not about suppressing their passion, but about directing it in a way that's going to be more beneficial in the long run. It's about, taking a more measured approach, right? Instead of just, diving headfirst into a situation, they're taking a step back and assessing the situation before they act. It's about being strategic. It's like they're realizing that they can't just, force things to happen, that they need to, be patient and wait for the right moment. It's about being adaptable. It's like they're not giving up on their desires, but they're learning to, pursue them in a more intelligent way. They are no longer running headfirst into walls. They are seeing how to build a door through the wall. Or maybe they're deciding to, redirect their passion, right? Maybe they're realizing that their desires are not aligned with their values and that they need to, find a new outlet for their energy. It's about being true to themselves. It's like they're not giving up on their passion, but they're choosing to, channel it into something that's more meaningful to them. They are choosing to do things that align with their values. So, it's not necessarily about taking action on their desires, but it's definitely about, finding a way to manage their passion in a more healthy way. It's about not letting their desires control them, but about taking control of their desires. Okay, so, what about the Seven of Cups, right? The illusions, the possibilities, the confusion. How does the Six of Swords cut through all that? This one is so good, right? It's like they are finally able to see things clearly. Are they, dispelling those illusions and seeing things for what they really are? Yes, absolutely. I think that's a big part of what the Six of Swords is about here. It's about, cutting through the noise and finding clarity. To wipe the fog off the window. It's about, seeing past the illusions and recognizing the truth. It's about, letting go of those unrealistic expectations and accepting reality for what it is. It's about being grounded. It's like they're finally able to, distinguish between what's real and what's just a fantasy. It's about being objective. They are seeing the world for what it really is. Or maybe they're deciding to, choose a path, right? They've been feeling overwhelmed by all the different possibilities, and now they're finally ready to, commit to one path and move forward. It's about making a decision. It's like they're realizing that they can't, keep their options open forever, that they need to, choose a direction and stick with it. They are making a conscious decision. It's like they're finally able to, make a decision without being swayed by all the different illusions and possibilities. It's about being focused. They know what they want. They are choosing the right path. They are no longer being pulled in a million different directions. They have finally set a course, a destination. It is time to move forward. Their vision is clear. They know where they are headed. So, it's not necessarily about eliminating all the possibilities, but it's definitely about, choosing one path and committing to it. It's about not getting distracted by all the other options, but staying focused on the goal. The destination is clear. They are staying focused on the goal. They know where they are going. Nothing is distracting them. Okay, what about the Six of Pentacles, right? The balance, the fairness, the give and take. How does the Six of Swords influence that dynamic? So, does this mean they're finally creating a more balanced relationship? Are they, finding a way to give and receive equally? I think so, yes. That feels right. They are finally able to recognize how to have a balanced relationship. I think that's a big part of what the Six of Swords is about here. It's about, creating a sense of fairness and reciprocity. It's about, letting go of any feelings of resentment or obligation and just, appreciating the relationship for what it is. It is what it is. They accept it. They are finally able to see what they need to do. Or maybe they're deciding to, move on from a relationship that's not balanced, right? Maybe they're realizing that they're always the one giving and they're not getting anything back in return. And they're deciding that it's time to, let go of that relationship and find someone who's willing to give as much as they receive. Sometimes it is about what you have to do for yourself. You can't save anyone. They need to save themselves. And the relationship is no longer serving them. So, it's not necessarily about creating a perfect balance in every relationship, but it's definitely about, recognizing when a relationship is not balanced and making a decision about what to do about it. It's about recognizing the value that you bring to the table. So, they are accepting what is, or what isn't. And that clarity and the ability to see things clearly will guide them forward. And finally, what about the Two of Wands, right? The decision-making, the planning, the choices. How does the Six of Swords influence that? Did they finally make a decision? Yes, they are going to move forward. That is the card of the final decision. All the other cards lead up to this moment. They know what to do. They know how to do it. They are actively moving toward that goal. It's about, putting their plans into action, right? They've been thinking about what they want to do, and now they're finally ready to, take the first step. They have a plan. They have a destination. It is time to get to work. It's about, committing to a course of action and sticking with it, even when it's difficult. They're not going to turn back. They have the conviction to finish what they started. Or maybe they're deciding to, change their plans, right? They've been thinking about going in one direction, but now they're realizing that that's not the right path for them. They are not going to take any risks, right? The time for action is now. All the planning has been done. They know what they need to do. It's time to actively move forward towards that goal. The path is clear. They have a plan. They have a destination. And they know how to get there. This is what they need to do. The Six of Swords shows they are taking active steps to move forward. To the better place. They know their worth. They know what they need to do for themselves. To put themselves first. It's such a powerful moment, right? They're taking control of their destiny and shaping it to their will. They're not just letting things happen to them. They're making things happen. And that's the ultimate power, the ultimate freedom. It's about time, right? They're not wasting any more time on the wrong things, wrong people, wrong dreams. They're moving on to something better, something that's more aligned with their true selves. They are so grounded. So overall, the Six of Swords is telling us that this person is finally ready to move forward, right? They've been through a lot. They've struggled with a lot of conflicting emotions, but now they're finally finding some clarity and making a decision about what they want to do. And that's a really powerful thing, right? That means they're taking control of their life and shaping it to their will. They are going to be happy. I can feel it. It's also a reminder that it's okay to let go of things, right? It's okay to say goodbye to people, places, and things that are no longer serving you. It's okay to move on to something better. And it's okay to ask for help along the way, because you don't have to do it all alone. There are people who care about you, who want to support you on your journey. It's like they're finally understanding that they deserve happiness, right? That they deserve to be in a relationship that's balanced and fulfilling. That they deserve to be with someone who appreciates them for who they are. And they're not going to settle for anything less. So, what does this all mean for you? Well, that's hard to say for sure, right? It depends on what their decision is. But whatever their decision is, it's going to be in their best interest, and it's going to lead them to a better place. You've served as a catalyst for their growth and self-discovery. Now they can go and be themselves. They are moving forward towards a more positive future. The time for the confusion is over. It is time to embrace the clarity and run towards their goals. No one will hold them back. They have set sail on their journey. They have the knowledge. They have the intention. They have the power. I'm so excited for them. This is going to be life-changing. The fog has lifted and they can see the future. They are actively working toward this future. They are not going to be swayed. So, yeah, the Six of Swords is a card of hope, a card of change, and a card of new beginnings. It means they have acknowledged that it is time to move forward and put themselves first. This is going to be amazing. Okay, so, wow, Six of Swords, right? What a card to end on. It's like after all that internal drama, all those mixed signals, all that confusion, this person is finally ready to move on. Like, can you feel that sense of relief? It's like they've been carrying this huge weight on their shoulders, and now they're finally setting it down. It's been a journey, hasn't it? I mean, we started with the Six of Wands, right? Where they saw you as someone amazing, someone to admire, maybe even someone to celebrate. It's like they were, totally captivated by you, seeing you as this, shining star. But then, the High Priestess came along, and we realized there was all this stuff going on beneath the surface, all these hidden feelings and unspoken desires. It's like they were keeping a part of themselves hidden, maybe even from themselves, you know? And then, the King of Wands with all that passion and desire to act. But they were holding back, right? They were conflicted. They wanted to do something, but they weren't sure what. It's like they were torn between their head and their heart, between their desires and their responsibilities. And then, the Seven of Cups, all those illusions and possibilities, all that confusion. It's like they were drowning in options, unable to see clearly, unable to make a decision. It was like they were lost in a maze, you know? Then the Six of Pentacles came along and wanted to be fair, right? But is that really how you felt? And finally, the Two of Wands, that big decision point. Something had to change, and it was time to make that conscious choice. But now, with the Six of Swords, it's like they're finally breaking free from all of that. They're getting on that boat, they're leaving the troubled waters behind, and they're sailing towards calmer seas. It's like they're finally finding their way out of the maze, you know. And the thing about the Six of Swords is that it's not just about escaping from something bad. It's also about moving towards something better, right? It's about finding peace, clarity, and a new sense of direction. It's about leaving behind the chaos and confusion and embracing a more peaceful and fulfilling future. It's about, taking control of their life and shaping it to their will. And the best part is that they're not doing it alone, right? In most depictions of this card, there's someone guiding the boat, helping them to navigate the waters. It's like they're realizing that they don't have to do it all by themselves, that they can ask for help and support along the way. So, yeah, the Six of Swords is a really positive card, a card of hope, a card of change, and a card of new beginnings. And it's especially powerful coming at the end of this reading, because it really signifies a major turning point in their life. But what does it all mean, right? What does this Six of Swords actually signify in terms of their feelings for you? Well, that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because there are a few different possibilities, depending on what their decision actually is. So, let's explore some of those possibilities, okay? Let's try to unpack this a little bit more and see what we can uncover. One possibility is that they're deciding to move on from their romantic feelings for you. Maybe they've realized that a relationship with you just isn't in the cards, for whatever reason. Maybe they've realized that you're not the right person for them, or that they're not the right person for you. Maybe they've realized that the timing is wrong, or that there are too many obstacles in the way. Or maybe they've just realized that they're better off as friends, you know. And if that's the case, then the Six of Swords is about them accepting that reality and making a conscious decision to move on. It's about them letting go of those romantic feelings and finding a way to be happy and fulfilled without you. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to disappear from your life, right? It doesn't mean that they're going to cut you off completely. It just means that they're going to shift their focus and prioritize other things in their life. It means that they're going to, reframe your relationship in a way that's healthy and sustainable for both of you. It means that they're going to, create some distance, at least for a while, so that they can heal and move on. It is about that conscious choice, though, right? They are not just letting things fizzle out. They are actively deciding to release those feelings and move forward. They are consciously choosing to steer their boat in a different direction. Maybe the waters are too rough. You aren't the right fit for the adventure. They need a guide that is more aligned with who they want to become. All things are okay, right? And that can be a really difficult decision, especially if they've had strong feelings for you. It can be painful to let go of those feelings, to accept that a relationship isn't going to happen. It's okay to cry, feel the feelings, process them, and then let them go. But the Six of Swords is telling them that it's necessary if they want to find happiness and fulfillment in the long run. It's telling them that they need to prioritize their own well-being and make a decision that's right for them, even if it's not what they initially wanted. This isn't to be confused with an ending, right? This is about new adventures. It's time to embrace the new adventure. And it's important to remember that this isn't a reflection on you, right? It's not about you not being good enough or worthy of their love. It's just about them realizing that you're not the right person for them, or that they're not the right person for you. It's about compatibility, right? It's about finding someone who's aligned with your values, your goals, and your vision for the future. And if you're not aligned, then it's better to move on and find someone who is. It's like you're both amazing people, but you're just not meant to be together, you know? And that's okay. That's perfectly normal. It's part of life. It's a chance to go find someone who is the right fit. Don't force the puzzle pieces. Another possibility is that they're deciding to move on from their illusions and fantasies about you. Like, maybe they've realized that they've been projecting their own desires and expectations onto you, and that they haven't been seeing you for who you really are. Maybe they've been idealizing you, putting you on a pedestal, and ignoring your flaws and imperfections. Or maybe they've been fantasizing about a perfect relationship with you, a relationship that's just not realistic. And if that's the case, then the Six of Swords is about them waking up from those illusions and seeing you for who you truly are. It's about them letting go of those unrealistic expectations and accepting you, flaws and all. It's about them recognizing that you're not perfect, but that you're still amazing in your own way. It's about them appreciating you for your strengths and accepting your weaknesses. It's a journey, right? You can't just snap your fingers and remove all the noise. It takes work to achieve these goals. They may have had this image of you in their head, and now they need to reconcile that with the reality of who you are. It's a card of realism. It's about being honest with themselves about what they want and what's actually possible. They are not letting the world change them. They are going to embrace themselves, right? And this can be a really positive thing, right? Because it means that they're finally seeing you for who you really are, not for who they want you to be. It means that they're finally appreciating you for your authentic self. It's about getting a better understanding of you, about recognizing your power, your unique value. It's a great thing, right? It's like they were wearing these rose-colored glasses, and now they're finally taking them off and seeing the world in all its messy, imperfect beauty. They are seeing the world. It is so essential that they take these steps, right? It's time. The world is ready. Are they ready? What do they want to do with it all? That big open canvas is scary, right? It can be hard to take the first step. And it's important to remember that this isn't a reflection on you, right? It's not about you not being good enough or worthy of their love. It's just about them realizing that they've been seeing you through a distorted lens and that it's time to adjust their focus. And it takes time and effort and a willingness to be honest with themselves, but it's so worth it in the end. Because it leads to a more authentic, more fulfilling relationship, whether it's a romantic relationship or a friendship. It is about that conscious choice to release the projections. They are actively deciding to take control of the narrative, and they can do it. Or maybe they're deciding to move on from their fear of vulnerability. Like maybe they've realized that they've been holding back, afraid to show you their true selves, afraid to open up and be honest about their feelings. Maybe they've been putting up walls, trying to protect themselves from getting hurt. Or maybe they've been afraid of rejection, afraid that you won't reciprocate their feelings. And if that's the case, then the Six of Swords is about them breaking down those walls and taking a leap of faith. It's about them deciding to be vulnerable, to show you their true selves, flaws and all. It's about them taking a risk, putting themselves out there, and hoping that you'll reciprocate their feelings. It's about going on that adventure. That can be so scary. It's important to be kind to yourself. It's okay, don't push yourself. Take the time you need to be ready. There is no rush. They are going to put themselves out there, to potentially be rejected, and that's okay, it's a great step. It doesn't mean they expect anything in return. It just means that they are going to be honest. They are going to be themselves. It's a reminder that you don't have to do it alone, that you can ask for help and support along the way, that there are people who care about you and want to see you succeed. It's a card of hope, of potential. They are ready. It's their time, and they are worth it, and they are kind. And it's important to remember that this isn't about changing who you are, right? It's not about trying to be someone you're not. It's about embracing your authentic self and sharing that with the world. It's like you're already amazing just as you are, and you don't need to put on a show or try to be someone else to impress anyone. You just need to be yourself, and the right people will be drawn to you. They are breaking down the walls. It's time. They know it. And the world knows it. It's their time. They can do it. Don't let anyone hold you back. And this vulnerability can lead to a deeper, more meaningful connection with you. It can create a sense of intimacy and trust. It can help you both to grow and evolve as individuals. You are worth it. It is such a powerful step. You will not regret this decision. You are worthy. The time is now. So, whatever their decision is, the Six of Swords is telling us that they're moving forward, that they're making a change, and that they're heading towards a brighter future. You're amazing, just as you are. It's also telling us that they're not doing it alone, that they have support and guidance along the way. And it's telling us that they're embracing their authentic selves and living their lives in alignment with their values. And that's all really amazing news, right? It means that they're on the right track, that they're making progress, and that they're creating a life that's more fulfilling and meaningful for them. But how does this all connect back to the Smoky Quartz, right? Because we started this reading talking about the centering energy of the Smoky Quartz, and it's important to bring that back in at the end. Well, the thing about the Six of Swords is that it's not just about making a decision and moving forward, right? It's also about staying grounded and centered throughout the process. It's about finding a way to navigate the changes and challenges that come along with moving on. It's about prioritizing self-care, right? It's about making sure that you're taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental health, especially during times of transition. It's about eating healthy, getting enough sleep, exercising regularly, and doing things that you enjoy. It's about creating a routine that supports your well-being and helps you to stay grounded. The Smoky Quartz can really help with that, right? It's a grounding stone, a stone that can help you to connect with the earth and feel more centered and balanced. You can carry it with you, wear it as jewelry, or place it in your home or office. You can meditate with it, visualize its energy flowing through you, and ask it to help you stay grounded and focused on your goals. They can meditate, do yoga, spend time outside in nature, talk to their friends or family, write in a journal, listen to music, do something creative. The Smoky Quartz will really help with this. And the point is to find activities and practices that help them to connect with their inner selves, to quiet their minds, and to feel more present in the moment. It's like when you're feeling overwhelmed or stressed, it's easy to get caught up in your thoughts and emotions and lose sight of what's really important. But when you're grounded and centered, you're able to see things more clearly, make better decisions, and navigate challenges with more ease. The point is to actively do the things that bring you back to earth. These things will sustain you. You can't pour from an empty cup. You have to be at your best in order to create a life that you want. It's so important. It's not selfish to put yourself first. It's essential. You are a human being and you deserve to be happy and healthy. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. So, what specific advice can I offer on how to navigate this new chapter, no matter what their decision is? Okay, let's dive in. Here we go. First, be patient with yourself, right? Change takes time, and it's not always easy. There are going to be ups and downs, good days and bad days. There are going to be moments when you feel like you're making progress, and moments when you feel like you're sliding backwards. And that's okay. That's perfectly normal. Just be kind to yourself, be gentle with yourself, and remember that it's all part of the process. Don't beat yourself up. Just keep moving forward, one step at a time. Second, celebrate your small victories, right? Don't just focus on the big picture, on the end goal. Pay attention to the small steps you're taking along the way and acknowledge your progress. Reward yourself for your efforts, even if it's just something small, like treating yourself to a nice cup of coffee or taking a relaxing bath. It's important to acknowledge the wins and the progress. You have to be on your side, right? It's so important to support yourself and be there for yourself through thick and thin. You are your best friend, and you are amazing. Third, don't be afraid to ask for help, right? You don't have to do it all alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, your therapist, your coach, or anyone else who can offer you support and guidance. There are people who care about you and want to see you succeed. Don't be afraid to lean on them when you need it. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to ask for help. Sometimes you need to reach out, right? Remember that you are not an island. Asking for help is not a weakness. It's a strength. They are there for you. Fourth, trust your intuition, right? You know what's best for you. Listen to your inner voice, pay attention to your gut feelings, and follow your heart. You have all the answers inside of you. Don't let anyone else tell you what to do or how to feel. Trust yourself. You got this. You have to trust yourself. Otherwise, who will you trust, right? You know what to do. And finally, remember your strength and resilience, right? You've been through a lot in your life and you've overcome so many challenges. You're stronger than you think you are. You have the power to create the life that you want. You have the power to heal, to grow, and to evolve. You have the power to be happy. You just have to believe in yourself. The past is behind you. You can choose a new path. You have agency over your decisions. This is so empowering. This is the moment to embrace yourself. Don't let your past define you. You're worthy. Just as you are, you can be anything you want to be. So, yeah, the Six of Swords is a powerful card, a card of hope, a card of change, and a card of new beginnings. And it's telling you that you're on the right track, that you're making progress, and that you're creating a life that's more fulfilling and meaningful for you. And I truly believe that. I believe in you. I know you can do this. You got this. You are strong. You are capable. You are worthy. So go out there and create the life that you've always dreamed of, because you deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. You are loved, you are appreciated, and you are capable of amazing things. Just remember to stay grounded, stay centered, and keep moving forward, one step at a time. And never forget to be yourself. Okay, so pile a citrine palm stone. That is your crystal for this reading. And citrine, it's all about transformation, like turning things around, seeing the positive, finding your power. And that really vibes with our theme for this reading, which is sunrise yearnings. Think about it like those early morning desires, that feeling of optimism as the sun comes up, and the potential for a brighter, more passionate connection. That's what we're looking at for you guys today, how these budding desires are, like just starting to peek through. Okay, so let's get into these cards and see what's going on with, their feelings for you. The first card we have is the Two of Swords. Okay. So the Two of Swords in general, it's about being at a crossroads, right? Like you're facing a difficult decision and you're kind of blindfolded. You can't really see clearly and you might be avoiding the situation altogether. So when we're talking about their feelings for you, this could mean that they're feeling really conflicted. Like they have these two different paths in front of them and they just don't know which one to choose. Maybe part of them is really drawn to you, feels a strong connection, but there's another part that's hesitant, maybe even scared. It's like they're weighing the pros and cons, but they're doing it from a place of fear or uncertainty. They're not really seeing the whole picture. It's like they're trying to make a rational decision when their heart is pulling them in a completely different direction, and it's causing them to freeze up. Like they're stuck in this state of indecision because they're overthinking everything. They're analyzing every little detail, trying to predict the future, and it's just paralyzing them. And the blindfold is really important here, because it suggests that they're not seeing something clearly, or that they're refusing to see it. Maybe they're afraid of what they might find if they really look at the situation honestly. It could be that they're afraid of getting hurt, or afraid of commitment, or maybe they just don't think they're good enough for you. Whatever it is, there's something that they're not facing head-on, and it's creating this block. It's like they're building up walls around their heart to protect themselves, but those walls are also keeping them from experiencing the joy and love that they could have with you. You know, this card can also indicate that they're getting a lot of outside opinions or advice, and it's just confusing them even more. Like, everyone's telling them what they should do, what they should feel, and they're losing touch with their own intuition. They're not listening to their own inner voice because they're too caught up in what everyone else thinks. And that's really, really hard because it makes it even harder to see what you actually want. You know, and sometimes this card comes up when someone is deliberately ignoring their feelings. Like, they know they have feelings for you, but they're trying to suppress them or pretend they don't exist. Maybe they think it's not a good time to get involved in a relationship, or maybe they're afraid of disrupting their life. Whatever the reason, they're trying to push those feelings down, and it's creating this inner tension. It's like they're fighting against their own heart, and that's exhausting. It takes a lot of energy to keep those feelings bottled up, and it's not sustainable in the long run. Eventually, those feelings are going to come out one way or another. And you know, sometimes people do this because they've been hurt in the past, and they don't want to go through that pain again. So, they put up these defenses, and they try to control their emotions. But the problem is, when you try to control your emotions, you end up controlling your whole life. You miss out on opportunities for joy and connection because you're so afraid of getting hurt. And it's kind of sad because you end up living a smaller, less fulfilling life. Or, maybe they're feeling pressured by other people in their life, like friends or family, who don't approve of you for some reason. Maybe they think you're not good enough, or that you're not the right fit for them. And that can be really tough, especially if they're close to these people and value their opinions. They might feel like they have to choose between you and their family, and that's a really difficult position to be in. It's like they're being pulled in two different directions, and they don't know what to do. You know, I'm also getting a sense that they might be afraid of the unknown. Like they're comfortable with their life the way it is, and they're scared of what might happen if they let you in. Maybe they're afraid of change or afraid of losing control. And that's understandable, because change can be scary. It can feel like you're stepping into the dark, not knowing what's going to happen. But sometimes, the greatest rewards come from taking risks and stepping outside of your comfort zone. It's like you have to be willing to let go of the familiar in order to embrace something new and exciting. And, another possibility is that they're just really confused about what they want. Like, they might have feelings for you, but they're not sure if they're ready for a relationship. Or maybe they're not sure if you're the right person for them in the long term. They might be questioning whether you share the same values or whether you have compatible goals for the future. And these are all valid questions to ask, especially when you're considering a serious relationship. It's important to be on the same page and to have a clear vision for what you want together. But the problem is, sometimes people get so caught up in analyzing these questions that they forget to listen to their heart. They try to figure everything out with their head instead of trusting their intuition. And that can lead to a lot of confusion and indecision. It's like they're trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces, and they're never going to find the answer unless they start listening to their gut. And it's hard because it's like, how much do you analyze and how much do you trust your gut, you know? Finding that balance is really important. Okay, so with the Two of Swords, the key is to remove the blindfold, to really look at the situation honestly, and to listen to your intuition. What is your heart telling you? What do you really want? And then, to make a decision based on that, instead of on fear or external pressures. And it's not going to be easy, it's going to require courage and vulnerability. But it's worth it because on the other side of that decision is the potential for a deeper, more fulfilling connection. You know, so they are really feeling conflicted, and that's the thing that, they're dealing with. They're standing at that crossroads. Now, how does this connect to our theme of sunrise yearnings? Well, think about it. The sunrise is a symbol of hope, of new beginnings. But in order to see the sunrise, you have to first get through the darkness of the night. And that's kind of where they're at right now. They're in the darkness, they're feeling confused and uncertain. But the yearning is there. They want that sunrise, they want that brighter connection, but they don't know how to get there. They're still stuck in the darkness of the Two of Swords. And how does this connect to the Citrine? Remember, Citrine is about transformation. It's about turning things around, seeing the positive. So, the Citrine is encouraging them to find that positive energy within themselves, to find the courage to remove the blindfold and face their fears. It's reminding them that they have the power to transform their situation, to move from the darkness into the light. Even though they can't see it right now, the potential for that brighter connection is there. They just need to tap into their own inner strength and make a decision. Okay, so that's the Two of Swords. Now, let's move on to the next card, which is the King of Wands. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a really different energy. The King of Wands, he's like all about confidence, passion, leadership, inspiration. He's someone who knows what he wants and he goes after it with everything he's got. He's not afraid to take risks, he's not afraid to be bold, and he's definitely not afraid to express his feelings. So, how does this fit into the picture? Well, this could represent how they want to feel about you, or how they wish they could feel. Like, deep down, they're really attracted to you, they're inspired by you, and they see you as someone who could bring a lot of passion and excitement into their life. They admire your confidence, your energy, and your zest for life. They're drawn to your fire, and they want to be a part of it. It's like, on some level, they know that you could be really good for them, that you could help them to grow and to become a better version of themselves. But there's also that Two of Swords energy holding them back. There's that fear, that uncertainty, that indecision. So they're kind of stuck in this push-pull dynamic, where they're drawn to you like a moth to a flame, but they're also afraid of getting burned. And the King of Wands, he's not just about passion and excitement, he's also about leadership. So this could also mean that they see you as a leader, as someone who's in control of their life and who knows where they're going. They admire your strength and your independence, and they're attracted to your ability to take charge. They might even be looking for you to take the lead in the relationship, to guide them and to show them the way. But that can also be a little intimidating, because it means they have to surrender some of their own control. And, the King of Wands is also a very creative energy. So, this could mean that they're inspired by your creativity, your artistic talents, or your unique way of looking at the world. They see you as someone who's full of ideas, someone who's always thinking outside the box. They're drawn to your originality, and they want to be a part of your creative process. They might even be hoping that you can help them to tap into their own creativity, to unlock their own potential. You know, this card can also represent someone who's very charismatic and charming. So, they might be really attracted to your personality, to your wit, and to your ability to make them laugh. They enjoy spending time with you, and they feel energized by your presence. It's like you bring out the best in them, and they want to keep that feeling going. But again, there's that Two of Swords energy lurking in the background, reminding them of their fears and their uncertainties. Or, maybe they see you as someone who's very successful and accomplished. They admire your hard work, your dedication, and your ability to achieve your goals. They're impressed by your ambition, and they want to be a part of your success story. They might even be hoping that you can help them to achieve their own dreams, to reach their full potential. But again, that can also be a little intimidating, because it means they have to step up their own game. And the King of Wands is also a very generous energy. So, this could mean that they appreciate your kindness, your compassion, and your willingness to help others. They see you as someone who's always there for your friends and family, someone who's always willing to lend a hand. They're drawn to your warmth and your generosity, and they want to be a part of your circle. They might even be hoping that you can teach them how to be more giving, how to be more compassionate. But again, there's that Two of Swords energy holding them back, making them question whether they're worthy of your love and your kindness. Okay, so the King of Wands is a very powerful and attractive energy. It represents passion, leadership, creativity, charisma, success, and generosity. And it suggests that they see you as someone who embodies all of these qualities. They're really drawn to you, they're inspired by you, and they want to be a part of your life. But there's also that Two of Swords energy creating a block, making them question their feelings and their ability to commit. And the important thing to remember here is that the King of Wands is an ideal. It's not necessarily a reflection of reality. It's how they want to feel or how they wish they could feel. And that's why it's so important to look at the other cards in the reading to get a more complete picture of what's really going on. So they're seeing you as this King of Wands, this amazing, fiery, passionate person. But they're still stuck in the Two of Swords, trying to make a decision. How does this connect to our theme of sunrise yearnings? Well, the King of Wands is like the sunrise itself. It's that burst of energy, that feeling of excitement and possibility. It's the promise of a new day, a new beginning, and that's what they're yearning for. They want that sunrise, they want that passion and excitement in their life. They see you as the key to unlocking that potential. But they're still struggling to get through the darkness of the Two of Swords. They're still afraid to take that leap of faith, to embrace the unknown. They're still questioning whether they're worthy of that sunrise. They're wondering if they have the courage to step into the light. And how does this connect to the Citrine? Well, the Citrine is reminding them that they do have the courage. They do have the power to transform their situation. They just need to tap into their own inner strength and embrace their potential. The Citrine is encouraging them to see themselves as the King of Wands, to embody that energy of confidence, passion, and leadership. It's reminding them that they are capable of achieving their dreams, of creating the life that they want. They just need to believe in themselves and take action. It's kind of like they're standing in the shadow of the mountain, looking up at the peak. They see the sunrise, they see the beauty and the potential. They yearn to be there to experience that joy and fulfillment, but they're also afraid of the climb. They're afraid of the challenges, the obstacles, and the potential for failure. And that's why they're stuck in the Two of Swords, questioning whether they should even try. But the Citrine is saying, yes, you can do it. You have what it takes. Just take that first step and keep climbing. Don't give up, even when it gets hard. The sunrise is waiting for you at the top. So, it's like the King of Wands is what they see in you and what they aspire to be, but the Two of Swords is the fear holding them back from fully embracing that potential. Okay, so we've got the Two of Swords, the King of Wands. Now let's look at the third card, Temperance. Temperance is all about balance, harmony, patience, finding the middle ground. It's about integrating different aspects of yourself, finding a sense of peace and equilibrium. So, how does this fit into the picture? Well, after all that conflict and passion, maybe it is time for a sense of calm to this reading. This suggests that they need to find a way to balance their head and their heart. They need to integrate their desire for you, King of Wands, with their fears and uncertainties, Two of Swords. They need to find a way to reconcile these opposing forces within themselves. It's like they're trying to mix fire and water, and they need to find the right combination to create something beautiful and harmonious. They can't just let their passion run wild, and they can't just suppress their feelings out of fear. They need to find a middle ground, a way to express their emotions in a healthy and balanced way. This card is about moderation, about avoiding extremes. They can't be too impulsive, and they can't be too cautious. They need to find a balance between action and inaction, between taking risks and playing it safe. And, Temperance is also about patience. It's about understanding that things take time, that relationships develop gradually, and that you can't force anything to happen before it's ready. They need to be patient with themselves, patient with you, and patient with the process. They can't expect everything to fall into place overnight. They need to trust that things will unfold in the right way at the right time. This card can also represent healing. It's about integrating past experiences, releasing old wounds, and finding a sense of wholeness. They might need to do some inner work to heal from past relationships or past traumas before they can fully open themselves up to you. They need to let go of any baggage that they're carrying around, and they need to forgive themselves and others for any mistakes that have been made. Or, maybe they need to find a balance between their personal life and their professional life. They might be feeling overwhelmed by work, or they might be neglecting their relationships in favor of their career. They need to find a way to prioritize their time and energy to make sure that they're giving enough attention to all aspects of their life. And temperance is also about compromise. It's about being willing to meet you halfway, to find solutions that work for both of you. They can't just expect you to do all the work, and they can't just insist on getting their own way. They need to be willing to listen to your needs and your desires, and they need to be willing to make sacrifices for the sake of the relationship. It's about finding a win-win situation where both of you feel valued and respected. You know, I'm also getting a sense that they might need to find a balance between their masculine and feminine energies. They might be too focused on being strong and independent, and they might need to embrace their softer, more vulnerable side. Or they might be too passive and submissive, and they might need to find their inner strength and assertiveness. It's about integrating these two aspects of themselves, finding a balance between action and receptivity, between giving and receiving. And this card also suggests that communication is really important. They need to be open and honest with you about their feelings, their fears, and their desires. They can't just keep everything bottled up inside. They need to express themselves in a clear and respectful way, and they need to be willing to listen to your perspective. It's about creating a safe space where both of you can share your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Okay, so temperance is all about balance, harmony, patience, healing, compromise, and communication. And it suggests that they need to find a way to integrate all these aspects of themselves in order to move forward in their feelings for you. They need to balance their head and their heart, their passion and their fear, their masculine and feminine energies. They need to be patient with themselves and with you, and they need to be open and honest in their communication. They're seeing you as this amazing, fiery King of Wands, but they're still stuck in the Two of Swords, trying to make a decision. And now, Temperance is coming in to say, okay, take a deep breath. It's time to find some balance. It's time to integrate these opposing forces within yourself. They're yearning for that sunrise, that passion and excitement in their life, but they need to find a way to get there in a balanced and harmonious way. They can't just rush into things impulsively, and they can't just stay stuck in their fears forever. They need to find a middle ground, a way to move forward with both caution and courage. You know. So, how does this connect to our theme of sunrise yearnings? Well, temperance is like the gentle warmth of the sun after the initial burst of energy. It's the feeling of contentment and peace that comes after a period of intense activity. It's the sense of knowing that you're on the right path, that you're moving forward in a balanced and harmonious way. They're learning to manage all of the new feelings that they have. They're not running away from the feelings or diving in too fast. They want that sunrise, that passion and excitement in their life, but they also want a sense of stability and peace. They want a relationship that's both exciting and fulfilling, both passionate and harmonious. And Temperance is reminding them that it's possible to have both, that they don't have to choose between one or the other. They can find a way to integrate these two aspects of themselves to create a relationship that's both dynamic and balanced. It's a really important reminder. And how does this connect to the Citrine? Well, the Citrine is reminding them that they have the power to create that balance and harmony in their life. They have the ability to transform their situation, to move from conflict and confusion to peace and equilibrium. The Citrine is encouraging them to tap into their own inner wisdom, to trust their intuition, and to make decisions that are aligned with their highest good. It's reminding them that they are capable of creating a life that's both fulfilling and balanced, both exciting and peaceful. They just need to believe in themselves and take action. You know, it's like they've finally reached the peak of the mountain. They see the sunrise, they feel the warmth of the sun on their face, and they're filled with a sense of accomplishment and gratitude. But they also know that the journey isn't over. They still need to find a way to integrate this experience into their life, to bring that sense of peace and fulfillment back down the mountain with them. And that's where Temperance comes in. It's reminding them that the key is balance, harmony, and patience. They can't just expect everything to stay perfect forever. They need to be willing to work at it, to maintain that sense of equilibrium in their life, even when things get challenging. So, the Citrine is helping them to see the potential for transformation. The King of Wands is showing them what they desire, the Two of Swords is highlighting the conflict they feel, and Temperance is guiding them towards balance and harmony. And altogether, these cards are telling a story of someone who's on a journey towards a brighter, more passionate connection. They're facing some challenges, they're feeling some confusion, but they also have a lot of potential and a lot of desire. And with the help of the Citrine, they can find the strength and the courage to transform their situation and create the life that they want. Okay, so the next card we have is the Five of Pentacles. Okay. So, the Five of Pentacles, in general, it's about feeling left out, feeling like you're on the outside looking in, maybe even feeling a little abandoned or neglected. It's like you're going through a tough time and you don't have the support you need. You feel isolated, alone, and like nobody understands what you're going through. So, when we're talking about their feelings for you, this could mean that they're feeling insecure about the relationship, or maybe they're feeling like they're not good enough for you. It's like they're looking at you, this King of Wands, this amazing, fiery person, and they're thinking, I can never measure up to that. They're feeling inadequate, like they don't have the resources or the qualities to be with you. You know, it's like they're standing outside in the cold, looking in at a warm, cozy room, and they feel like they can never be a part of that. They feel excluded from the love and happiness that you offer, and it's really, really sad. This card can also indicate a sense of lack, like they're feeling like they don't have enough to offer you. Maybe they're not financially stable, or maybe they're not emotionally available. Whatever it is, they feel like they're coming up short, and they're worried that you'll see that and reject them. They might be thinking, I don't have enough to give you what you need, and that's causing them to pull back. It's like they're afraid of disappointing you, of not being able to meet your expectations, and that fear is creating a barrier between you. You know, and sometimes this card comes up when someone is feeling really vulnerable. Like they've been hurt in the past, and they're afraid of getting hurt again. So, they put up these walls to protect themselves, but those walls also keep people from getting close to them. It's like they're afraid of opening up and showing their true selves, because they're worried that you'll see their flaws and reject them. They're carrying this fear of abandonment, and it's making it really hard for them to trust you. You know, it's like they're walking around with this invisible wound, and they're afraid that you'll touch it and make it hurt even more. And that can be really tough to deal with, because it makes it hard to form a genuine connection. And another possibility is that they're feeling disconnected from you in some way. Like, maybe you're not communicating as well as you used to, or maybe you're not spending as much time together. Whatever it is, they're feeling a distance between you, and it's making them feel insecure. It's like they're drifting apart, and they're afraid of losing you. This can happen when people get busy with their lives, or when they're going through a tough time personally. But it's really important to address it, because if you don't, it can create a bigger wedge between you. You know, I'm also getting a sense that they might be feeling a bit sorry for themselves. Like, they're focusing on what they lack instead of what they have. They're dwelling on their problems instead of looking for solutions. And this negativity is creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like they're so convinced that they're going to fail that they're not even trying to succeed. They're stuck in this victim mentality, and it's preventing them from taking action and improving their situation. And that's really, really hard because it's a cycle. It's like you keep thinking you're going to fail, so you don't even try, and then you do fail because you didn't try. And it's like, oh, see, I was right all along. So you just stay in that pattern. You know? Or, maybe they're feeling like they're not being seen or appreciated by you. Like, they're putting in effort, but they're not getting the recognition they deserve. They feel invisible, like their contributions are being overlooked. And this can be really frustrating, especially when they're trying their best. It's like they're shouting into the void and nobody's listening. They're craving validation, but they're not getting it. And that's causing them to feel resentful and disconnected. It's like they're thinking, why should I even bother if nobody cares? You know, it's important to remember that everyone wants to feel seen and appreciated. It's a basic human need. And when that need isn't met, it can lead to a lot of pain and frustration. And, another possibility is that they're comparing themselves to others. Like, they're looking at other couples who seem to have it all together, and they're feeling inadequate by comparison. They're thinking, why can't we be like them? What's wrong with us? And this is a really dangerous trap to fall into because everyone's journey is different. You can't compare your chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 20. It's not fair to yourself, and it's not fair to your relationship. You know, I'm also getting a sense that they might be feeling a bit lost or directionless in their life. Like, they're not sure what they want or where they're going. They're lacking a sense of purpose, and that's making them feel insecure in all areas of their life, including your relationship. It's like they're searching for something to believe in, something to give their life meaning. And until they find that, they're going to continue to feel adrift and uncertain. Or, maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by the challenges in your relationship. Like, you're facing some difficult issues and they don't know how to solve them. They're feeling helpless, like they don't have the skills or the resources to overcome these obstacles. And this can be really discouraging, especially when they care about you deeply. It's like they're watching the relationship crumble and they don't know how to stop it. You know, it's important to remember that every relationship has its ups and downs. It's not about avoiding challenges, it's about learning how to navigate them together. And this card can also indicate a need for more self-care. Like, they're neglecting their own needs in favor of yours, and that's causing them to feel depleted and resentful. They're not taking care of their physical, emotional, or spiritual well-being, and that's impacting their ability to be present and engaged in the relationship. It's like they're running on empty, and they have nothing left to give. You know, it's important to remember that you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself first before you can take care of others. Okay, so with the 5 of Pentacles, the key is to recognize these feelings of insecurity, lack, and isolation. To acknowledge that they're there and to start working on overcoming them. It's about finding your inner strength, connecting with your support system, and focusing on what you have instead of what you lack. It's about practicing self-care, setting healthy boundaries, and communicating your needs clearly. And it's also about remembering that you're not alone. Everyone goes through tough times, and there is always help available. You just have to be willing to ask for it. You know, so they are really feeling insecure, and that's the thing that, they're dealing with. They're feeling like they're on the outside looking in. Now, how does this connect to our theme of sunrise yearnings? Well, think about it. The sunrise is a symbol of hope, of new beginnings, of warmth and light. But if you're feeling like the 5 of Pentacles, you might not even be able to see the sunrise. You're so focused on your own problems and your own pain that you're missing out on the beauty and the potential that's all around you. It's like you're stuck in the darkness and you can't see the light. And that's why it's so important to shift your perspective, to start looking for the good things in your life, even when it's hard. To focus on what you have instead of what you lack. To find gratitude in the small things and to connect with your inner strength. Because when you do that, you open yourself up to the possibility of seeing the sunrise. You allow yourself to feel the warmth and the light, and you start to believe that things can get better. And how does this connect to the citrine? Remember, citrine is about transformation. It's about turning things around, seeing the positive. So, the citrine is encouraging them to find that positive energy within themselves, to find the courage to step out of the darkness and into the light. It's reminding them that they have the power to transform their situation, to move from feeling insecure and isolated to feeling confident and connected. Even though they can't see it right now, the potential for that brighter connection is there. They just need to tap into their own inner strength and make a decision to change their perspective. You know, it's like they're standing in the snow, barefoot and cold, looking at a warm, cozy cabin. They feel like they can never be a part of that warmth and comfort. But the citrine is saying, yes, you can. You have the power to change your situation. You just need to take the first step. Put on some shoes, walk towards the cabin, and open the door. The warmth and comfort are waiting for you. So, it's about taking action, about making a conscious choice to move towards the light. And that's not always easy, especially when you're feeling down. But it's always possible. And the citrine is there to remind them of that. Okay, so we've got the 2 of Swords, the King of Wands, Temperance, and the 5 of Pentacles. Wow, it's a lot. They're seeing you as this King of Wands, this amazing, fiery, passionate person. But they're still stuck in the 2 of Swords, trying to make a decision. Temperance is coming in to say, okay, take a deep breath. It's time to find some balance. It's time to integrate these opposing forces within yourself. And now, the Five of Pentacles is saying, but I'm feeling so insecure. I don't think I'm good enough. It's like all these different voices are battling inside their head, and they don't know which one to listen to. They're yearning for that sunrise, that passion and excitement in their life, but they're also feeling really vulnerable and insecure. They're wondering if they're worthy of your love, if they have what it takes to be in a relationship with you. And it's a really tough situation to be in. So how does this connect to our theme of sunrise yearnings? Well, the Five of Pentacles is like the fear that creeps in right before the sunrise. It's that moment of doubt when you're wondering if the sun is ever going to come up. It's that feeling of hopelessness when you're tempted to give up and go back to sleep. But the sunrise is still coming. It's just a matter of holding on, of believing that things will get better. And the Five of Pentacles is also a reminder that you're not alone in your struggles. Everyone experiences these moments of doubt and insecurity. It's part of being human. The key is to not let those feelings consume you, to not let them define your reality. To remember that you are worthy of love and happiness, and that the sunrise is waiting for you. You just need to keep going. And how does this connect to the citrine? Well, the citrine is like the first rays of sunlight that peek through the darkness. It's that glimmer of hope that reminds you that the sun is still there, even when you can't see it. It's that feeling of optimism that encourages you to keep going, even when you're feeling down. The citrine is reminding them that they have the power to overcome their insecurities and to step into the light. They just need to believe in themselves and to trust that things will get better. It's like they're standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the peak. They see the sunrise, they see the beauty and the potential, but they're also feeling overwhelmed by the climb. They're thinking, I can never make it to the top. I'm not strong enough, I'm not good enough. And that's where the citrine comes in. It's saying, yes, you can, you have what it takes. Just take that first step and keep climbing. Don't give up, even when it gets hard. The sunrise is waiting for you at the top. So, it's about finding that inner strength, that inner belief in yourself, and using it to fuel your journey. And the citrine is there to help them do that. Okay, so, the citrine is helping them to see the potential for transformation. The King of Wands is showing them what they desire. The Two of Swords is highlighting the conflict they feel. Temperance is guiding them towards balance and harmony, and the Five of Pentacles is revealing their insecurities and fears. And altogether, these cards are telling a story of someone who's on a journey towards a brighter, more passionate connection. They're facing some challenges, they're feeling some confusion, they're battling some insecurities, but they also have a lot of potential and a lot of desire. And with the help of the citrine, they can find the strength and the courage to transform their situation and create the life that they want. I'm also thinking that this Five of Pentacles could also mean that they are going through something difficult in their life right now, and they are not sure how to handle it. And because of this, they are unable to fully invest in the relationship at this time, but they do still care for you and want to be with you. It's just that whatever they are going through has taken over their life, and they are unable to give the relationship the time and energy it deserves. They may feel that they are a burden to you, or that they are not able to be the partner that you need them to be right now. They may also be worried about how their problems are affecting you, and they may be trying to protect you from their difficulties. This could be why they are feeling insecure and disconnected. They are so focused on their own problems that they are not able to fully connect with you emotionally. They may also be withdrawing from the relationship as a way to cope with their difficulties. They may feel that they need to deal with their problems on their own before they can be a good partner to you. And the Two of Swords could be related to this. They may be trying to make a decision about how to deal with their problems, but they are feeling conflicted and uncertain. They may be weighing the pros and cons of different options, but they are not sure which way to go. And the Temperance card is telling them that they need to find balance and harmony in their life. They need to find a way to deal with their problems without letting them consume them. They need to find a way to take care of themselves while also being there for you. This is a difficult balancing act, but it is possible. They just need to be patient with themselves and to trust that things will eventually get better. And the citrine is reminding them that they have the power to transform their situation. They have the power to overcome their difficulties and to create a better life for themselves. They just need to believe in themselves and to take action. They need to reach out for help if they need it, and they need to focus on what they can control. They cannot control what is happening to them, but they can control how they respond to it. They can choose to be positive and hopeful, or they can choose to be negative and despairing. The choice is theirs. So this card is a reminder that relationships are not always easy. They require work, commitment, and understanding, but they are also worth it. When you are with someone who loves you and supports you, you can overcome any challenge. You can weather any storm, and you can create a life that is full of joy, happiness, and love. You just need to be willing to put in the effort and to never give up on each other. Okay, so we've got the Two of Swords, the King of Wands, Temperance, and the Five of Pentacles. So, what could be next? I think the next card will show how they will resolve all of these challenges and insecurities. Will they be able to step into the light and embrace the sunrise, or will they remain stuck in the darkness? What do you think? Okay, so, the next card is the Chariot. Oh, that's such a powerful card. Okay, so the Chariot in general, it's all about willpower, determination, control, and overcoming obstacles, right? It's about taking charge of your life and moving forward with confidence and purpose. It's like you're grabbing the reins and saying, okay, I'm in control now, and I'm going to get where I need to go. So when we're talking about their feelings for you, this could mean that they're finally ready to take control of their feelings and pursue you with real determination. After all that Two of Swords indecision and the Five of Pentacles insecurity, this is a major shift, It's like they're saying, okay, I'm done feeling sorry for myself. I'm done being afraid. I'm going to go for it. And that's really, really exciting. This card really speaks to that Five of Pentacles energy, because the Chariot is all about overcoming obstacles and pushing past those feelings of insecurity and inadequacy. It's like they're realizing that, maybe they don't have everything they want right now. Maybe they're not perfect, but they still have the power to create the life they want and to be with the person they want. It's like they're saying, okay, I might be feeling lost and alone right now, but I'm not going to let that stop me. I'm going to find my strength and I'm going to move forward. They're acknowledging those feelings, but they're not letting them define them. They're actively choosing to overcome them. And this is so important because that Five of Pentacles energy can be really paralyzing. It can make you feel like you're stuck in a hole and there's no way out. But the Chariot is no, you have the power to climb out of that hole. You just need to grab the rope and start pulling yourself up. And that's such a powerful message, It's even when you're feeling your lowest, you still have the ability to change your situation. You just need to believe in yourself and take action. And this card also connects to that Two of Swords energy, because the Chariot is all about making a decision and moving forward. It's like they're finally taking off that blindfold and saying, okay, I see what I want and I'm going to go get it. They're done being indecisive, they're done weighing the pros and cons, they're just ready to commit and move forward. It's like they're realizing that the only way to get past that crossroads is to choose a path and start walking. And that can be scary, because it means taking a risk and potentially making the wrong choice. But the Chariot is all about embracing that risk and trusting that you have the strength and the ability to handle whatever comes your way. Imagine them, finally making that decision, finally choosing you. It's like a huge weight has been lifted off their shoulders and they can finally breathe again. They're no longer stuck in that state of indecision. They're no longer torn between two different paths. They've made their choice and they're ready to embrace it fully. And that's such a relief, It's like they can finally relax and just be themselves without constantly questioning their feelings or their decisions. And this also connects to that King of Wands energy, because the Chariot is all about harnessing your passion and using it to fuel your journey. It's like they're taking that fiery energy and channeling it into a focused and determined effort. They're no longer just admiring you from afar, they're actively pursuing you and showing you how they feel. It's like they're saying, okay, I see you as this amazing, passionate person, and I want to be a part of your life. I'm going to show you that I'm worthy of your attention, and I'm going to work hard to win your heart. And that's like so attractive, you know. It's like seeing someone who's not afraid to go after what they want, who's not afraid to show their feelings. It's like, wow, this person is really into me, and they're willing to put in the effort to make this work. And that can be really, really flattering. But, and this is important, the chariot isn't just about like bulldozing your way through everything. It's also about control and discipline. And that's where that temperance energy comes in. Because, like, you can't just let your passion run wild, you need to channel it in a balanced and harmonious way. You know, it's like you can't just be, like, super aggressive and demanding, you need to be patient and understanding. You need to be willing to compromise and meet the other person halfway. Because if you're just, like, trying to control everything and force things to happen your way, you're going to end up pushing people away. Like, the chariot needs that temperance to guide it, to keep it on the right path. It's like having a really powerful engine, but you need a steering wheel to control where it goes. Otherwise, you're just going to crash and burn. And that's like not what we want, right? We want them to, like, use their willpower and determination to pursue you, but in a way that's respectful and balanced. We want them to, like, show you how much they care, but without being overbearing or controlling. So, it's like they're learning to balance their desire with their actions, making sure they aren't charging forward without considering you. And it's that balance and control that will make all the difference in their interactions. It's like they could be thinking, okay, I know I want this, but I also need to be mindful of their feelings and their needs. I can't just steamroll over them. I need to be patient and understanding, and I need to be willing to compromise. You know, and all of this, like, brings us back to our theme of sunrise yearnings, because the chariot is all about moving towards that brighter future, that more passionate connection. It's like they're finally taking the reins and driving themselves towards that sunrise. They're no longer content to just stand in the darkness, yearning for the light. They're actively pursuing it, and they're determined to reach it. And that's, like, so inspiring, you know? It's like seeing someone who's finally taking control of their life and making a conscious effort to create the future they want. And, like, remember that citrine energy? The transformative power. The chariot is like the embodiment of that transformation. It's like they're taking all those negative feelings and insecurities and turning them into positive action. They're transforming their fear into courage, their doubt into belief, and their indecision into determination. And that's, like, the magic of the citrine, you know. It's like helping them to see their own potential and to use their own power to create the life they want. Like, imagine them, you know, finally stepping into their power and saying, okay, I'm done feeling like I'm not good enough. I'm done letting my fears control me. I'm going to take charge of my life and create the future I want. It's like they're finally realizing that they have the ability to transform their situation, to move from darkness into light. And that's, like, such a huge breakthrough, you know? It's like they're finally seeing their own worth and their own potential. So, like, the chariot is coming in to say, okay, you've been feeling insecure, you've been feeling indecisive, but now it's time to take control. It's time to grab the reins and drive yourself towards that sunrise. You have the power to overcome your obstacles and create the life you want. You just need to believe in yourself and take action. You know. But, like, here's the thing, the chariot can also be a little, like, overwhelming, you know? It can be a little too intense. Because sometimes, people can get so focused on their goals that they forget to, like, enjoy the journey. They get so caught up in the destination that they miss out on all the beauty and the joy along the way. And that's, like, not what we want either, right? We want them to, like, pursue you with passion and determination, but we also want them to be present and mindful. We want them to, like, appreciate the little things and to enjoy the process of getting to know you. Like, imagine them, you know, being so focused on winning you over that they forget to, like, actually listen to you and connect with you on a deeper level. They're so busy trying to impress you that they don't take the time to, like, really understand you and what you want. And that can be a real turnoff, you know? It's like, okay, I appreciate the effort, but are you even paying attention to me? Are you even seeing me for who I am? So, it's like, they need to find a balance between, like, pursuing you and being present with you. They need to, like, show you how much they care, but without being too overbearing or too demanding. They need to, make an effort to win you over, but without sacrificing their own authenticity or their own values. And that's a really delicate balance to strike, you know? It's like walking a tightrope, where you need to be both confident and cautious, both passionate and patient. Or maybe the chariot is telling them to take control of their own lives first, before trying to, control the relationship. Maybe they need to, focus on their own goals and their own dreams, before trying to, make things work with you. Because sometimes, people can get so caught up in trying to fix the relationship that they neglect their own needs and their own desires. And that can be really unhealthy, you know? It's like you're pouring all your energy into something that's not working, and you're leaving yourself depleted and resentful. Imagine them, being so focused on making the relationship work that they forget to, take care of themselves. They're not eating healthy, they're not exercising, they're not getting enough sleep. They're just constantly worrying about the relationship, and they're neglecting their own well-being. And that can be a real recipe for disaster, you know? It's like you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself first, before you can take care of someone else. So, maybe the chariot is telling them to, step back for a moment and focus on their own needs. To, take some time for themselves, to pursue their own interests, and to reconnect with their own passions. And then, once they're feeling more grounded and more centered, they can come back to the relationship with a fresh perspective and a renewed sense of energy. Or, maybe the chariot is telling them to be more assertive in the relationship. Maybe they've been too passive, too agreeable, and they need to start standing up for themselves and expressing their own needs. Because sometimes, people can get so caught up in trying to please the other person that they forget to, assert their own boundaries and express their own opinions. And that can be really unhealthy, you know. It's like you're sacrificing your own authenticity in order to, maintain the peace. And that's not a sustainable way to live. Imagine them, always agreeing with you, even when they don't really agree. They're afraid to express their own opinions because they don't want to rock the boat. And that can be really frustrating, you know. It's like you never really know what they're thinking or feeling. You're always wondering if they're just telling you what you want to hear, or if they're being genuine. So, maybe the chariot is telling them to, start speaking their mind and asserting their own needs. To, be more honest and authentic, even if it means risking conflict. Because sometimes, conflict is necessary in order to, build a stronger and more honest relationship. It's like you need to be able to disagree and argue and challenge each other in order to, grow and evolve together. Or, what else it could be? Maybe this chariot is telling them that they need to take control of their reactions to you. They might feel insecure about their status, or maybe they feel controlled. They might be scared of your King of Wands energy, and the best way to feel powerful again is to try to control you, subtly or not. So maybe it's a message for them to stop trying to steer you, but to remember that the only person they truly have control over is themselves. That could also tie into that need to focus on their own goals, that they need to put that same energy into their own progress instead of trying to measure up. They can learn to be a king or queen on their own, instead of feeling less than. Okay, so the chariot is a really complex card, you know? It's not just about, willpower and determination. It's also about control, balance, and direction. And it can mean different things depending on the context and the other cards in the reading. But overall, it's a positive card, because it suggests that they're finally ready to, take charge of their feelings and pursue you with passion and purpose. They're finally ready to, overcome their insecurities and move towards that brighter future. But they also need to be mindful of their own tendencies, to avoid being too controlling or too focused on the destination. They need to find a balance between pursuing you and being present with you, between taking action and being patient. And they need to remember that the journey is just as important as the destination. So the big thing is that they can't let any insecurities hold them back anymore. If they do, they will self-sabotage whatever progress they make. They have to take action. So we've got the Two of Swords, the King of Wands, Temperance, the Five of Pentacles, and now the Chariot. Okay, so, what does this all mean? Well, It seems like they're going through a really intense internal struggle. They're seeing you as this amazing, fiery person, but they're also feeling insecure and indecisive. They're trying to find a balance between their passion and their fear, and they're trying to take control of their feelings and move towards a brighter future. And the Chariot is telling them that they have the power to do it, but they need to be mindful of their own tendencies and to find a balance between action and patience. They need to remember that the journey is just as important as the destination, and they need to be present and mindful along the way. Like, it's a really complex and nuanced situation, you know. It's not just a simple case of like, do they like me or not? It's much more complicated than that. They have a lot of feelings for you, but they also have a lot of their own stuff to work through. And that's why it's so important to be patient and understanding, and to give them the space they need to process their feelings and to make their own decisions. And like, that citrine energy is really important here, because it's reminding them that they have the power to transform their situation and to create the life they want. It's like, even when they're feeling overwhelmed by their own emotions and their own insecurities, they can still tap into that inner strength and that inner belief in themselves. They can still choose to move forward, to take action, and to create a brighter future. You know, so like, what's next? What's the next card going to tell us? Is it going to show us how they're going to resolve this internal struggle? Is it going to show us whether they're going to be able to overcome their insecurities and move towards that brighter future? Or is it going to show us something completely different? I'm like, so excited to find out. What do you think? Okay, so, like, the very last card we have here is the Three of Cups. That's so cool. Okay. So, the Three of Cups, in general, it's all about, like, friendship, celebration, joy, and connection, right? It's about, like, sharing good times with the people you care about and, like, celebrating your successes together. It's like you're surrounded by your friends, you're feeling happy and supported, and you're just, like, enjoying life to the fullest. So, when we're talking about their feelings for you, this, like, could mean that they see you as someone who brings joy and happiness into their life. It's like they enjoy spending time with you, they feel energized by your presence, and they see you as a friend as well as a potential partner. You know, it's like they value your friendship and your companionship, and they want to celebrate life with you. This card, like, really speaks to that King of Wands energy, because the King of Wands is all about passion and excitement, and the Three of Cups is about sharing that passion and excitement with others. It's like they see you as someone who can bring out their playful side, someone who can make them laugh, and someone who can help them to enjoy life more. You know, it's like they're drawn to your energy and your enthusiasm, and they want to be a part of your world. And that's, like, really, really nice. This card can also indicate a strong connection with your friends, like they might start seeing you as part of their group of friends, or want to introduce you to their group of friends if they haven't already, because they really appreciate that connection. It's a really big step, you know, and I think it might be something that comes naturally as you get closer to them. And like, this card also connects to that Temperance energy, because the Three of Cups is all about balance and harmony. It's like you're finding a way to integrate your passion and your excitement with your friendship and your connection. You're not just, like, pursuing someone with blind ambition, you're also building a genuine connection and a strong friendship. And that's, like, really important, because a good relationship needs to be built on a solid foundation of friendship. You know, it's like you need to be able to laugh together, to support each other, and to enjoy each other's company, even when things get tough. And if you don't have that foundation of friendship, then the relationship is likely to crumble when the first challenge comes along. And like, this also connects to that Five of Pentacles energy, because the Three of Cups is all about feeling supported and connected. It's like you're no longer feeling isolated or alone, you're surrounded by people who care about you and who are there for you. You know. It's like you're realizing that you don't have to go through life alone. You have friends and loved ones who can help you through the tough times. And that's, like, such a relief, you know? It's like you're finally able to let go of that fear of abandonment and to trust that you're not going to be left behind. And like, this is such a big deal because feeling alone is one of the worst feelings to deal with. So it's great that they will start to overcome this. It's a step in the right direction. And this card shows they can have that with you. And this also connects to that Two of Swords energy, because the Three of Cups is all about making a decision and moving forward with confidence. It's like you're no longer feeling conflicted or indecisive, you're clear about what you want and you're ready to go for it. It's like you're saying, okay, I've made my decision and I'm going to embrace it fully. I'm not going to look back, I'm not going to second guess myself, I'm just going to move forward with joy and enthusiasm. But the Three of Cups isn't just about having fun and celebrating. It's also about being grateful for what you have and appreciating the people in your life. It's like you're taking the time to acknowledge all the good things in your life and to express your gratitude for the people who make you happy. It's like you're saying, okay, I'm so lucky to have these amazing friends and loved ones in my life, and I'm going to make sure they know how much I appreciate them. And that's so important because gratitude is one of the keys to happiness. It's like when you focus on what you have instead of what you lack, you're more likely to feel content and fulfilled. And this is also a reminder to not take your friendships for granted. It's like you need to nurture those relationships, to invest time and energy into them, and to show your friends how much you care. Because friendships are one of the most important things in life, and they're worth cherishing. Okay, so the Three of Cups could also mean that they want to spend more time with you and their friends together. They could be trying to integrate you more into their social life, or perhaps they're feeling a need to balance their romantic relationship with you and their friendships. This card can sometimes indicate that they value their friendships so much that they don't want their relationship with you to interfere with those bonds. The Three of Cups is all about, good times and laughter, and maybe they are also hoping that you can also bring that sort of energy into their life if they are feeling burdened by responsibilities. Maybe they need someone who can bring out their playful side. And of course, there's always the literal interpretation of the card. Since it is all about celebration, it could mean that you two have something to celebrate. The card is all about joy and laughter, so you two might be in store for some great times ahead. And this also connects to that Chariot energy, because the Chariot is all about taking control and moving forward, and the Three of Cups is all about celebrating your successes along the way. It's like you're not just focused on the destination, you're also enjoying the journey. It's like you're saying, okay, I'm working hard to achieve my goals, but I'm also taking the time to celebrate my accomplishments and to enjoy the company of my friends. And that's such a healthy approach to life, because it prevents you from getting burned out or overwhelmed. It's like you're giving yourself permission to have fun and to enjoy the moment, even when you're working towards something bigger. But the Three of Cups can also have a more negative side, It can sometimes indicate superficiality or shallowness. It's like you're so focused on having fun and celebrating that you're neglecting your responsibilities or ignoring your problems. It's like you're just trying to escape from reality instead of dealing with the issues that are actually important. And that can be really damaging because it prevents you from growing and evolving. It's like you're just staying stuck in a state of perpetual adolescence, never really taking responsibility for your life. Or the Three of Cups can sometimes indicate gossip or drama. It's like you're spending too much time talking about other people and getting involved in their problems instead of focusing on your own life. It's like you're getting caught up in the drama of other people's lives and you're neglecting your own needs and your own desires. And that can be really draining because it's like you're constantly absorbing other people's energy and negativity. Or the Three of Cups can sometimes indicate overindulgence or excess. It's like you're drinking too much, eating too much, or spending too much money. It's like you're using these things to numb your feelings or to escape from reality. And that can be really unhealthy because it can lead to addiction or other problems. So, it's important to be mindful of these potential downsides of the Three of Cups and to make sure that you're using this energy in a healthy and balanced way. You need to be able to have fun and celebrate your successes, but you also need to be responsible and grounded. You need to be able to enjoy the company of your friends, but you also need to set healthy boundaries and to protect your own energy. You need to be able to express your gratitude, but you also need to be able to acknowledge your problems and to take responsibility for your life. You know. And all of this brings us back to our theme of sunrise yearnings, because the Three of Cups is all about sharing your joy and your happiness with others. It's like you're finally able to connect with people on a deeper level and to experience the joy of true friendship and companionship. You're no longer just yearning for that brighter future, you're actually living it. And that's so fulfilling, you know? It's like you're finally able to find your place in the world and to feel like you belong. It can also mean they have a yearning to celebrate with you. It can mean that they're looking for that spark of life. Maybe they are just looking for an excuse to hang out, and that's where the Three of Cups comes in. And remember that citrine energy. The transformative power? The Three of Cups is like the manifestation of that transformation. It's like you're taking all those negative feelings and insecurities and turning them into positive connections and joyful experiences. You're transforming your fear into love, your doubt into trust, and your isolation into community. And that's the magic of the citrine, you know. It's like helping you to see your own potential and to use your own power to create the life you want. Imagine them, you know, finally letting go of their fears and insecurities and opening themselves up to the joy of connection. It's like they're finally realizing that they're worthy of love and friendship, and they're allowing themselves to experience the fullness of life. And that's such a huge breakthrough, you know? It's like they're finally seeing their own worth and their own potential. This card shows such a strong feeling for friendship, so maybe they also want to be friends first. Maybe that's what's keeping them from committing fully. That Two of Swords energy might have been them deciding if they should just try to be your friend instead. So, the Three of Cups is coming in to say, okay, you've been working hard, you've been overcoming your obstacles, and now it's time to celebrate. It's time to enjoy the company of your friends and loved ones, and to express your gratitude for all the good things in your life. You've earned it, you know. So they're looking at you and they're seeing all this potential for fun and friendship, and it makes them happy. But here's the thing, the Three of Cups can also be a little distracting, you know? It can be a little too focused on the surface level. Because sometimes, people can get so caught up in having fun and celebrating that they forget to, address the deeper issues in their lives. They get so caught up in the party that they miss out on the opportunity to, grow and evolve. And that's, not what we want either, right? We want them to, enjoy the company of their friends and loved ones, but we also want them to be mindful of their own needs and their own goals. We want them to, celebrate their successes, but we also want them to, learn from their mistakes. And that's, a really delicate balance to strike, you know. It's you need to be able to have fun and relax, but you also need to be able to stay focused and grounded. It can be that constant struggle. So, maybe the Three of Cups is telling them to, take a step back from the party and to, reflect on their own lives. To, ask themselves what they really want and what they need to do to achieve it. To, identify any patterns or behaviors that are holding them back and to, make a conscious effort to change them. You know? Or, maybe the Three of Cups is telling them to, be more selective about the people they surround themselves with. To, choose friends who are supportive and encouraging, rather than friends who are negative or draining. To, create a social circle that is conducive to their own growth and development. You know? Or, maybe the Three of Cups is telling them to, be more mindful of their own boundaries. To, say no to things that they don't want to do and to, prioritize their own needs. To, protect their own energy and to avoid getting caught up in other people's drama. You know. So, the Three of Cups is a really complex card, you know? It's not just about, friendship and celebration. It's also about balance, mindfulness, and boundaries. And it can mean different things depending on the context and the other cards in the reading. But overall, it's a positive card, because it suggests that they're finally able to connect with people on a deeper level and to experience the joy of true friendship and companionship. They're finally able to let go of their fears and insecurities and to open themselves up to the fullness of life. But they also need to be mindful of their own tendencies and to avoid getting caught up in superficiality or excess. They need to find a balance between having fun and being responsible, between enjoying the company of their friends and prioritizing their own needs. You know. So, we've got the Two of Swords, the King of Wands, Temperance, the Five of Pentacles, the Chariot, and now the Three of Cups. Okay, so, what does this all mean? Well, it seems like they're on a journey towards a brighter future, a more passionate connection. They're facing some challenges, they're feeling some insecurities, but they're also making progress and learning to overcome their obstacles. They're finding a balance between their passion and their fear, and they're taking control of their feelings and moving towards a more fulfilling life. And the Three of Cups is telling them that it's time to celebrate their successes and to enjoy the company of their friends and loved ones. It's time to let go of their worries and to open themselves up to the joy of connection. It's a really beautiful and inspiring story, you know. It's like seeing someone who's finally finding their place in the world and who's finally allowing themselves to be happy. And that's, such a gift to witness. So, this means that their knee-jerk reaction to grab the reins and control everything may be a really positive influence on their lives, because it could have been that their friendships were starting to wane or disappear as they get older. But the Chariot combined with the Three of Cups can show that they are going to actively take control of their social circles again and nurture their friendships, and that they hope you will be a part of it. It's like they're seeing you, their love interest, as someone who brings that celebration. So it can also be about them recognizing the potential for a healthy friendship to bloom, alongside whatever romantic feelings may exist. It's like they're acknowledging that a good relationship needs to have a foundation of friendship, and that they want to build that with you. This could manifest as them inviting you out with their friends, making an effort to get to know your friends, or simply prioritizing spending quality time with you in a relaxed and fun setting. And that citrine energy is really important here, because it's reminding them that they have the power to transform their situation and to create the life they want. It's like even when they're feeling overwhelmed by their own emotions and their own insecurities, they can still tap into that inner strength and that inner belief in themselves. They can still choose to move forward, to take action, and to create a brighter future. You know, so that's the reading. Altogether, these cards are telling a story of someone who's on a journey towards a brighter, more passionate connection. They're facing some challenges, they're feeling some confusion, they're battling some insecurities, but they also have a lot of potential and a lot of desire. And with the help of the citrine, they can find the strength and the courage to transform their situation and create the life that they want. But that's just one interpretation, you know? There are so many different ways to read these cards, and it's really up to you to decide what it all means. I mean, it's what is that final message, right? But ultimately, I think this reading is about hope and possibility. It's about believing in yourself and your ability to create the life you want. And it's about remembering that you're not alone on this journey. You have friends and loved ones who can support you along the way. You know? So, thank you for letting me share this reading with you. I hope it's been helpful. I'm so curious to see what happens next. Okay, wow. So the next card is Justice. That is pretty cool. What does it mean though? Well, justice in general is all about fairness, balance, truth, and accountability, right? It's about getting what you deserve, whether that's good or bad. It's like the universe is keeping score, and it's making sure that everything is in equilibrium. It's a card that really emphasizes cause and effect. Every action has a reaction, and you reap what you sow. So, when we're talking about their feelings for you, this could mean that they're, finally starting to see things clearly and to understand the consequences of their actions, you know. It's like they're realizing that they can't just keep playing games or being indecisive. They need to be honest and fair with you and with themselves. This card often comes up when there's been some kind of imbalance in a situation. Maybe someone has been taken advantage of, or maybe someone has been acting unfairly. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to set things right. It's time to restore the balance. You know, it's like the universe is stepping in to correct the situation and to make sure that everyone is treated fairly. It's a card that, really emphasizes responsibility, and it reminds us that we're all accountable for our actions. We can't just do whatever we want without considering the consequences. We need to be mindful of how our choices affect others and to take responsibility for our mistakes. And, sometimes this card comes up in legal situations. So, maybe they're dealing with some kind of legal issue that's affecting their feelings for you, or maybe they're considering taking some kind of legal action related to the relationship. I'm not sure, but it's something to keep in mind. This can be really serious, it just depends on their context. But more generally, it's about being honest with yourself and with others. It's about facing the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. It's about making decisions that are fair and just, even when it's difficult. This card can also indicate a need for objectivity. Maybe they're getting too emotionally involved in the situation, and they need to step back and look at things from a more rational perspective. They need to weigh the pros and cons, consider all the different angles, and make a decision that's based on logic rather than emotion. And that's really hard, especially when you have strong feelings for someone. It's easy to let your emotions cloud your judgment and to make decisions that you later regret. But justice is reminding them to stay grounded and to think clearly. It's what is the right thing to do here? What is the fair thing to do? And then to act accordingly. I'm also getting a sense that they might be feeling judged in some way. Maybe they're worried about what other people think of their feelings for you, or maybe they're feeling pressure to make a certain decision. And justice is reminding them that the only judgment that really matters is their own. They need to trust their own intuition and to make decisions that are aligned with their own values. They can't let other people's opinions dictate their choices. So, justice can be a really empowering card because it reminds us that we have the power to create our own reality. We have the power to make choices that are fair and just, and we have the power to take responsibility for our actions. We're not just victims of fate, we're active participants in our own lives. We can choose to be honest, to be fair, and to be accountable. And when we do that, we create a more balanced and harmonious world for ourselves and for others. The image of scales is really important. It is all about decisions and how things will go. The sword, similarly, can be a cutting thing. Something might be cut off, but then the scales show the balance. They should be equalized. And, it may also be time for them to take responsibility, not only for their own actions, but how they're affecting you. Or maybe you're needing to take more responsibility for your own feelings in this scenario. It may also be connected to other people connected to you. It may not just be about how they view you, but how their actions will affect their own outside lives. So, the key is to just see it clearly. Okay, so that's justice in general. Now, how does it connect to the previous cards? Okay, first, let's think about the Two of Swords. So, the Two of Swords is all about being at a crossroads, feeling conflicted and indecisive. And justice is about making a clear and fair decision, so it can be that they can't keep being in that state of limbo forever. They will have to make a choice one way or another. So, how do these cards play together? Well, maybe justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take off that blindfold and to face the truth. It's time to stop avoiding the decision and to make a choice that's fair to everyone involved. And, maybe the reason they've been feeling so conflicted is because they haven't been honest with themselves or with you. Maybe they've been trying to ignore their feelings or to pretend that they don't exist. And justice is saying, okay, it's time to be honest. It's time to face your feelings and to make a decision that's based on truth, not on fear. Or, maybe they've been getting a lot of outside opinions or advice, and it's just confusing them even more. And justice is saying, okay, it's time to tune out all the noise and to listen to your own intuition. It's time to make a decision that's based on your own values, not on what other people think you should do. So, justice can be the catalyst that finally pushes them to make a decision and to move forward. It's like they're realizing that they can't keep living in this state of indecision forever. They need to take action and to choose a path. So, they're being forced to confront their feelings, but they might not like the outcome. The Two of Swords can be a card of denial and ignoring it, and justice is like a cosmic wake-up call. Like, you have to face the music. It's judgment time. They can't keep delaying what they truly want. It's a really harsh, but also important, realization for them to come to. This also means that if there are outside influences or external factors weighing into this decision, now is the time to cut them off, or maybe the time to listen to them, depending on what is fair in this decision. Next, how does justice connect to the King of Wands? So, the King of Wands is all about passion, confidence, and leadership. He's someone who knows what he wants and goes after it with enthusiasm. And justice is about fairness and accountability. Well, this card pairing could indicate a need for them to temper their fiery nature with a sense of fairness and responsibility. They can't just bulldoze their way through things. They need to consider the impact of their actions on others, especially you. It is also about them being realistic. They can't expect everyone to bend to their will, and similarly, can't expect you to do so. Maybe they need to use their leadership skills to create a more equitable and balanced relationship, where both of you feel heard and valued. Or, maybe they've been acting impulsively or recklessly, and justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take responsibility for your actions. It's time to make amends for any harm you've caused. This could involve them apologizing for past mistakes, making a commitment to change their behavior, or simply being more mindful of their impact on others. And they need to be careful not to abuse their power or their influence. They need to use their leadership skills for good, to create a positive impact on the world, and to treat everyone with fairness and respect. So, justice can be a reminder for them to temper their passion with responsibility and to use their power for the greater good. It's what is the fair and just thing to do here? And then to act accordingly. They can't just let their ego or their desires get in the way. They need to consider the needs of others and to make decisions that are fair to everyone involved. Maybe they're feeling I want this and I'm going to get it no matter what. But justice is saying, hold on a second. Is that really fair? Are you considering the other person's feelings? Are you taking responsibility for your actions? Or, it could mean that they are seeking justice in how you are seeing them. They want to be seen as a kind and passionate leader. They are wanting you to validate them in that role. So it is also possible it isn't always about a bad meaning. But that King of Wands does come with potential negative traits, just like any of the kings or queens. So now there has to be a balance between how they behave and how they want to be seen. So it has a lot of layers. Okay, so how does justice connect with temperance? So, temperance is all about balance, harmony, and patience. And justice is about fairness and accountability. So, this combo can mean that they need to find a balance between their own needs and the needs of others. They can't just be selfish or self-sacrificing. They need to find a middle ground where everyone feels valued and respected. It also makes me think about the scales of justice. What is being weighed? What has to be equalized and brought back to equilibrium? This could be time, attention, or even emotional labor in the relationship. Or, maybe they've been struggling to find a sense of peace or equilibrium in their lives, and justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take responsibility for your own well-being. It's time to make choices that are aligned with your values and that promote your own health and happiness. They may be needing to find their middle ground again. Or, maybe they've been avoiding conflict or difficult conversations, and justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to face the truth and to address the issues that are causing imbalance. It's time to have those tough conversations and to work towards a resolution that's fair to everyone involved. This could involve them setting boundaries, expressing their needs, or simply being more honest about their feelings. And it's important to remember that justice isn't always about punishment. It's also about healing and restoration. It's about finding a way to create a more balanced and harmonious relationship where everyone feels safe, supported, and respected. So, justice can be a reminder for them to find a balance between their own needs and the needs of others, to be honest and fair in their communication, and to work towards a resolution that promotes healing and restoration. It's how can we create a relationship that's fair to both of us? How can we find a way to balance our needs and desires, and then to act accordingly? maybe they're feeling like, I need to put my own needs first, or I need to sacrifice my own happiness for the sake of the relationship. But justice is saying, hold on a second. Is that really fair? Is that really sustainable? Is there a way to find a middle ground where both of you can thrive? It's a time to find true balance, you know. All right, so, how does justice connect to the Five of Pentacles? Okay, so the Five of Pentacles is all about feeling left out, feeling insecure and isolated. And justice is about fairness and accountability. So, this can indicate they want to seek fairness and accountability from themselves. Maybe they need to find that internal fortitude in who they are. They want to be able to not feel like they're outside in the cold. It can definitely connect with the need to show accountability, and the scales are needing to be balanced. What can they give and receive? They might be feeling like they don't have enough to offer, or that they're not worthy of love and connection. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to challenge those beliefs. It's time to recognize your own worth and to take responsibility for your own well-being. This could involve them seeking therapy or counseling, practicing self-care, or simply changing their mindset. You know, it's like you can't just keep feeling sorry for yourself. You need to take action to improve your situation and to recognize your own value. It is also possible that they are not being fair to you, that this sense of feeling left out is something that they are projecting onto you. Or, maybe they've been feeling like they're not being seen or appreciated by you, that their needs are not being met. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to communicate your needs clearly and to advocate for yourself. It's time to stand up for what you deserve and to demand that you be treated with fairness and respect. This could involve them having a difficult conversation with you, setting boundaries, or simply being more assertive about their own needs. And it's important to remember that you deserve to be happy and fulfilled. You deserve to be in a relationship where you feel seen, valued, and appreciated. You can't just settle for feeling left out or insecure. You need to take action to create a more balanced and fulfilling life for yourself. So, justice can be a reminder for them to challenge their negative beliefs, to communicate their needs clearly, and to advocate for themselves. It's like, what do I deserve? What am I willing to stand up for? And then to act accordingly. Maybe they're feeling like, I'm not good enough, or I don't deserve to be happy. But justice is saying, hold on a second. Is that really true? Are you being fair to yourself? Are you recognizing your own worth? This pairing may mean that they are being too hard on themselves, you know. Okay, so, how does justice connect to the Chariot? So, the Chariot is all about willpower, determination, and control. And justice is about fairness and accountability. So, they may also feel like they're not being seen as fair. No matter what they do, they are always going to be seen in a negative light. That sword of justice is on them. This card pairing can indicate a need for them to use their willpower to create a more just and equitable situation, whatever that means to them. And wow, or it is their inner monologue. Or, maybe they've been feeling like they're not in control of their own lives, that they're being pushed around by external forces. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take responsibility for your own choices and to assert your own will. It's time to make decisions that are aligned with your values and that create a sense of balance and harmony in your life. This could involve them setting goals, taking action towards those goals, or simply being more proactive in their own lives. And it's important to remember that you have the power to create your own reality. You're not just a victim of circumstance, you're an active participant in your own life. You can choose to take control and to steer your own ship. So, justice can be a reminder for them to use their willpower to create a more just and equitable situation, to assert their own will, and to take responsibility for their own choices. It's what do I want to create? What steps do I need to take to get there? And then to act accordingly. Maybe they're feeling like, I'm powerless, or I can't change anything. But justice is saying, hold on a second. Is that really true? Are you using your willpower to create the life you want? Are you taking responsibility for your own choices? Or, maybe they've been so focused on achieving their goals that they've been neglecting their own values or the needs of others. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take a step back and to consider the impact of your actions. Are you being fair to yourself and to others? Are you creating a world that is aligned with your values? This could involve them reevaluating their goals, changing their strategies, or simply being more mindful of the consequences of their actions. A reminder to be sure it is fair in their actions. Okay, and now how does justice connect to the Three of Cups? So, the Three of Cups is all about friendship, celebration, and joy. And justice is about fairness and accountability. Interesting. Well, this pairing is about making sure they are balancing their friends and their desire for you. This card pairing could indicate a need for them to create a more just and equitable social circle. It's like a rebalancing. Or, maybe they've been feeling like they're not being treated fairly by their friends, that they're being excluded or taken advantage of. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to communicate your needs clearly and to advocate for yourself. It's time to stand up for what you deserve and to demand that you be treated with fairness and respect. This could involve them having a difficult conversation with their friends, setting boundaries, or simply choosing to spend time with people who value and appreciate them. And it's important to remember that you deserve to be surrounded by people who lift you up and support you. You can't just settle for friendships that are draining or disrespectful. You need to take action to create a social circle that is aligned with your values and that promotes your own well-being. Or they want to be seen as someone who is fair to their friendships. Or, maybe they've been so focused on having fun and celebrating that they've been neglecting their responsibilities or ignoring the needs of others. And justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take a step back and to consider the impact of your actions. Are you being responsible and accountable? Are you treating everyone with fairness and respect? This could involve them volunteering their time, donating to charity, or simply being more mindful of the needs of others. Maybe being the responsible one after all that fun. Okay, so now we've gone through all the cards. How does this all connect to our theme of sunrise yearnings? Well, justice can be like the clear light of dawn that reveals the truth, and it is time for them to wake up and see everything. It's about seeing things clearly, understanding the consequences of your actions, and making choices that are aligned with your values. It's about taking responsibility for your own life and creating a world that is fair and just. So, it's not just about having fun and celebrating, it's about creating a life that is meaningful and fulfilling. And that's what we're all yearning for, right? A life that is filled with purpose, connection, and joy. So this is where that citrine energy will come in. Justice, like citrine, is a transformative process. So it's not just about punishing the guilty, it's about creating a society that is fair and just for everyone. It's about providing opportunities for people to heal and grow, and it's about creating a world where everyone can thrive. Citrine and justice combine as a potent transformative energy. So, what does it all mean? Okay, so they're on this journey of figuring out their feelings for you. They're drawn to you, but they're also insecure. They're trying to balance their passion with their fears. And now, justice is coming in to say, okay, it's time to be honest with yourself and with others. It's time to take responsibility for your actions and to create a life that is aligned with your values. So, what's next? Well, maybe they're going to finally make a decision about their feelings for you. Maybe they're going to take action and pursue a relationship. Or maybe they're going to realize that it's not the right time or that you're not the right person. Only time will tell, right? Or maybe they're going to focus on their own personal growth. Maybe they're going to work on their insecurities, communicate their needs clearly, and create a life that is more aligned with their values. Or maybe they're going to face some kind of legal or ethical dilemma. Maybe they're going to have to make a difficult decision that has serious consequences. I'm not sure. Okay, so wow, the very last card is the Empress. That is so cool. What does it all mean? I'm so excited. I love the Empress. She's one of my favorite cards. Okay, so the Empress in general is all about nurturing, abundance, creation, love, fertility, sensuality, and connection to nature, right? She's the ultimate Earth Mother figure, and she embodies all things feminine and beautiful. It's she's the queen of her domain, and she's surrounded by abundance and love. She, really connects to that citrine energy because she knows how to manifest what she wants and has a clear vision for her future. This is all very lush and fertile imagery. The Empress is also the personification of abundance and beauty. So, when we're talking about their feelings for you, this, could mean that they see you as someone who embodies these qualities. It's like they're drawn to your nurturing nature, your creativity, your sensuality, and your connection to nature. They see you as someone who is full of life and who brings beauty and abundance into their world. This card can also indicate that they're feeling a strong desire to create something with you. It's like they want to build a home, start a family, or create a business together. They see you as a partner in creation, someone who can help them to manifest their dreams. This can be literal or metaphorical. They may want to combine their resources with you to create something beautiful and tangible. The Empress represents the act of bringing something into the world, whether it's a physical creation or a new idea. They may be feeling inspired to collaborate with you on a project that expresses their creativity and brings joy to others. This could be anything from starting a garden together to writing a song or creating a work of art. They may also see you as a symbol of fertility and new beginnings. They may be feeling a desire to start a family with you, or they may simply be drawn to your youthful energy and your ability to inspire them. So, they are seeing the potential for growth and expansion. They recognize that you have the power to help them blossom and thrive, and they want to nurture and support you so that you can both reach your full potential. This card can also indicate that they're feeling a deep sense of love and affection for you. It's like they're drawn to your warmth, your compassion, and your ability to make them feel safe and secure. They see you as someone who is kind and loving, and they feel grateful to have you in their lives. They want to provide you with the same love and care that you give to others. The Empress represents the act of nurturing and caring for others, and they may want to show you how much they appreciate you by showering you with affection, attention, and support. It's like they want to make you feel cherished and loved, and they want to create a safe and supportive environment where you can both thrive. The Empress is also a very sensual card, so it's definitely like they are very attracted to you. They see you as someone who is beautiful, desirable, and full of life. They're drawn to your physical presence, your energy, and your ability to make them feel alive. It's like they want to connect with you on a physical level and to experience the joy of intimacy. It is also that they see you as someone who embodies all these wonderful feminine qualities. It's like they are just in awe of you and everything that you represent. Like, wow, this is amazing. So, that's the Empress in general. Now, how does it connect to the previous cards? Okay, so first, let's think about the Two of Swords. So, the Two of Swords is all about being at a crossroads, feeling conflicted and indecisive. You're standing there blindfolded, not knowing which way to go. And the Empress is all about trusting your intuition, nurturing yourself, and embracing your inner power. So, how do these cards play together? Well, maybe the Empress is coming in to say, okay, it's time to take off that blindfold and to trust your intuition. It's time to stop overthinking things and to start listening to your heart. You already know what you want, you just need to give yourself permission to embrace it. They may also realize that they were denying their own feelings to keep the peace. And maybe the reason they've been feeling so conflicted is because they haven't been connecting with their feminine side. They may be feeling disconnected from their emotions, their creativity, or their intuition. And the Empress is saying, okay, it's time to embrace your feminine energy. It's time to connect with your emotions, your creativity, and your intuition. These are powerful tools that can help you to make decisions and to create the life you want. Or, maybe they've been getting a lot of outside opinions or advice, and it's just confusing them even more. And the Empress is saying, okay, it's time to tune out all the noise and to connect with your inner wisdom. You already have all the answers you need within you. You just need to trust yourself and to listen to your own voice. It's also that maybe they are not trusting their own feminine side of their own personality. That could be a big part of this too. It is so important to not deny yourself and to see yourself completely. They may have been raised to believe that they needed to act a certain way to succeed. Now, there is an awakening that they can also be in touch with their softer side. So, the Empress can be the key to unlocking their intuition and helping them to make a decision with confidence. It's like they realize that they don't need to rely on logic or reason alone, they can also trust their gut feelings and their inner wisdom. And that can be really empowering, you know. You are the creator of your own world and you are capable of anything. It's like they're finally giving themselves permission to trust themselves. So, what do they want to create? Next, let's see how does the Empress connect to the King of Wands. So, the King of Wands is all about passion, confidence, and leadership. He's like the ultimate gadgeter, someone who knows what he wants and isn't afraid to go after it. And the Empress is all about nurturing, abundance, and creation. She's like the ultimate Earth Mother, someone who embodies all things feminine and beautiful. Well, maybe the Empress is coming in to say, okay, it's time to temper your passion with compassion. It's time to use your power to nurture and create, not to dominate or control. They need to use their energy to nurture and support you, to help you grow and flourish, and to create a safe and loving environment. So, it's about creating something beautiful and lasting, not just about pursuing their own desires. They want to put all their energy into you. Or, maybe they've been feeling disconnected from their emotions or their intuition. And the Empress is saying, okay, it's time to connect with your feminine side. It's time to embrace your emotions, your creativity, and your intuition. These are powerful tools that can help you to lead with compassion and understanding. They want to be softer and kinder to you. They may have also been raised to believe that they needed to be strong and stoic. Now, the Empress is showing them that they can also be in touch with their softer side. They may begin expressing their emotions more openly and allowing themselves to be vulnerable. In this way, you may also feel safe to be vulnerable with them. Or, maybe they've been so focused on achieving their goals that they've been neglecting their relationships. And the Empress is saying, okay, it's time to prioritize your relationships. It's time to nurture the connections in your life and to create a sense of community. It's also a lesson on them taking care of the people they love. The Empress is reminding them that success isn't just about achieving their goals. It's also about creating a life that is filled with love, connection, and joy. And so it is very healing. So, the Empress can be the key to helping them to balance their masculine and feminine energy. It's like they're realizing that they don't need to be all gadgeter all the time. They can also be nurturing, compassionate, and loving. And that can be really fulfilling, you know? It's like they're finally giving themselves permission to be themselves. Okay, so how does the Empress connect with Temperance? So, Temperance is all about balance, harmony, and patience. Like finding that middle ground, not going too far in either direction. And the Empress is all about abundance, nurturing, and creation. She's the Earth Mother. She's fertile and sensual. So what happens when you put these two cards together? Well, it could mean that they are learning to be more patient with themselves and with you. They are understanding that relationships take time to develop and that they can't force anything to happen before it's ready. They are allowing things to unfold naturally. Imagine them, finally letting go of their need to control everything and just allowing the relationship to blossom in its own time. The connection between you will begin to deepen. And there will start to be an increased flow of positive energy between you. So, yeah, there's all of this to look forward to. Or, maybe they're finding a balance between their head and their heart. They are learning to trust their intuition while also using their logic and reason. They are integrating these two aspects of themselves. Imagine them, finally being able to make decisions that are both practical and aligned with their values. Because I know, it can be hard, especially in a situation like this. Or, maybe they are also creating more beauty and abundance in their life. They are focusing on their health and well-being, and they are surrounding themselves with things that bring them joy. They are appreciating the simple pleasures in life. Imagine them, finally creating a home that is both comfortable and beautiful, and that reflects their personal style. What do you think of that? The Empress brings a new layer. This connection may lead to an increased sense of inner peace. The scales of justice are balancing. they are moving towards the middle ground in all aspects of their lives. They're on their way to achieving emotional and mental well-being. A lot of this will start to be really beneficial for you as well. So, the Empress is coming in to say, okay, you've been working hard to find balance and harmony in your life. Now it's time to embrace your creative energy. It's time to create a life that is filled with abundance, beauty, and love. So, what do you think? Great. Okay, so how does the Empress connect to the Five of Pentacles? So, the Five of Pentacles is all about feeling left out, feeling insecure, and feeling like you don't have enough, right? You're outside in the cold, looking in at all the warmth and abundance, but you can't get in. And the Empress is the exact opposite of that. The Empress is all about feeling abundant, secure, and loved. She's surrounded by beauty and luxury, and she knows that she has everything she needs. Well, this is a great pairing because it is working to combat all of the insecurities. What are they lacking? What beauty can be brought in? Maybe the Empress is coming in to say, okay, it's time to stop focusing on what you lack and to start appreciating what you have. It's time to recognize your own worth and to embrace your own beauty. You are worthy of love and abundance, and you have so much to offer the world. They can turn their attitude around to finally appreciate everything that is around them. Or, maybe they've been feeling disconnected from their emotions or their intuition. And the Empress is saying, okay, it's time to connect with your feminine side. It's time to embrace your emotions, your creativity, and your intuition. These are powerful tools that can help you to heal your wounds and to create a more fulfilling life. It gives them more insight into what they should do in a given situation. Or, maybe they've been neglecting their own needs. It is important to make sure they aren't running themselves dry. They may have been focusing on taking care of others and forgetting about themselves. The Empress is telling them to start prioritizing their own needs and to create a life that is both fulfilling and sustainable. What steps can be taken? A lot of beauty can be brought into their lives by doing so. And, it's important to remember that you are not alone. Everyone goes through tough times, and it's okay to ask for help. There are people who care about you and who want to support you. And you don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. The Empress is like the light at the end of the tunnel. So, the Empress can be the key to healing their insecurities and helping them to feel more confident and secure. It's like they're realizing that they don't need to rely on external sources for validation. They can find everything they need within themselves. And that can be really empowering, They can start to embrace their own unique beauty. It shows so much growth for this person. Do you see that too? Okay, so, how does the Empress connect to the Chariot? So, the Chariot is all about willpower, control, determination, and focus, right? It's about taking charge and steering your life in the direction you want it to go. And the Empress is all about surrender, flow, and trusting the natural rhythms of life. It is about allowing things to unfold organically. So, how do these two powerful energies work together? Well, maybe the Empress is helping them to soften their approach. She's reminding them that they don't always have to be in control. You can surrender to the natural flow of life and trust that everything is happening for a reason. They can create a balance, And maybe you're fighting against the current, trying to force things to happen. The Empress is coming in to say, okay, it's time to let go. It's time to trust that the universe has your back and that everything is working out for your highest good. Or, maybe they are finding that they are being more flexible and adaptable. Instead of trying to force things to go their way, they are learning to go with the flow and to find creative solutions to problems. This is important because sometimes things are out of your control. It is what it is. And instead of fighting that, it may be easier to pivot. Maybe they've been feeling disconnected from their emotions or their intuition. The Empress may be telling them to let go of those masculine, hard traits and embrace the beauty of surrendering to a more feminine side and trusting in that beauty. Maybe they are just needing a reminder that, they are doing great. And maybe that means trusting others to help them. That takes surrendering yourself. But I think they're going to start to realize that everything will be okay. Maybe the power of the Chariot can be tempered by the Empress. All of that force can be used to nurture and create. So, the Empress can be the key to helping them to find a more balanced and harmonious approach to life. It's like they're realizing that they don't need to control everything, they can also trust in the natural flow of life. And this will start to really bring some healing, it's really a great sign. Okay, so how does the Empress connect to justice? So justice is all about fairness, balance, truth, and accountability, right? It's about getting what you deserve and making sure that everything is in equilibrium. What should it look like? What is the ideal situation to manifest? And the Empress is all about nurturing, abundance, creation, love, fertility, sensuality, and connection to nature. The best life, what is to be done? Maybe the lesson justice can impart is for them to now put it into action, and what is to be is up to them. Well, maybe the Empress is helping them to find a more compassionate and understanding approach to justice. It is all about embracing more beauty and empathy into their life. The lesson justice has now becomes what they make it. Or, maybe they are just finding the beauty and empathy in the people that will create the fairest outcome. They can listen, learn, and grow, and be a truly empathetic person. They can start to be the best them. What is your vision for the best version of you? So, the Empress can be the key to helping them to find a more balanced and harmonious approach to justice. It's like they're realizing that justice isn't just about punishment, it's also about healing and restoration. And this will start to really bring some healing. It is going to be great. So now, let's see, how does the Empress connect to the Three of Cups? So, the Three of Cups is all about friendship, celebration, joy, and connection. And the Empress is all about nurturing, abundance, creation, love, fertility, sensuality, and connection to nature. Well, maybe the Empress is helping them to nurture their friendships and to create a more supportive and loving social circle. So now, more than ever, there is also so much love. They will find the beauty in their friendships and really cultivate them. Or, maybe they're just learning to be more grateful for all the blessings in their lives. The lesson on the Empress will bring out the gratitude in their joy and bring out abundance. What more is there? There's also such a great community. A great social life with lots of love, connection, and beauty. So, the Empress can be the key to helping them to find more joy and fulfillment in their relationships. They may want to involve you in their existing friendship circles, showing that they truly value you and see you as a potential long-term partner. They want to be able to share you with their friends and show you off to the people that they love and trust the most. By including you in their social circles, they are saying that they see you as a valuable part of their life and that they want to integrate you into their world. So they are going to be showing you how much they appreciate you and how grateful they are to have you in their life. So they're on this journey of, figuring out their feelings for you. They're drawn to you, but they're also trying to be fair and honest. They're trying to balance their passion with their fears. And now, the Empress is coming in to say, okay, it's time to nurture your relationships, to celebrate your blessings, and to create a life that is filled with joy and connection. It's going to be a time of celebration. But it is also important to keep in mind the potential downsides of the Empress, because every card has both positive and negative aspects. So, what are some of the potential pitfalls to watch out for? What is the downside? Well, one potential downside is that they could become too focused on their own comfort and pleasure and neglect their responsibilities or the needs of others. The Empress can be a little bit self-indulgent sometimes, and it's important to make sure that they're not just sitting around eating bonbons all day while the world is falling apart around them. Okay, yeah. So, to avoid this, they need to make sure that they're staying grounded and connected to reality. They need to be mindful of the needs of others and to take action to make the world a better place. It is important to take it upon yourself and to not let the world fall by the wayside. Remember that citrine energy to take action to make the world a better place. Another potential downside is that they could become too attached to material possessions or to their physical appearance. The Empress can be a little bit vain sometimes, and it's important to make sure that they're not just defining themselves by what they own or how they look. What beauty is on the inside? How is their soul? So, to avoid this, They need to focus on their inner beauty and to cultivate qualities like kindness, compassion, and generosity. They need to remember that true beauty comes from within, and that it's more important to be a good person than to be a beautiful person. It will only come back to bite you. And a potential downside is that they could become too controlling or overbearing in their relationships. A relationship that has an equal distribution of power is the best relationship. Like, the Empress can be a little bit bossy sometimes, and it's important to make sure that they're not just trying to run other people's lives for them, or telling others what to do to validate their ego. The other person needs to have control. So, to avoid this, they need to respect other people's boundaries and to give them the space to make their own choices. They need to remember that everyone is on their own journey and that it's not their job to tell other people how to live their lives. In a way, they might have to temper their ego. Okay, so, what does it all mean? Well, it seems like they're on a journey towards a more balanced and fulfilling life. They're drawn to you, but they're also trying to be fair and honest. They're trying to balance their passion with their fears. And now, the Empress is coming in to say, okay, it's time to nurture your relationships, to celebrate your blessings, and to create a life that is filled with joy and connection. What does a day in the life look like? What would their goals be? You will never regret manifesting it, ever. It would bring out the best in everyone. They really should imagine the things that make them the happiest. To let it be known. So, what's next? Well, there are so many possibilities, right? Maybe they're going to finally take action and pursue a relationship with you. Maybe they're going to open themselves up for all the love to come into their life. Or maybe they're going to continue to focus on their own personal growth and to create a life that is more aligned with their values. Maybe so, they may be going to finally let the walls down. Or maybe they're going to find that perfect balance. All of those things that make them beautiful and see themselves as a whole. To finally find their place in the world, to celebrate their blessings, and to connect with others on a deeper level. How great is that? So, whatever happens, just remember that you are worthy of love, abundance, and happiness. You are a beautiful and amazing person, and you have so much to offer the world. So don't be afraid to shine your light and to let your inner Empress shine through. You are amazing. They really think that. Remember to go back to that citrine. It's all inside of you. Okay, all right. And with that, you can finally start to experience those sunrise yearnings. All of those potentials are inside you, and this will finally kick it all off. Like that great ball of fire in the morning, it's time to start burning even brighter. All those dreams and all those potentials can start to come true. I am so excited for you. Okay, so that's the reading. I hope it helped. I had so much fun. I always love doing these. Thank you and good luck. I'm so excited for you and for all the beauty that's about to unfold. You are amazing, don't forget it.